Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. 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 What I want? This one you got today.
Spoon TV.
This one you got today.
Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Go to there. Go to there.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of the Spoon television.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. yeah, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba.
And of course, today is Friday.
What I want? Yes,
And
sir.
even if you're relaxing, if you're on your way home from work and you do know that your week was stressful, one thing you always never forget to do is listening to Spoon FM and listening to Spoon Talk, especially
Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba.
during the course of the week. Whoever it is you're listening to us from
Yes,
Grand Cape Mount County all the way there to Maryland,
yes, sir, you got it.
Lofa, Nimba, River G, Bong, Bomi,
Kilibamba,
Margibi County, Monserrado as well.
bang, kilibamba.
And the rest of the counties making up our beautiful Liberia.
What I want?
This is your number one talk show. This is the Spoon Talk. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm producing tonight. For those of you watching us all around the world, we'd love to say welcome to you. This is the Spoon Talk. I see George Fomba is early in class for the first time. He's celebrating. One golden star for you. So for those of you watching us from all around the world via Spoon TV, we'd love to say you're welcome. Whether you're watching us via YouTube as well, well, it's a pleasure producing tonight. The rest of the panelists are definitely going to join the show later.
Bang, kilibamba.
But whether you're using your small kini button phone to listen or you're using your big 100 inches television to watch, whatever device you're using to listen, Spoon Talk is just loved. This song get hit. Yeah, when you hear the kitty bum bum, kitty bum bum, kitty bum bum, kitty bum bum, you know, yeah, that Spoon Talk is about to be juicy.
Kilibamba.
We'll definitely bring you the rest of the trending stories, selected trending stories across the country. We'll go to the phone lines for you to tell us what's on your mind. You know, there was this song we used to sing as kids growing up. I'm not going to sing the other part. I only sing one part. And if you know the other part, then you saw. You know, say, Nana more days, you can add the other part. 5 more days, you can add the other part. I used to sing in the choir, but I stopped singing, you know. Yeah. So if you know that song, you can add the other part to it, but they want to remix 9 more days, then you add yourself. Waka will be president. That one up to you now. Yeah, but the other part that I remix for this one. So 9 days to go if you actually don't count the 22nd itself.
Yes, sir, you got it.
And there will be a peaceful transitioning of power democratically from one president to the other. I remember some part in 2017, 2018, thereabout. You know, it was a marvel to see because a country of ours, like ours, we have come from civil crisis. We had one president winning 2 terms. And for the first time, you know, we had a peaceful transition of power. That was the news. So for, you know, this is our second time about to witness this in play, real time. But someone asked me a question this afternoon. The person said, oh, so when President Weah goes to this to the Capitol building, that is, if President Weah will attend, for which we are positive that he will definitely attend, you know, to form part of the entire ceremony. Yeah. Whether or not the escort car will carry him back home. A question the person asked. Say, so you don't tell me, say, they will take escort 1, they will take 61, they will take 62, and all that kind of, and President Weah, how you will go home? So I said, President Weah, you know, President Weah will go to the inauguration, you know, as a president, as the president of the republic. He will leave the inauguration as former president. So right there and then, between 11 a.m. to 12 midday, President Weah get 1 hour to enjoy. Yeah. But as soon as say 12 midday, bang, 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 and they do the swearing in, the oath, you know, President-elect Joseph Boakai is then sworn in by the Chief Justice, and all the formalities done, takes the oath of office. Then when they pronounce him president, all that kind of thing, and they do all their ceremonial thing, and they're supposed to do in well Sage and all that thing. President Weah is going to leave. He will always be called President Weah. Once a president, always a president. But he will be leaving as he has turned over power. Yeah, so he will leave as former president. He's aware now. He went 2018, you know, as president-elect, collected the thing. 2023, he would carry back, come back, you know, enjoy. So that's that, just to answer that question. So whether or not he will have the escort, nope, he wouldn't have the escort. He will leave, but he will be protected. They will give him a security details, how many cars he will be given, how many EPS officers assigned to him, police and all that. That is going to be sorted out. Yeah, all that thing. But yeah, the issue of Escort 1 will not be there again. Yeah, it's no longer Unit 1 after 12 midday and President-elect Joseph Iman Boaka is sworn in. President George Weah will no longer be Unit 1. Yeah, so that one is understood. Himself understands that. All right, so what's trending across the country? Let's bring you some trending information from across Liberia, and then we'll go to the phone lines for you to tell us exactly what's on your minds. Dwalu will pop in with his social topic. Yeah, somebody said Dwalu is slowly or fastly becoming, not loved by many pastors across the country. Dwalu, you're not making friends, especially when it comes to the palace. You're not making friends. All right. So, but Dwalu says he doesn't care anyway. So this one, we've started this one now. Vla, they want now Vla. In Liberia, when we say Vla, then a level. When we say level, then a pattern. When we say pattern, then a story. When we say story, then say they leave you on J. Yeah. But this one, the president-elect has said, now pattern, now Vla, now story, now level. President-elect Joseph Iman Boaka says today, when he was honored at one of the churches, said investors will come in the country. Meaningful investment that will impact the lives of Liberians. That will see investors. I remember it was 2021 or 2022, one of those years. And Eugene Fagon, me I let to talk about when I let to mention Mr. Fagon's name. Eugene Fagon decided to give all of VLA in the country. That was when the noise was all about the corridors. We can see investors. We can see investors. When we see investors, they went and brought out many to the airport, carried journalists and everything, took picture, did video, posted all over the various newspapers and news outlets. Investors arrive in the country. I remember that story vividly. So investors arrive in the country. They see the investor, and walking, coming down the plane, deplaning, and they're taking their pictures. What begin of those investors? Like that. But JMB has said that one will not be pictorial investors. Will not be VLA investors. Will not be charade investors. Will not be for the camera investors. It will be real investors. And I know that Mr. Fagon was the originator of that particular idea. Yeah, so JB is saying he's going to bring in investors, and Liberians are taking him by his words because he is going to be a victim of his own performance, or what his promises, I should say, because the kind of hope that people want to see, the kind of things people want to see, they turn for the better. It's not just going to be talk. It's going to be work. So we'll be following wherever it is that he has said, and Liberians will be making sure that he delivers. So that's one. That's story number one. We'll move to the next one. So JNB says investors will come. Yeah. Now the investors, we can see real that are selling the same thing Liberian Post selling. They're selling co-spoon, they're selling t-shirt, they're selling glass, they're selling everything. They're the investor in the country competing with Liberians. And they want to see meaningful, real-time investors. So move to the next story. Is it a comeback or is it the final nail? Is Speaker Chambers going to make a comeback? Because the Supreme Court of Liberia on today ordered that, there be a rerun in 2 of the polling places in Old Sodican, Maryland County. Remember, Speaker Chambers took the case, to the hearing officer. He went to the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners, dismissed the case. Speaker Chambers then went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, well, giving the ruling today, the Chief Justice said, Speaker Chambers was unable to prove that there was ballot stuffing. But the fact that he raised security concerns that all the people brought country devil to intimidate people and all that kind of stuff, they should do a rerun in 2 of the polling places in Old Sodican. But that is the stronghold of his rival, Mr. Williams. So whether or not Speaker Chambers, is going to survive the rerun, or like the final nail and the going put and say bang, 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 and that is the question. But all eyes will definitely be on that particular part of Liberia. The NEC has said all of the results, aside those 2 polling places, the Supreme Court has said all of the results aside those 2 polling places should be kept by the NEC, and after the rerun is done, the final results will be given. So whether there will be, we'll be watching to see whether Speaker Chambers is going to somersault and come back, or you'll be saying goodbye to you, Capitol Hill. It's time for me to go. We'll be following that particular story. Yeah, so we'll move quickly to our last update, and then we'll go to the phone lines, just a select few. So prior to coming on the show, then I read something on Front Page Africa. Say whether or not the Unity Party is contemplating on challenging the citizenship of Deputy Speaker Jonathan Fonati Kofa. American or not? That is the question. Remember, the speakership election is on Monday, and it's not official yet. It's just a story that Front Page is running with, but they say where there is smoke, there is fire. When somebody, man, I cannot see, a visually impaired person tells you they'll throw you a rock, probably they get it in your hand. So what I will see, another political maneuvering, as we saw with the whole Frank Musa Dean Samora Wolokoli appointment nomination, na NLO in Vla, whether this is going to be a serious challenge. And is Deputy Speaker Kofa an American citizen? And if so, what does our law say about dual citizenship and offices that you cannot occupy? Definitely the speakership position. The speaker is one of those positions you cannot occupy if you are a dual citizen. That you got, whether American or Ghanaian or Nigerian, whatever, Liberian, you get double passport or maybe triple or even quadruple. You can occupy the speakership position, not even a deputy speaker. So whether that is going to be challenged, we are definitely following. But let's bring on Mr. Dwalu before we go to the phone lines. He will do his 30 minutes of his social program. Dwalu, the pressure paid off, or you are sleeping the waist there, how they can call the cream on your hair to take all the hair from there. You just went.
I made it say Liberia hat. I'm preparing for Liberia.
You ready?
It's a Liberia hat. I'm preparing for Liberia.
They get Bahasha in Liberia.
They get Bahasha, but I don't be.
So why you chose to call your hair in America?
I need that tea.
You want to support Liberian own business by coming here?
I mean, how my hair will grow quick.
But man, they put you under pressure. You call your hair.
No, they all right. I won't put me under pressure to do something. Nobody OG.
But when la pangana oil you rub or why they play shy that?
Vaseline, is here. Hello, everybody. Grey hair. Where do more? Is it grey hair?
I know a regional hairstyle there.
No, I'll call it again. My begin.
Oh, you call it again?
Yeah.
Ali, man, that you man.
Yeah, they put it. What do you?
When you crush you, you look very nice. She call her.
I think I started calling like bro because I tell the boy I pay. I go to carry like bro. They go sell.
Well, Dwalu, come on, man. You can't come from America. Whole Dwalu like you.
All right.
You got to pay the same to empower the person that caught in your hair.
You all right?
Yeah. Dwalu, you can't do that kind of
thing. I think you want to struggle.
Why kind of scraggy?
I'm gonna take a call.
But well, your name is in a whole mayor appointment kind of stuff. You know your name.
How about you taking call?
No, I just asked you if you're aware.
Take the call then.
No, you're not answering the question. Are you aware?
Yeah, I'm aware. I can see on the thread all the time.
As a mayor, what would you do to change Monrovia?
But man, take a call.
Just answer one question, Dwalu.
One question?
Yeah.
We'll modernize the city.
You modernize the city using what? How are you going to come up with modernization?
Thank you. It was a pleasure, Dama, as always.
No, Dwalu, you can't run away from the question. You can tell you modernize the city, a city as archaic as Monrovia. You know,
see.
How are you going to do it then? You already have your plans?
Yeah.
So meaning you prepared to take on the job from day one.
Let me just put it to you like this. Within the first year, there will not be a single dumper in Monrovia ever again. There's no reason why. The government doesn't have to support the city with the kind of money. The city has the capacity to generate its own money at a very minimal level. Nothing less than $15 million a year. The allocation to the city is so small. I mean, down with the team plenty. They're not thinking you can talk. But let's discuss the cost of the thing. I got a very important social issue today. Let's talk about it. But I come here and see a cool band.
No, I understand you call your hair and everything. You were going to the point and then you decided to just give us small and take it for our more. Modernize the city.
Yeah.
A city as Monrovia.
Yeah. Where
Liberians don't even, majority of us don't follow the city ordinance.
No, it's not about people. Let me tell you something, Damo.
You are going to modernize and raise at least 15 million a year.
Yeah, the city has like a passive minimum. The thing is, Damo, let me put it to you like this: the city of Monrovia, the issue of addressing the city, people don't just get up and follow city ordinance. There is a way the city can be structured. It's been done over and over. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. The models are everywhere. What we've done with the city, people tend to restrict the city to garbage collection. It's less than 10% of the city's capability. Do you know why they call it Morea City Corporation? There's a reason why, my man. Let's talk about social issue, man. I don't hear for that thing. At the end of the day, I let my hair cut a little bit.
How many plans you have? Plan A, plan B, plan C, in terms of tackling Monrovia and its development, its modernization, as you said? Robert?
It was a pleasure, Damo. I'm going to start my social issue.
Yeah. The top of the pile, I've been told, though it's not official yet, but when you do get that call, are you going to answer in the affirmative?
I mean, plenty independent. I got a job here to do. I got a serious job that I do here. Just to give you an example, I'm responsible for the 6 New England states. Some of their expansion operations. I work as their project manager right now. So it's a massive job. It's a lot of consideration on it. But, somebody asking, Dwalu, you're back. My resume is on LinkedIn. Anybody can look it up and see what I do for a living, what I've been doing over the last 20 plus years. Anybody can look up my resume. It's there. But, Damo, let's say you're not taking calls because I have my
social... would take calls, Dwalu, but I just wanted us to address this issue. You've not answered the question. You said it depends on many other things. Yeah. So if you are given that call, you're managing 6 states. Yeah, that's a huge time. So Monrovia is just like, a drop in a bucket for you, a piece of a pizza, a slice of the pizza. So if you do get that call, answer. Are you going to answer? And answer by coming to your country to make meaningful change and progress? Damo, that is the question.
Damo, your wife got to approve, your kids got to approve. There's a lot of considerations you got to do. I got my own things in Liberia that I'm running my operations in Liberia. I get my operation in Liberia running. My building is coming online. You will probably come to do an interview tomorrow. Next month, maybe the end of this month. We do a massive interview on opening the building. We got a company that I want to take. So I got plenty to do in Liberia. And I got my own operations,
To the question, Dwalu.
Yeah, to the question.
Answer that call.
You see the picking here? The journalism school you went to, you know it. But man, that lead that thing. You're not on nothing here. Let's talk about different things, my man.
Yeah, but Dwalu, you take up your time.
Yeah.
You take up hours of your day.
Thank you, Sarah Toby.
I
mean, you know the beginning, they put that take call here, Damo.
And your wife has been supportive. Though one time she passed behind the curtain and all of that, the flag. Like, you put it way behind. Yes.
No, there was a little construction going on.
Are you prepared to be the change from outside, or you want to be the change from inside and effect the change, Dwalu?
You cannot change much from outside. Our system. Some people say, Dwalu is forceful. For a society like Liberia, you cannot be a pacifist and effectuate the kind of change you want in society. There must be a degree of calculated force that is introduced. My issue here, whether I would take a job or not, it will be determined at that time. But based on what is happening, a lot of things has to be considered that one. That's the answer I'm going to give you. But let me say this to you, man. Let's talk Liberia right now. My social issue for today is important. It's almost my time.
Charlie, you want to talk Liberia, but you don't want to come and do Liberia. You don't want to come and do.
Yeah, because there are plenty considerations to be made, Damo. My man.
All right, I'll leave you be. But would you take up the job?
There's a plan A. There is a plan B.
If President-elect Waka picks up the phone and say, "Ansu Dwalu and the people,"
you put my over there.
I want you. I'm a Monrovia City Mayor, or even the Painesville City Mayor. But we're looking at Monrovia City Mayor.
Yeah.
What would you tell him? That I'm going to consider you, Mr. President. I'll call you back.
Hey, see, like, what's going on, Mr. President? We'll get to that bridge. We'll cross it. Let's do this thing, man.
All right. So let's go to the full lines a bit. I know the people will be calling and say they want you as mayor. But let's go to the
I
full
mean,
lines.
let's lead that team. Let's lead that team.
Well,
Look, listen, pick the best qualified person for the city. If somebody's way more qualified, let me take them. I don't care if you believe. But my man, at the end of the day, we want Liberia to get better. And whatever it takes to make Liberia better, we will do it.
But you just said many factors. If coming to
Yeah,
serve
but
as
you know those factors have to be considered.
want
My
to
man.
make
Come on,
Liberia better, why wouldn't you take it with
the
both
time
hands?
go you.
Do that.
The time go you.
It's a social thing we want you to do. So that we just said it.
I mean,
That we have to do whatever it is to make Liberia better.
correct.
And if that position is given you or offered you,
Mm,
so come and make Liberia better.
yeah.
Why are you now calculating factors here, there, and all that kind of stuff?
Liberia is a complicated place. And let me say this to you. If you have a mandate, every agency in Liberia, including the cities, have a mandate to implement what they have to do. The person that is your boss has to be willing to want to have the results that can be produced at a certain entity. And the person give you hard commitment, say, listen, Mr. Dwadu, we're going to make sure these results are followed within the confines of law. It's not going to be interfered with. So plenty to involved, because you cannot organize Monrovia with timidity. You got to use the laws. The laws. And you say the pastor didn't get involved with me. Let's change the topic small. You said the pastor didn't get involved with me. I heard you.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one y'all handle it yourself.
No, the pastor. I love the pastors. I
My
just want the
last
pastor
question
to be
to you.
organized. That's all.
My last
I got no
question.
problem with the pastor then.
My last question to you, Dwalu.
Yeah.
Looking at the state of affairs of the city,
Uh-huh.
the outgoing mayor and all of what Monrovia was termed to be,
Mm-hmm.
do you think,
Uh-huh.
with your skill set, your
Uh-huh.
forcefulness,
Uh-huh.
the unbiased nature that you've presented on this show,
Mm-hmm.
do you think Monrovia needs somebody like you after all of this to transform this city?
Monrovia needs somebody, whether like me but it needs somebody at least 5-10 times better than what we currently have. In every respect. We got feces flowing in our streets in the 21st century. Poo-poo running down Broad Street. You need somebody with serious calculations and proper planning. This is a massive city. It's the premier city of our country. 5-10 times better than what we currently have. That's what I would say to you. And with the proper pedigree too, though, not just anybody. This should not be a political job. It should be based on hard qualifications. That's what I would say to you. But Damo, since you already exhausted your time, my time is up.
Yeah, go ahead, do your social topic, and we'll take the course after.
Yeah, because the social issue today is important, because I got to make that contrast. But let me recognize some of our people here first. Yaya Jesse Key Davis, how you doing? Cementi, that went by very fast. Cheer, how you doing, Cheer? And Gus Hardy, how are you? Alfred C. Jr., how you doing? Tanya Kruma, Lucy Khan, I see that girl Mari, Za Melvin Wa, Myers Montego, how you doing? Eric Miguel, Moses Volker, how you doing, Mr. Volker? Hikins Gamon Blow, Reeves, how you doing? Bolly Fumba, Agnes Kima, we got Tenen Kroma, how are you? My brother Bill Carlson, Vicky Way, Suzanne, I went back very fast. I got Kima Batu, I got Lamin Tiaya, I got Elvis Oguru, Godor, I got Zar, I think I said name. I think I saw Baron Brown, my brother Baron Brown, Eva S. Cole, Agnes Kima, Joanne Davis, Moses Dolo, Wellington S. Holder, Mr. Holder. How you doing, brother? Spent a minute there, man. How's everything? William Noba, Eric Apia Labis. We got Ibrahim Masakoya. We got Josiah Q. Cooper. We got John Bole. We got Wilmon Dogolia. We got James Golakai. Mr. Golakai, how you doing? We got Shelton Popa. How you doing, Mr. Popa? We got Pearl Campbell. We got Sandy Cole. We got David, my brother C.A. Locke. How you doing? Ruby W. Morton. We got Beatrice Washington. We got William Hine. We got Baker Renzi. We got Byron Taylor. I can see Gabon Blue. I think I said your name already. Nathan Miyama Madison. We got Z. Emmanuel. That went away very fast. We got Ibrahim Masakoya. We got Baker Ramsey, Mr. Dolo as well. We got Vavi Corle. We got July 4th. We got James Cole, Amos Tama. I just want you guys to know, though, the fee on on my computer feeds from all the network. So it is much, much faster than what you're seeing on your phone. So we try to make sure Mom Bedouin's son, how we doing? Rebecca Dennis, Lawrence Butler. We got Ashley Gleekley. We got Apostle P. Morris Brown Sr. Hey, Pastor, how you doing, sir? Vavi Collier. We got July 4th, Tatis Davis, Ruth Samuel Carr. We got Lorena Gotor. How you doing, Lorena? How everything? Mr. Taylor Semin Tobolo. We got Marvin Deegan. We got Dennis Brooks, Ambassador Gabriel Salati. Over here, I got Gapin Dei, Peiswa. Hi, Mr. Peiswa. How you doing? Crusoe Aretha. We got Lawrence Gay, Robert Hill, Lorenzo Okai. Everybody, welcome to the show, man. Guys, let me just discuss with you guys very briefly. There is something happening in Liberia. When somebody intentionally commits a crime, we say everybody make a mistake. And or somebody doesn't want to forgive that mistake. This is not true, my people. Let's stop this. A mistake is I'm sitting there and my brother Lawrence Gay is eating and I'm not paying attention and I step on his foot, intentionally injuring Mr. Gay. That is a mistake. I can apologize for that. When I make a calculated decision to take the whole Bapuru County Development Fund and I use that fund for me and my family, disadvantaging the people of Bapulu County, denying their hospital, and you say, you know what, the man made a mistake, let's forgive him. Of course we're going to forgive that man. The man has paid for his crime. We're going to forgive him. But we cannot give that man money to keep again. Forgiving somebody is not forgetting about the act they've done. You are not consequencing them again, but you are not just not giving them that rule. We have to understand this. There's a contrast between what constitutes a mistake and what is a calculated decision that is criminal in nature. Our people will continue to say these things, say, you know what, wrong, you know, somebody committed a crime against the people, then the man will not do it. You need to forget about the old story happening ever since this society. This is going to get us all in this place. Let me tell you something. Liberia is the least in everything. We rank amongst the balance of the 3 last countries on earth. We rank on the bottom of the Social Development Index. We rank infant mortality rate on the bottom, maternal mortality rate. In terms of capacity building in the country, human capacity development, we are on the bottom. We are on the bottom of education. We are on the bottom of healthcare. We are on the bottom of essential infrastructure. We are on the bottom of everything. And yet and still, we are so fixated on, let's just forgive the man, even though the man committed a heinous crime. You can forgive him, but you don't give him the same position again. Nothing we say on this show is intended to hit anybody. I don't care about anybody. Some of these people, I've never even met them. I don't care about them personally. What I do care about is how we are going to develop this country. How are we going to be aggressive about Liberia's development? And the issue about Liberia development is to making sure people that are harming our society, we are not punishing them, but we are setting them aside so proper minds can come to bear so we can develop the society. It is not saying, oh, this person, you're wish hunting, or Dwalu, and people inboxing me saying, listen, you're asking her a question. Are you serious? I will give everybody this 100% respect here. You come to this network, I'll give you your respect, but I will ask you the question. The question that are being asked, it's not mean to demean anybody. It's mean to get answers for the Liberian people. Let me tell you something. The average IQ in our country is 45. How are we going to improve that IQ? Is that making people aware of what they should be getting in their society? Some of the reason why some of the journalists back home cannot ask those questions because people are going to go after them. I understand that. People are going to, consequence them, make them lose their jobs. I get it. But when you come on the Spoon Network, our eating pen, I ain't nobody house. We ask you those questions, and I will agree 100%. We should be extremely respectful to anybody who comes on the network, 100% respectful. But by the same token, we have to be absolutely stern about what Liberia should be, stern about a man's decision. I'm a firm believer that a man must answer to his deed in full. Whether those deeds, he did them or somebody said he didn't do them. But if a man commits a crime, if a man does something, he must be responsible entirely, both compensatorily and punitively. He must be responsible for that. If I am holding a man responsible, or I'm asking questions that hold a man responsible for his deeds, it's not demeaning that man in a way, shape, or form. We got to stop this. There are real people, there are real lives in Nima County that are being disadvantaged by actions of people in our government. There are real people. If we don't ask those questions, I say this and people think I'm going to be joking. If I were in Liberia, I'm probably a Zogo. I'm probably a wheelbarrow boy. I'm probably somebody's house boy. The reason why we talk, because our brothers and our sisters are being indignified. And we ask these questions so our society can grow. Our society have to grow. You will never ever see me here one day that I would disrespect anybody. But when River G County does not have running water, it hurts my soul. When Nima County, this great county with so much wealth, is so poor, we should all be angry. When my beloved Grand Bassa County is bleeding, when it's approximately less than 1 hour away from Monrovia, we should all be angry. We should be angry and we should ask the proper question. We should ensure there's a degree of equitability in our country. So every single human being, every single Liberian citizen, almost 5.5 million of us, can have an equal share of the Liberian stake. And when I mean equal share, I don't mean equally distributed, but I want little Kalu out of Bapuru County to get the same kind of education that my son is getting, that my son Ensu or my son Kona is getting here in America, at least comparable. Our intention is to elevate the discourse in Liberia. Our intention, people will attack me, people saying now, and I got text messages, and so you're on spoon, you don't, Stanton can tell you what question to ask, and Stanton is paying your rent. I'll never pay rent for the last 25 years that I know of, but Stanton is paying your mortgage. I'm like, even I expect that. Anybody can say anything about me, I get a problem with it. But let us understand, we have no malice of any kind against anybody. Our intention is for Liberia to get better, because for too long, we have been quiet in our society, and we are so far behind. We have to get into a race car to catch up. It's not to demean, but it's to maximize our resources so we can give our people the optimum output for our society. People lost elections. I know people will get angry. People attacking me, say, the people that you made come in lost the election. I had nothing to do with Mr. Cummings. It's lost. It's nothing. Why do we do this? We will continue to come here. We will continue to talk. Anybody who comes here, we will respect every guest that comes here. But we will ask the question we deem necessary for the people to understand what's happening with the ultimate respect. We appreciate every guest that comes here. But if that guest tries to curtail the question that I ask, I'll be there. No, sir, you cannot do that. Let's focus on Liberia and let's elevate this country. Liberia got to get better in this lifetime. That's my dream and that's my aspiration. Mr. Weatherspoon, welcome to the show, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's think Liberia. Let's love Liberia. And let's build Liberia.
Yes, sir.
That's it. We're going to think Liberia. We're going to love Liberia. And we're going to build Liberia.
Very simple.
Anything short of that, well, you can go ahead and do your own talking.
Do your own talking.
But my mind is made up. That's what the songwriter say. I got my mind made up. Yeah, I'm not turning back. No way. I cannot turn back. And tonight we got the Honorable Samuel Kogar from Nima County. He will be our guest. We're going to bring in Sereno Cephas to speak on the legal issues surrounding the whole Fonati Kofa. You saw the story on front page?
Yeah.
The people going after Fonati Kofa for U.S. citizenship.
Yep.
Got to discuss it. You saw the opinion. You saw what came from the Supreme Court.
Yep.
That Buffer Chimmer still has some chances out there for Buffer Chimmer. So we'll be speaking to, again, we try to bring Buffer Chimmer on, but we just cannot, we got love to bring him on, but we couldn't make it. Yeah, so we're going to bring in Williams to discuss. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a packed jam show.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. I got my mind made up.
Yes, sir.
And I won't turn back because I want to see my Jesus someday. I got my mind made up. And I won't turn back because I want to see my Jesus someday. I want to see the better Liberia someday.
That's it.
I got my mind made up. Talking about me, hit me, love me. I got my mind made up. I'm not turning back because I got to see a better Liberia for my children, for my grandchildren. a better Liberia, that we all can walk on that street of gold and say, free our lives, free our lives. Thank God Almighty, we are free our lives from poverty. Yeah. We are free our lives from bad healthcare system. We can go to our own hospital in Liberia and get the best healthcare system, best result. That's what we're talking about. Drive on beautiful roads that every 6 months they can go and re-examine the roads and bring it back to normal. That's what we're talking about. Now, when we look at the southeastern region, the old man are saying the pepper, the bitter, but the okra, they will come to time. Look at Lofa, man. Come on. We are talking about a better Liberia. That investor may come, that you can find yourself. Your pa going to work 5 o'clock in the morning and coming home 5 o'clock in the evening. Then mama finish cooking, and your mother going to work and coming home. And every 2 weeks you get paid. Not every month, not 30 days. Every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
That's what we're talking about.
Dignity. Dignity.
Sanitation will be so unique that you don't know where your trash going. But your trash is creating clean air and clean environment when you have the right person in place. That's what we are talking about. So we will set free our lives. We will fight a good fight. That's why they will say what they want to say. It's okay. And I always want to tell everybody, election have consequences, man. If your side didn't win, wait for 6 years. Or wait for 9 years and make your argument again. But because we won, we will push the Joseph Yimam Boycott agenda. Like it, it's up to you. If Joseph Yimam Boycott made a mistake, we'll go ahead and tell him. Respectfully, we'll call the old man and say, Uncle Joe, Mr. President, I think on this other end, your minister is messing up. And Uncle Joe would take serious action. He doesn't play. Have you ever sat with Uncle Joe and you drink pepper soup and you eat that rice with a fish and chicken? Have you ever sat with the old man and she was eating her cassava gravy with all the chicken? I don't know who cooked that thing that day. And you have some serious conversation with them. Have you ever sat with him to watch the Arsenal game and understand that it's all about Liberia that old man dream about? Take your time and sit with him. And take your time to understand. He takes criticism. Seriously, he does. But you must criticize respectfully. This is not the George Monowia government. No, this is not the George Monowia administration. No. This is a new day, a new season. The Bible says in Ecclesiastes, there's a time for everything. Time is season for everything. My friend George Monowia, time over. It's Boycott time. It's Boycott time. So I would say to you, man, I saw it on Fagon page. He said, who can run wrong? Who can run stay? Stay 1, stay 2, stay 3. I said, but why you continue? It's true. If you can run, run. If you can crawl, crawl. If you can walk, walk. But this new Liberia will come into existence by fire, by force. And people think that they can be corrupt and come into Joseph Yimam Boycott administration who will expose you. What's that? I'm not paying Duado a damn. I hope Duado can give me some money, sir, because I'm broke.
Pay me, my man. That's that 4 hours every day. You pay me. I'll be happy.
4 hours every day. Imagine Stephen Johnson, Dr. Richardson leave her practice. That woman talk to client every day, but she leave it. You know how much she's losing 1 hour to talk to one individual for 30 minutes? But she leaving it to come a spoon. So today we're talking about the speakership. That's why we have the Honorable Koga as our guest. He laying back in his, I think, that yellow purple suit or yellow shirt, something he wearing. He's laying back. We'll bring him on. We'll start the show because we cannot wait for everybody. Yes, but again, folks, I'm going to say this to you. It's going to be a crazy night. It will be. The Unity Party, something on the front page newspaper. We're going to flag it about Fonatikova being a United States citizen. Can they stop him from running for the speakership? Beaufort Chamber, the Supreme Court, we have the document. So there must be a recount or rewarrant in 2 of those districts, including Beaufort Chamber district. We'll be calling Mr. Williams, who won Beaufort Chamber. We're going to talk about the election on Monday, the speakership election on Monday. We're going to talk about everything. We got a lot of information. So I want to say that we're going to bring in our sister Glennie today. Sister Glennie, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing? I say, why
you? Let me get a haircut. Let me get a haircut. It's suspicious. You know, he's going to Liberia. Stop. Don't do this thing. Don't do this thing, man. Don't do this.
You want to speak Basa?
No, but I used to speak Basa and we're trying to understand ourselves. Some of us don't go deep in Basa. I'll call Ose. Ose can speak Basa. I'll call. Ose is my own interpreter. But how you doing today? How you doing?
Good. I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I'm happy. I'm really, really happy. I'm so glad because we are marching towards January 22nd.
Yes.
I'm so happy that 10 days from now, 12 noon, at this time on the 22nd, we'll be having President Joseph Yema Boakai and Vice President Jeremiah Kwankum. At this time on the 22nd, this day, right now on the 22nd, this same time on the 22nd, 4:26, we'll be having ex-president George Biden. We had ex-vice president Joao Taylor. I can't wait. I can't wait. There's nothing can stop it. Nothing.
Yeah.
Share our show, my people. Tell your people that you're going to be fired today on Spoon. You see nothing yet. Oh, you see nothing yet. Come here, type. Look at me. Look at me. Come here.
I call the pace setter. Little Stanton. We are setting the pace here. Everybody copycats. Everybody, like we used to say in the military, get your hands off my coattail. You're lagging behind. We will set this.
Yeah, I remember we used to say that. I remember we used to say that. I remember we used to say that in the military.
This job we do, let me tell you something. This thing we're doing, I expect to be criticized. I expect to be judged. It doesn't mean I'm perfect. The insinuation that before I talk about something, I'll be entirely perfect. Nobody's perfect, so that should go without saying. Let's stop this thing. Oh, Dwalu, you can't talk about something because you're not perfect. Are you serious? That means we'll never talk about anything going by that long.
We'll talk about. Let me get the news real quick. The news update: Liberia President-elect Joseph Yema Boakai has disclosed that the Liberia honor his leadership, prepared to welcome investors for the development of the country.
Yes, sir.
According to Ambassador Boakai, the president-elect, his government will prioritize significant investment that will positively change the life of every Liberian. Not every Liberian.
That's the aim.
The president-elect was speaking today at the United Intercessory Prayer Ministry in Painesville on Friday, where he received a certificate of honor from the National Elders of Councils of the Unity Party in Liberia on his presidential victory. President-elect Joseph Yema Boakai at the same time expressed gratitude to Liberians home and abroad, while attributing his electoral success to divine favor, emphasizing the mission to rescue Liberia. The mission to rescue Liberia. He then urged the nation to continue looking up to God, asserting that their journey to the presidency is a worthy cause, disclosing that a new chapter for Liberia has opened and collective prayers will set the nation on the right path. Collective prayer, everybody pray together. We're going to say, meanwhile, the national chairman of the Unity Party, Reverend Luther Tappet, revealed that the president-elect Joseph Yema Boakai is always committed to his vision and plans for the nation, and power will not change who he is in developing Liberia under his leadership. Folks, that's some summary, something in connection to President today. President-elect Joseph Yema Boakai attended that program. Papa is upbeat. He's super. Nothing else. We're going to bring in our first guest, the Honorable Samuel G. Koga from Nimba County. Honorable Koga, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us. You too laid back, Honorable. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah,
for a little while, so.
I know. I was driving, coming home when I received the information you were there. Usually, we bring our guests in 9 o'clock, because we got to talk all our tabata. So it's good. It's good to have you, man. But how are you doing today?
Well, I'm thankful to the Almighty God for He good to us. He gives us all we need.
So what have He given you?
He gives me life. He gives me job. He gives me children. He gives me family.
Amen.
Couple of these.
Amen. It's so good. We want to welcome you on the show. The conversation today is centered around your conversation today with us centered around the speakership. That's what our post today, our flyer today only carry on the speakership. We know exactly what's happening. And one, we say thank you for joining us as always. Like you can see, the speakership. This thing is big. This thing is concerning. We want to give you a chance to talk to us. You are part of the alligator group Under the Water. So talk to us. What news from Under the Water?
Well, thank you very much. To the listening audience, I would like to extend my greetings and compliments of the season. I am Samuel Gongben Koga. I represent the people of Nima County Electoral District number 5 since 2011 to present. We have come here this evening to enlighten the minds of our constituents within the various constituency in the 73 electoral district in Liberia. That it's about time that the issue of leadership at the House of Representatives be given to people who had a pedigree in terms of tenure, in terms of the experience, and where they are worked from the past years and etc. But basically, I'm Samuel Koga. I was born in Saniokole, Nima County in 1968, July 14. Married with children and got a degree of BPA in Public Administration at the African Methodist Episcopal University, 2008-2009. And I have served in governmental positions in several areas. Namely, my first government job was at the Ministry of National Security, where I served as a cadet when I was going to school. And I left there, got promoted as commander at the Freeport of Monrovia, Ministry of National Security Detachment. And later, having spent 2 years at the Freeport of Monrovia, I was promoted as Deputy Director at the Ministry of National Security for the Economic Crime Investigation Department. Subsequently, within the same year, based on my performance, I was promoted as Director for Economic Crime Investigation. I'm a financial crime investigation by profession. And also, I'm a bureaucrat based on my career at the University of AME, minor in sociology. So we worked in that ministry. In 2005, when Manaseri took over, at the time I was one of the directors, she decided that all those that were appointed in government deemed resigned. And therefore, those land managers, such as directors, she will assume the responsibility as department heads. So I served in that capacity almost for a year as acting Deputy Minister for Economic Crime Investigation. When the first minister took over, I was transferred to the Human Resource Department.
But you gave us a different story here. You are a representative now for which district?
I said I'm representative from Nimba Electoral District number 5.
Correct. So let's get to the current issue now, because we got so many questions for you.
So I just wanted to give a background. However, I agree. Because of time, not to procrastinate. So let's go into the core issue.
Yeah.
We basically got to set some background with respect to job experience, because in order for you to apply or to seek for any higher position, the backgrounds of your, your career and your performances in other areas need to be mentioned one way or the other. But however, it will be summarized. Having served in that capacity, 2010, I got an opportunity to serve as African Development Bank and World Bank consultant on anti-smuggling at the Ministry of Finance from 2010 to 2011, where I was petitioned by my constituents to contest for representative seats. And I won the election in 2011. 2011, we took seat in January. I have served on the Horses Committee on Commerce and Industry, and also served as co-chair on national security. And currently, I'm a political party national chairman, the People's Unification Party. I am the national chairman of that party. So we think that based upon our experience and tenure on the job, we are entrenched and we can bring some level of sanity to the legislature. Basically, those I have said in those areas, they've been performing well, but in given situation, there will always be some issue of correction and what have you. It's a natural phenomenon. So you can't go or you can't be wanting a place to say the person who they are not done anything. I don't think in my mind, it simply implies that though we elected that person, it means that they were not sound in making that decision. But the issue of contesting for position at the legislature is time-bound and is constitutional. So predicated upon this, we feel that we are qualified at this time to occupy the gap as Deputy Speaker at the House of Representatives for the 55th legislature. So for this reason, we have come here to enlighten your mind and to also tell you that the issue of a Deputy Speaker position simply is a man who acts in the absence of the Speaker. And the man who acts in the absence of the Speaker should understand the dynamism on the floor, should understand the rules of the House of Representatives, should understand the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, should know the procedure, how bills are formulated, and how many times it's supposed to proffer on the floor before passage, and the committees and etc. And how to also have an oversight as ex-official of all committees in the House. In order to have that, you must have been experienced to know the committee workings. For example, at the legislature, people say the lawmaker go to session. The session is divided into categories. On Monday, at the legislature, whenever you go to session, when the session open, on Monday, it is a leadership day where you prepare the agenda for the next session, which is on Tuesday. On Wednesday is the committee hearings, where information that was provided on the floor that have been discussed, that was sent in committee rooms. Those various committee heads will ensure to call all committee members on Wednesday to ensure that those mandate given them by this plenary, which having to be the higher decision to go into it, and then subsequently report to plenary based on the time bound. And then on Thursday, you go with your committee report on the floor on Thursday. And also there are other issues that may come, the proposition, either communication from the executive or some colleague writing a letter for minister to be invited for some query and etc. Then Friday is constituency day.
All right, so Koga, we know all of that. A lot of people have been following. We know how this thing goes. Let me ask you the question. Let's come to the real thing here, or representative. Sorry to interrupt you. The schedule of the House, we understand.
Welcome.
But let's talk about which bloc are you supporting? Because it looks like something changing now. Are you for the Richard Coon bloc or the Fulati bloc?
I'm within the Richard Coon bloc.
You're within the Richard Coon bloc?
Yes.
Okay. So you support the Richard Coon to be the next speaker for the 55th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you spoken to Richard Coon? But because you declaring now that you want to be Richard Coon deputy speaker. Am I correct?
Yes.
What's the position of that bloc? Are they carrying you as the deputy speaker?
The bloc has not made any decision of such as to who will be going as deputy speaker. But equally so, the issue of bloc or contesting in a fair democracy tendency, like for instance, a normal political working, at times you can go on a primary for a political party. If you feel that the manner in which the primary was conducted in the party is not satisfactory, you go either as independent or you go on a political party. And in many cases, such people have been winning election also. So those things happen. In politics, this is what makes it dynamic.
So my last question. Richard Coon said the other day that he would support, if given the chance, he would support Musa Belete. Is that true? If Richard Coon support Musa Belete, will you still run for the deputy speakership?
Richard Coon has one single vote as an individual. And when you say black has an authority that is appointed by that is elected or nominated or recommended by the bloc who spearhead their day-to-day activities of that identical organization they refer to as Blood. So Rachel Kuhn was speaking in a capacity as individual. So the Black, he was not speaking in a capacity as a Black. So I will sit down here now and say, okay, if the election comes, I will vote for this person. But I'm in this organization. It will happen.
Okay, so let me bring in the rest of the guys. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. Mr. Duadu, your question on this deputy speakership position.
Yeah, Stanton, my first set of questions, I'm not going to focus on that. I'd love to, gauge the honorable man to understand the caliber of lawmaker he is and what he's done for our people. Honorable Koga, welcome to the show. Love having you on. Honorable Koga, I know you said you represent District Number 5 in Nima County since 2011. Yes. And I know you've done a lot of things for your people. I just want you to speak very briefly, with the exception of mentioning wire fee or school fee or personal thing you've done for personal individual based on your own personal discretion. What legislation have you passed that have improved the lives of the people in District Number 5 in Nima County?
We have first of all, when Ministry of National Security was demolished, when we took over, we decided to reactivate and we passed a bill. And both houses passed it. And when it got to Manasseh, she vetoed it. So that was then. We are also passed a bill which created We Chidom. We was a client, we decided to proffer the bill to become a Chidom. And we have also co-sponsored some bills, like the Nima University College, Nima University today. I'm one of the co-sponsors of that university. It's a full-fledged university today. Even there are a lot of universities like Ben Fofana, we co-sponsor a bill for community college in Magibi and etc. So there are a lot of things that we have done. Besides that, there are communication that we are rating that gain prominence. For example, the Iboma loan that was signed by the that was ratified by the legislature. When we realized that the loan did not materialize, we prefer our communication. And that communication, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Finance were invited, and they came and confirmed that the deal actually is now a good deal, because if you happen to have a contract or a loan agreement and it's not de-ratified, it means that the country is indebted one way or other, because they are lobbyists who lobby for those kind of loan. So for that reason, they have been de-ratified.
Okay.
Then the issue of ArcelorMittal, our social funds on an annual basis, the 1.5, it came a time that there was a delay in it. And I challenged the ArcelorMittal and the government, challenged them to go to court if I gave them ultimatum. Less than a week, 3.9 million were released to Nima, Bon, Bassa. So we are making significant strides. Okay. We've been inviting at the Commerce Committee. We also been observing and working along with the Ministry of Commerce to ensure the liberalization, policy and what have you. But the sticker issue we have with the liberalization policy is, first of all, government got to come in with either subsidy in terms of depositing a huge amount at the Central Bank of Monrovia and identify Liberians who are capable of doing business that will bring some sort of guarantee, as a collateral, so that it will be loan and improve the sector. So there are a lot of instruments.
Thank you.
Then in my district itself, we realized that one of the areas that have one clinic, but the children is very big. We ensure that we appropriate the fundings and they build nursing quarter for the nurses not to go out of the community, because at times when women is in pain, to look for them will be difficult. As we speak today, the nursing quarter is there. We have built schools to community between towns and towns to enable our children. For example, when the mothers are going on the farm, they find that the two towns are closer, to go there and empower them. And those things is done in consultation with the Ministry of Education. Since the government do not have the capacity, we ensure that. And our current approach now is to ensure that we engage the Ministry of Education to provide more teaching staff for the area. We build a police station to alleviate the insecurity in our district. The superintendent compound in Wutu, there were no superintendent compound there. The legislative earmarks project erected a very good size office there.
Okay. Mr. Coker.
300%.
Mr. Coker.
I
understand because I wanted to go back and forth. I mean, when I ask the question, if that 15 seconds, at least take like 2 minutes to answer, it's okay. You know what I mean? So we can go back and forth.
Maybe I'm cutting the short for you.
No, you're not cutting the short because you went around. Because if you're talking about Low in Monrovia, I don't think the people in district number 5. My direct question, I will re-ask the question, and I just want to my Yawa out of district number 5 in your district since 2011. What have you done in that district, with the exception of listing YFE, small thing to my Yawa, or helping somebody pay their school fees? What have you done to make sure my Yawa, instead of eating 1 cup of bread every day, now she can eat in the morning, eat in the afternoon? What have you done as a legislator of district number 5, very specifically? I think you answered that in 1 minute, so the other guys can come in.
Basically, through our lobbyistic power of our police, we managed to secure through the government alone, through IFA, to have a sea garden in our district to improve the farmer, because our area had a deep forest, and beside that is a cocoa belt. Our district is a higher cocoa producer in Liberia. So as we speak to you, they are opening roads and many Google concrete bridges in the area for farm to market as we speak to you. Now we have 8 clinics in my district. Out of the 8 clinics, because the women, the male wives, so now they will walk from distance from another town to another town to man a pregnant woman until delivery period. Every month we provide them 10,000 Liberian dollars each, 80,000 every month. Since 2021, we started this. That is just to mitigate some of the problem on the grounds. We also, the 58 towns, we get loans to the women through the frozen material. Every month we look at one time, we're getting 10 cartons of frozen material. And when you sell, you had a Susu Club where at the end of the month, everybody will converse together and showcase their strength of finance. All this, there are a lot of things.
Thank you. That's exactly what we're asking. Thank you so much. And that's what we want to see. But I appreciate that. Dr. Francine.
Thank you.
Honorable Koga, welcome to the show. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, my friend, sister.
Yes. My question for you is, can you tell us what makes you more qualified than Miss Karina Briggs and Musa Ability to be Deputy Speaker of the House?
I'm qualified because I have spent 12 consecutive years. In the 12 consecutive years I have spent at the legislature, I'm not just an individual, I'm a state person who made significant strides at the legislature. And Musa Ability, as you said, had not seated in the House one day. Mema Briggs has served for 6 years. Yes. But the experience that we got, we stay serving as a mentor to them. You may be a businessman or you may be a PhD, but the legislature, there are procedures by which make you qualified to serve in that position. And we believe we had a pedigree.
So what I'm getting from you mostly is because of the length of time that you spent in the legislature, makes you qualified. You're saying that you know rules and regulation. Can you tell me, are there specific rules that because of time makes you better than another person?
Well, there are different categories of rules. So if you say, so I should just name anyone off here. You mean?
Yeah, just tell me, because
for example, you got Rule 40 where you talk about dignity and prestige of the House. And they say an honorable should always be honorable at all times. They don't say sometime. Then you get Rule 21, which says absenteeism. And that institution is like a school. The fact that you are elected, you must be accountable to the people. And in order to be accountable, there will be a roll call. Where in the event that you have successive absent, it is in keeping upon the leadership of the House to question why you are not coming to work, because you are being paid by Liberian taxpayer. So these are a lot of things, that is on the plates in the rule. Then, for example, you got rule voting. How do you vote? Rule 19.1, 19.2, all the way down to 18.1, all the way to 18.1, 4, 5. It tells you in different segments how to vote. And there's a critical area there, which is 18.4 of our rules that talk about financial voting. Bills that has to do with financial loan. Bill that has to do with budget. Bill that has to do with treaty and protocols. Those bills are roll call votes. They call you by county and you answer. If you're against, you say you're against. The reason here is if Liberia is trying to secure a loan from the country and you from a specific constituency, voting for that loan, it should be captured in the journal, whether it's a good loan or not, so that will be reflected by the way in which you voted. So these are some of the technical rules that as a leader you must be able to know to the taste of your finger. The rules also talk about dress code. Over there is not a place that you can just go and wear anything to go. No. And those things are not being observed.
Okay.
Because when you talk about prestige and dignity, your appearance, your comportment, your greetings, your presence, your looks, everything should be honorable. So these are some of the things that make some of us competent that we think that we can bring some level of sanity.
Okay. So I'm hearing you say that because of the length of time that you've been in the legislature, you know how to dress, you know about absenteeism. Those are the things that I'm hearing you say that you learned in the past 12 years that make you more qualified than Honorable Corina Briggs and Musa Belede.
No, excuse me, please. You said, I said I knew the rules. Which one of the rules do I know? And I quoted it and tell you in detail what the entails of that rules. But I am not telling you, if I told you that because I can dress, I'll be bragging. So the issue. No,
I didn't say because you can dress. I said you said because you know how that's what you learned over the 12 years.
Madam,
you know the dress code for the legislature. It wasn't specific to you. But besides that,
I'm thinking in terms of because there must be no indecent dressing.
Yes. So that's something that you think that's something that you think that makes you more qualified than
No, not so. In the first place, for a typical Liberian to be elected consistently for 3 years in his 3 terms in a constituency, it means that both at the legislature and the constituency you are performing excellent. You giving some quality of leadership. If you are not giving leadership to your constituents, you will never be re-elected.
So, Honorable Kogad, and let me steer this away from Dr. Richardson for a second. Honorable Kogad, you are here to tell the Liberian people that you won't be deputy speaker. You are so qualified to be deputy speaker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Dr. Richardson's question was very clear. What makes you so qualified other than Musa Belede and One Man Bridge? You say, well, every other thing you just explained. Let's talk about the deputy speakership that Rich is saying. I don't want to go too much into the rules. I don't want to go too much into the dress code. I don't want to go too much into the eloquence because then, you know what I mean? Kogad, Dr. Richardson asked a question, Honorable Kogad. Let's just be frank right now. If you're supporting Richard Kun, if you are supporting Richard Kun, you are supporting the Black. Why do you think now you're going to get into this race? Have they spoken to you, asking you to step aside? Have the Blacks spoken to you? Richard Kun spoke to you. Joseph Boakai spoke to you. Clarence Massaquoi spoke to you. Jeremiah Kun spoke to you. Have anyone spoken to you to say, stand down?
All those you name, with the exception of Richard Kun, who unilaterally made that statement, and I told him, no, nobody had told me that. The president of the Republic of Liberia, no. I'm a traditionalist. When the president invited us to his residence.
What does that mean?
Is it?
Go ahead. She will come in with her question. Go ahead.
The African culture, we follow the culture. Now, we visited the president. If the president had told me to back off, then I wouldn't have come in this studio. I went and visited the president, and I personally met him one-on-one, the two of all, God, so helping God. And I told him, Mr. President-elect, I'm interested to contest as Deputy Speaker in the bloc. I'm quoting this president verbatimly. He said in a quote, he said, Honorable Koga, if Fonati that I spoke with had agreed to retain her post as a deputy speaker, I would have told you, say no. But as I speak to you, no other person I approach me on the deputy speaker, you get my blessing. If I allow the president, I'm saying it live, everybody hearing what I'm saying. But let me tell you something, there's a gain in between there. But that gain, I'm not going to specify it, I'm not going to even look at it until the appropriate time. That's the time the Liberian people will get to know who playing the game. Yeah, I'm not a little child and somebody will be kicking me around, malassing, or the president need, the president said this, the president said that. The Ambassador Barker that I know will tell me, say, there is nobody that I know contesting. Say you say this, you get my blessing to go beyond the house and tell somebody, say this. It's not true. Those senior people say it because one way or other, these are things that spoil presidency in the country. Stanton. This is what spoils presidency in the country. People feel that they are close proximity for the president. They want to support their candidate. By
so let's just be on the record. Let's just be on the record because now we get in jam. People got to ask the question. Let's be on the record. I want you to repeat. A lot of folks saying, please repeat what you just said concerning your conversation with Joseph Yima Boakai. Can you please?
Traditionally, or by respect, a head of state is somebody, no matter how the situation, whether you speak or not, you got to work with him. And he also needs you. And you need them for developmental goal of the country. So when he called the last time to ask that he wanted, some, I don't know what diction can I use, to ask that he was interested for his party to be supposed to produce the speakership. After the meeting, and in fact, in the meeting, all those that were there, you can ask them, I was the only person the president recognized. In terms of personal recognition, he said in the public, he said, Koga that's sitting over there, he's a gentleman I respect a lot. He and I have worked together, and I know his character. What I'm saying is, anybody that attended the meeting say I'm lying, don't respect me, Stanton. So later, when he went inside, I went to the protocol. And I want you to ask the protocol also, Mrs. Nokos. Mrs. Nokos also means, but I'm sorry, Honorable, it was delaying the process because I had a lot of engagements. But yeah, the president inside, you can go talk with. I went inside and I met him. I told him, I came to seek your blessing because I'm contesting for the deputy speaker in Richard Kun Black. And he told me that her Fonati agreed to my appeal to retain her post as deputy speaker. I would have told you, say no. But as far as I'm concerned, nobody has ever approached me on the deputy speaker issue. You get my blessing. I'm seeing it clearly. So the whole world will hear today. But there are certain individuals who at the appropriate time we will see how we'll be addressing the issue so the public will know what is.
So my last question to you, because we got to move, we got the Williams should be joining us. The one that ran against Buffalo Chamber. We have Steve Foster.
If you allow me to learn of what I was saying, I think it will give some.
No, you will learn. I just want to ask you my last question. I want to get all of these things because we got Glennie, Steven, and Gibson got to ask their question. So I beg you consider me. Let me ask my last question on this. If Joseph Yima Boakai, president-elect, call you tonight and say stand down, will you stand down?
I will consult my family because the president of the Republic of Liberia giving me a hope that is a great honor. In order to reverse such a decision, I need consultation with my family. I can't outrightly say no because it's a news to my family, it's a blessing to my family. So I must consult them because it's a joy.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Richardson, finish your question. Let's go to Glendy, Stephen Johnson, and Gibson, please.
I'm done with my questioning for now.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Glendy, your question?
So I think, hello, Representative. The questions I had, I think Dwalu asked them, but I wanted to go back to one of Dwalu's questions. Because as you were responding, you said most of your responses was collaborative. You said that I actually wrote down what you said. You said that you were co-sponsor of Sarah initiatives. You also talk about giving something to the women in the district. I want you to, the question, Dwalu, I was specific to you as an individual, as a representative. What initiative did you spearhead that came directly from you, not you, because you've been there 2 terms, not you collaborating with anybody else, but what did you spearhead as an individual representative that other people came and joined you?
The one I said, we is a client and we proffer a bill as a cheatum, and it will pass from the lower court and sent to the Senate. You see, so let me tell you something. The issue of passing law and the effectuating of the law is one of the issues. Not the volume of law you pass, but the less quantity should be significant to make impact on the livelihoods of the people. So while it is true that we're looking at the law making, equally so, the oversight responsibility and the representation is also significant. So we did all these variables. That means the 3 cardinal responsibility, we test all. So you got a necessary view in one aspect.
I only follow up on that question because it was specific to you. The other thing is, can you tell us a little bit more, as you have just said, and you're taking it literally, that the fact that Honorable Boakai is saying yes, you can go ahead and run, means that yes, Koga, you can go ahead and run, which is fine based on however you see it. But if you're supporting Richard Coon, I want to ask you, why are you coming up now, almost 72 hours to the vote? You're now coming out knowing that Richard Coon is already supporting someone else and saying that you want to run.
I repeatedly said that Richard Coon's vote is a one single vote.
I get that.
They are giving it to somebody. Now, in the first place, before you make a decision, in decision theory, there are 3 circles. You got the local certainty, uncertainty, and the risk. So for me, as an old lawmaker, to come and pronounce or declare my intention, it means that the circumstances surrounding the decision have been tested. You got to talk. Now, you don't got to only necessarily be confined in your block. You can even go in front of your block and look for votes, because the speaker vote is different than the deputy speaker vote. So predicated upon this, we believe that now, we are not people who sponsor people to go there and make charade for us. No, we speak for ourselves because we are accountable to ourselves. And the public should hold responsible for what we say and do. So we are not here who will go and tell somebody to go and publicize or to go and politicize or just come up with some level of flamboyancy. Oh, this is contesting this, that. I am taking this time to approach the citizen to let them know I got to consult my constituents within the constituency. And they are giving me a blessing. The blessing here is whether win or lose, they are the only person I will bow my head down to. If they are giving the authorization to go, you got to always consult before you make a determination in any decision. So we believe that the student community from my district, before getting to my colleagues, I had a consultation. Because meetings, you need some assistance from other people. We are not people who will be going around to be inducing people. We want our leadership to be a leadership that will be approachable. once you had a tendency of inducing people to vote, you will not respect those that are voting you, because you feel that it is your funders that promoted you. But as Samuel Koga, if you don't spend, I don't spend a dime on you, and you base on my competency, you elected me, it means that we'll do things together. This is how I've been elected 3 times in my district. It's good to consult and to speak last.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stevie.
Thank you, Stanton. Good afternoon. How are you, Representative Koga?
Good. How are you, sir?
Good to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I have a comment and then a question. You know, oftentimes I listen to I was limited to representatives. Since the conversation borders on representative. The conversation borders on representative. Oftentimes I hear representative talked about development in their districts and the emphasis on providing assistance to the member of the constituents, and you see that times over number, and one of the things that come up is that it doesn't change anything. It just that continuous cycle of the very same people coming to you every day for the same assistance, every day, year in, year out. In your 12 years experience, or going to your 18 in the new one, you see that vicious cycle about the same people just coming. When you do development studies, the world took different leaps. Initially, many development experts believed that for people to leave poverty, they needed to focus on what they describe as the Millennium Challenge, the Millennium Development Goals. One specific area in the Millennium Development Goal focused on this felt that if more women get educated, if more girls, children are able to complete primary school and make the leap into secondary and maybe tertiary, they will do better. But one of the things they did not focus on was quality. So they had many girls who were graduating from elementary but could not solve basic arithmetic. And then these guys went back in their cluster and said, look, let us focus on building millennium villages. And by millennium villages, they meant that we'll find a village, we'll put a school, we'll put a clinic, we'll put a hospital, we'll put all of what we believe can make life worth living and will reduce poverty. They did that. It did not materialize because as people acquire skills in those communities could not absorb the skills they had to migrate into urban areas, thereby still leaving the community poor, underdeveloped, and you name it. And then they said, no, let's look at the Millennium Development, let's look at the Sustainable Development Goals. It will take people out of poverty to stay having the same issue. Then they say, let's do microfinance. And I hear most Liberian lawmakers talk about microfinance. When they give people these loans, the essence of microfinance is that if people would take those loans, they will invest it into activities that will yield returns. Wherever they invest it, they will yield return and then they will pay on their interest. Unfortunately, in our case, when you give them these micro loans, they take the money and they eat the first portion of the money. They go buy a bag of rice, buy a gallon, or pay their children's school fee. Then the remainder, maybe they invest it. Now, before even starting to invest the loan, they already have exhausted the majority of the loan. And then what happens over time is that they incur interest based on the fact that those loans start to accrue interest. The war has shifted, and this is an advice to most of our lawmakers. The war has shifted to what we call data, big data. Data is the new oil. My advice to you guys is for each time you decide to do a project and or render assistance in your community, let it be influenced by research. Let the research show the extent to which your investment in your community will impact the life of the people. This is science. It's proven all over the world. Nobody just call people say, yeah, the market with me, yeah, get a loan. They go buy frozen food. They sell the food, they come back. The next day, the money, they go eat. Here's my question. I just thought to make that comment, Representative. My question to you is, what's the budget of the Deputy Speaker?
Basically, excuse, I just want to be paradoxical. You cannot eat it. You cannot discuss the taste of a dog when you are not eating a dog.
No, but it's public information, right?
No,
the Deputy Speaker budget is public information, right?
No, excuse me, sir.
Okay.
My major concern of ascendancy.
I'm sorry, I didn't even know my thing was on.
Is not necessary monetary value. Yes, the issue of money is necessary,
But I'm not going that way, Representative. I just asked a simple question. What's the budget of the Deputy Speaker?
Because at times it fluctuates. The budget.
Just give me a ballpark figure. Just give me a guesstimate.
The Deputy Speaker budget when we got there 2011, it was around 700,000.
So we can assume now that
today we assume it will be around 1.2. Hypothetically, because I'm on a big platform. I don't want to give you an information.
No, just give me estimate. I know you'll not be exact. Just give me estimate.
Hypothetically, it could be maybe 1.2 or 1 million. Because I don't want to be definitely something that I don't lay out on it. This is a public platform.
So let's just assume, I know you'll not be exact because myself don't know. So let's say 1.2 to 1.5 million. Yeah. Thereabout. So my question to you is, I know most of the time people will try to evade the fact that they want to lead certain position also because they have access to additional funds that they can use to maybe carry out development in a constituent. But my question to you is, and I will piggyback on what Dr. Francine said. I don't want us to focus on the rules, your understanding about the legislature over the people who run it. What difference will you make as Deputy Speaker that you cannot make as a representative? What difference can you make as a Deputy Speaker that you cannot make as Representative Koga?
Thank you. Many a times, people refer to the legislative branch as a corrupt institution. And at times, the legislature budget is being, the account is being used as a dump site or cartel by some unscrupulous individual and get dump money, take it out, and divide money themselves. But in reality, the legislature are not beneficiary. But the outer of the budget line says that the money was utilized by the legislature. We should be very clear here that, look, everybody want to be dignified. As a speaker or deputy speaker who serve as one of the ex-official of all committees, want to ensure that the oversight responsibility of every committee be strengthening. There should be periodic reporting system. And there should be a journal that will be captured. At the end of every term, before we go for closure, there should be honoring program where the person perform as a committee or the committee head, and etc. There should be proper accountability of funding that is being received by our committee to carry on oversight responsibility, especially the budget of the House. It should be monitored, and what is mentioned. For example, I can tell you today that we are in the government is in a rear of 5-month gasoline. The 54 I'm not getting. But if you went to the outer of the legislature, the money that we are spending, I always see more than what we appropriated in the budget. That's corruption.
So let me just throw one question. This is my final question. Let me just throw it.
Yeah. So as a leader, I will exert my ex-official responsibility to exert effort to ensure that proper accountability and transparency occur based on our rules.
Can you commit on this show that you will, if and when elected as Deputy Speaker, you will ensure that budget is reduced by more than 70 to 75%, and that the monies be diverted to either public school or clinics across the country? Because it makes no sense that the speaker will be taking regular salary, the deputy speaker will be taking regular salary, then at the same time he has a budget.
No, but everything is
no. Can you commit to us on this show that when you win this deputy speakership, you will reduce that budget by more than half?
I can only do that when I have gone through the budget to know the actual amount. I can let you.
Okay, let's say that 1 million.
Why if I went there? Excuse me. Why if I went there and there's a budget shortfall, and they reduce it based on budget shortfall? Because you are committed, and me that when I made that commitment, I would definitely reduce whatsoever I receive. So until I get there, I cannot make that commitment. But when I get there, I will inform you in the subsequent time. No, seriously. You must say dangling or how much is the very amount.
How can we say man made?
Can come out and reduce it?
So, Steven, thank you very much. Can you be the last one to ask Representative Coker question, Gibson? Because the other folks on they are standing by to come in.
Yes. I have one question and one comment. Representative Coker, welcome. This is Spoon Talk. I know you were aware before you came. Let me ask you, when you went to tell the president-elect about your intention, did you tell your wife that you were going to him before you did that?
No, that question cannot be answered.
Yes, I know it cannot be answered.
Domestic affairs. No, you don't go into my domestic affairs, because when you talk about family, not your wife alone. I told you that I got constituents, base, and my wife you're talking about today, her welfare and my welfare derive from my constituents, and they are the one that giving the mantle authority and hold them due respect.
So let me phrase the question.
And when they tell me, say, go and tell the president, say, I'm sorry, when you go in at one vote you will get, go and vote, I will vote.
Let me rephrase the question, Honorable Coker. When you were going to meet President-elect Boakai, did you call your constituencies? Did you call your constituents and any member of your family, whoever you call family, and tell them, say, today I'm going to meet a president-elect to tell him about my intention? Did you do that?
But what the first thing the constituent gave me the blessing.
Yes and no, Mr. Coker, yes and no.
No, there's not yes or no question. There's not yes or no question to tell me, say, did you? So if I tell you, say, I got to consult millions of people or 50%, will you believe that?
Oh, well, you are a representative. You lie to us. That's it. That's not a lie.
Course,
if you tell us the truth, that's true.
Excuse me, sir. Yes, of course. You got to call, when you talk about constituents, they are leadership structure. You say, well, today we'll be having a meeting with the president. But when I get there today, what I will express to him. And when I came from there, I told them today what the president said.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I think you answered the question. The reason I'm asking this question, you people are some of the reasons why leaders fail. And you are one of them. If you go to your president that you supported, that you went to consult, and he said at the time that there is no one has come to me so far, so I gave him my support. When he is making negotiations for him to get the top position in the House of Representatives, and there are trade-offs to say there are certain people that need to be considered for certain position for him to get a top spot, and he comes to you as one of his team player and say, look, I have someone who can go there for us to get a top spot, and you are refusing, you are one of the reasons why leaders fail.
No, it is,
and I'm not supporting. Hold on.
Let me finish. I will not allow you to conclude because
let me finish.
No.
Let me finish. We're not filibustering anything. We're not in the house.
And I will not allow you to use this platform to denigrate me. I will not take it.
Let me finish.
No, I will not allow you because you definitely telling me.
No, I'm not denigrating. I'm telling you the truth that you are here to hear.
You don't say that.
I'm telling you the truth that you hate to hear.
Your insinuation is wrong.
Here is a man.
Your insinuation is wrong.
When you went to JMB to consulting,
I don't want
you went to consulting because you believe that he has a great opinion in your political career.
I said I will not entertain a question from you.
But I'm not even asking you a question. What are you talking? I'm making my statement. I'm making my comment.
Yeah, but make a statement.
So just keep quiet. Let me make my statement while I finish you talk. You don't like the truth. You see, you are a representative and you don't like the truth. First of all, you are telling us on this platform tonight that when you become a deputy speaker, you want to make sure that the house budget will be managed well, that people have been mismanaging. You've been in the house. Have you made any inquiry? Have you advocated for? Have you spoken against any mismanagement in the house? And you want to come tell, because you want to be deputy speaker, you want to come tell us that people have been mismanaging the budget of the house? This is deception. It's not realistic.
You see that?
And listen, you don't want to hear this.
You're making conclusion.
I'm not a JMB supporter.
Now, what say you can
I'm not asking a question. I'm making my statement.
But then, if you want to ask a question,
I'm making a statement.
No,
listen,
but
I'm not a JMB supporter tonight. I'm not a JMB supporter at all. But tonight, I can tell you that you are one of the bad apples among the group. You should be a team player. If you went to the president to seek his opinion, and at the time there was nobody who could stand up and say, I want to be deputy speaker. But now there are negotiations taking place. The president is making negotiation for him to get a top spot, and there will be give and take. And you are not willing to be a team player. You want to insist that you want to go. This is why your leaders fail. And you will be a failure even if you become deputy speaker. Because you are never spoken against anything. We don't know you to be speaking against anything. You got no record of advocacy. You got no record of speaking against wrong in our society. But because you want to be deputy speaker, you come on the platform and tell the Liberian people that you want to go and restrict the plunder of the house budget. You got no capacity to do that.
Look,
I have to tell you this because if I don't tell you that tonight, when you go to bed, you will come out and think that you are a change agent. You are not a change agent.
Gibson, let's give the guests. Let's try to protect the guests here. No. You have said enough. Let's give the guests a chance. Honorable Koga, you have to
let me tell you something. You don't know who you're talking about. I'm a man with clean character. My advocacy at the house is undisputable. Maybe you coming from different planet Earth, or you may have been a pay agent that you have been paid to come on the platform because you have interest or somebody who contesting, so you are come to denigrate me, which I take exception. Your insinuation is wrong. It does not show any sort of intelligence. On grounds that you talking to me like you're talking to a child, you're talking to an honorable person who is duly elected by people. Do I look at your child that you sweep your mouth on? You telling me, say, I have not made any impact? Do you know my track record? The first and foremost thing is how to do due diligence to know who you're talking about. You understand? So you can't use a platform because you behaving a pay agent. That's how I tell you. On a serious note, any journalist should be a balanced person. Your questions should always lead to education, that the platform listening girl will listen and say, yeah, but you directly insinuating as though I'm guilty of an act. If you are a pay agent, then I will not entertain any question from you, but I respect you and let us respect each other. You can't talk to me like you're talking to one little boy. I'm not a child. You are a pay agent. I'm telling you.
For Joseph Boakai?
No, you are not pay agent for Joseph Boakai. You are pay agent for
Joseph Boakai want to be deputy speaker at United Party.
You are pay agent for one of those who want to contest, and you using that me to denigrate. And that can work with me.
So, Honorable Koga, thank you very much.
You can sit and
Honorable Koga, let's try to get back on track.
You know my reputation in the country. You know my stand on national issue in the country. You know my fight against corruption. You know my track record. Check Liberian. Go everywhere I challenge you and know the person you're talking to, whether he had not fought corruption at the Capitol building. My character, I have respect. So don't add a pay agent. I will not accept it from you.
Honorable Koga, thank you. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Richardson will be the last to go on because we have to move on to the other program. Something on the front page newspaper today about Pholatie Kofa and his citizenship story, United States citizen. You like to address your concern on the story coming from front page that Pholatie Kofa is a United States citizen and therefore that disqualify him. As you can see here, UP contemplates challenging Deputy Speaker Kofa's citizenship. Can you talk to us? Where are you on this story?
Well, I've seen the caption of the story, and the regrettable part there is I'm not a legal practitioner. But for my layman understanding, they say the breading of the proof lasting is the accuser. So we are seeing this, and the newspaper is carrying it out. We want to see when the physical evidence is there, then you can talk about it. But I think on our jurisprudence, the dual citizenship, we work on the dual citizenship act, but equally so, there are certain positions that is forbidden to have to be, to occupy as a dual citizen. the speaker, vice president, president, I think foreign minister and elect. So if it is established that you have a dual citizenship, in order to denounce it, you must go to court, and court will give you certificate to go to NEC, and then you go through the process. Eventually, you can contest. But with this, I'm only seeing it, so it's a news to me. I cannot dive into it much.
I understand and I respect that. But so if it is true, does that disqualify him?
Yeah, if it is established that it is a competent court of jurisdiction can do that.
What are you looking for? They coming up with an allegation that he's a United States citizen. If they show to Honorable Samuel G. Cogar that these are the document, the citizenship document, and if it is proven that yes, he's a citizen, does that disqualify him?
The one I said, I don't have access to the code of conduct law.
That's what I'm saying. If Honorable, does that
if it is established that he's a citizen of the United States without declaring before the competent court of jurisdiction in Liberia, willfully and intentionally evaded it and contested, and when it is discovered, I think disqualification can come in. But it is a court.
We understand it's the court that will do that.
Yes.
Yeah, we understand. I don't want us to dwell on it.
What do you want me to say?
Do you think, no, I'm just asking you because you're a lawmaker. Do you think that Unity Party have time in their favor? Like Glendy says, 72 days to go, 72 hours to go. Do you think they have time in their favor to bring this up with the court?
Well, the Constitution provides that every election year, the second working Monday should be speaker, election for speaker, deputy speaker. Because this going Monday was a holiday, the past Monday was a holiday, automatically are going to tell Monday. Because by Constitution, it's a working Monday. So any delay in the process that the election is not held on Monday, there's a constitutional breach. And there will be a constitutional crisis. Because the following week, the presidents are to be sworn into office. And the swearing of the president should be over the presiding in the joint chamber where the House and the Senate will join the seat, be seated, and then the Chief Justice will swear the president into office. So when that is not done, there's a constitutional breach.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Can you ask the last question? Let's go. We'll have the discussion because other folks, Serena Cephas is coming on, and other legal expert is coming on for us to continue with this.
Thank you, Stanton, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Cogar, I remember that you were here probably a few shows ago telling us that you're going to investigate the $11 million that was given to resolve the rights issue. There was some discrepancy as to who received this $11 million. Some people said it was the Ministry of Commerce. Some people said it was the people who bring the rights into the country. And I didn't hear back from you. You know, I had high hopes because you were very strong and passionate about how you're going to speak for the Liberian people, but you didn't come back to tell us anything about that at all. And so I wonder, where do you stand today? And actually, I want to make some connection with you being a leader in the House, making sure that you speak for the Liberian people.
Reports, by definition, report writing is consciously transmitting account of an event to authorized person. I'm a committee head. I reported to the speaker. It is incumbent upon the speaker to put on the floor for discussion. And in our rule.
So what did your report say? We didn't hear about it.
Now what I'm saying now, the report, when it gets on the floor, when the speaker put on the agenda, then it will be open now for discussion where the public will have access.
Oh, it's secret now?
Huh?
It's a secret report now? Okay.
So once it is not being released by the speaker, if I went on the contrary, then a diverse information is ethical in our rules. I can be penalized for that. It's in the rule, clear.
Have you been penalized for any rules while you were for breaking any rules in the legislature?
No, not breaking rule.
Oh,
Must stay on corruption.
Were you penalized for standing on your desk?
You say what?
Were you ever penalized for standing on your desk in the legislature?
If I were penalized?
Yes.
For what thing?
Standing on your desk.
On a what?
Standing on your
on
desk.
your chair. You are sitting on your chair in the legislature.
No. I never stood on. I never stood on any chair.
But
you know, I don't want to come out tonight to deep old wounds, but I know I was saying what led to the removal of speaker. So it justified that what we were pushing against corruption came to reality. That one my brother was insinuating I felt agitated.
I'm just sorry. Somebody just sent me a text and said that you were suspended for rudeness.
It's not true.
You still okay?
No, it's not true.
Thank you.
It's not true. I know it's
thank you for joining Spoon tonight. We got a big show coming up about this
Thank you so much, Honorable Coker.
About the whole same issue concerning our concern is that would there be election for the speakership position because of what we are going through right now with this story on front page from Unity Party. This is very concerning. I'm going to bring in C-Force, the former SG, to talk to us. We also called on Anthony Williams. Now the Supreme Court have put out their opinion that Beaufort Chambers election should go for a recount. Honorable Koga, real quick, while you're doing your closing, can you tell us your side in this story?
Which story, sir?
The opinion from the Supreme Court?
Well, basically, the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of the law. So when issue derived from the county subsequently get to the headquarters of National Election Commission and they adjudicate, if any displeasures, eventually you will run to Supreme Court. So when the Supreme Court gave a ruling, eventually a banning. So I believe that at times you may feel that the adjudication of a case at a specific level, you may be right 100%. And the other people may feel that they have been injured, that the law was not fair or not in their favor. So they needed further justice. And then they go to Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court ruling, for one to question it, it will be an opinion. But it's not banning. You will express your opinion that dissatisfied with the Supreme Court decision and what have you. But that opinion cannot be manifested into legitimacy that will alter any decision by the Supreme Court. So those that the Supreme Court provided, gave the ruling today, whatsoever she says is what they will do. Nothing else they can do about it. But my worry is the issue of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker election. We got to be very much careful. There's no joke about it. Anything that comes and bring about constitutional breach, they had the propensity to undermine the peace, the Constitution, and a lot of things. And the international community is watching all keenly to see there are issues at times, there are some conflict resolution. Most especially in the kind of instances where we are now, it's a kind of alarming story.
Yeah, but are you so concerned? I want to go back to Dualu, man. Are you so concerned that if it is true for that he is a United States citizen, then don't discuss it because of.
You will be denied. Now, what I say, you will be denied.
But then why are you concerned as to whether the Constitution will be breached?
No, listen now. What I'm saying here is, why if in the event where the court decided to place an injunction, I just gave you a hypothetical case. Eventually, you will not proceed. You will not have speaker election. And the time will go, there's a breach. That's what I mean. That's my fear. Not that I'm so concerned, but
you have 72 other lawmakers. That would be 79 because somebody passed away. But Dualu, thank you very much, Honorable Koga. Let's have the conversation among us. We won't bring in somebody else.
Yeah, so I'm trying to take my exit. You got to be here for long.
Yes,
if
sir,
anything concerning me, I should be contacted. But where in my absence, one will discuss me, then I won't feel happy with that. I'm prepared. If you want me to stay, there are other issues. I can stay and answer you. If anybody got concern, I'm sitting and ready to respond. If not, then I can take my leave.
Well, while you were just saying that, let me just ask you one small quick question. And you know the legislature, especially the deputy speaker, Stephen tried to ask a question. I believe every single budget you get or anybody else gets, it should be itemized one by one by one. One chunk, father, it won't be only people. I believe that the deputy speaker budget should not even be more than $200,000 if you look at the totality of the issue. Do you believe if you become deputy speaker that it should be itemized? One impen, father LD, 3 impen. Because the budget, you should not have discretion on how that budget is spent. That's an issue for me. It leaves a lot of room for impropriety, let's call it that. What do you think?
This is the reason why I welcome Representative Kun manifesto. He said that they will ensure that audit take place at the legislature. So when you talk about audit, obviously inclusive of the deputy speaker and everybody in the house. So, and you know, when they talk about this budget, you look here, your staff are inclusive.
Yeah, I'm not saying audio, I say itemized, one by one.
Yeah, the budget, no budget. There's a reason why you got account officer in your office.
Yeah.
Expeditor who run after your pay and other activity on a monthly basis.
Yeah.
And those things are itemized. Yes, it is. But the best thing here is I could come and inflate because I want some benefits. Something that cost $5, then I put there $15.
Yeah, but I want
yeah, that one. I'm saying now. So if you had an auditor that will audit your expenditure, eventually you will get to know. What I said, I welcome.
All right, Honorable Koga, thank you very much. The other person waiting, we got a lot of folks coming on. We appreciate you, the Honorable Representative, District Number 5, Samuel Koga from Nimba County. Thank you, sir.
It's a pleasure.
As always, thanks. All right, guys, let's get into this thing. This is concerning. I want us to stick with this story, Glennie. I want us to stick with A, and I want to start with you. The allegation, right, from Unity Party. It's on the front page newspaper. It's on all the other newspaper. Unity Party contemplates challenging Deputy Speaker Kofa citizenship. Okay? It's very, very clear. Unity Party must have something.
They probably do.
They must. And I'm going to speak to them. I'm going to call some of the folks to help us understand. They are going to the court. They must have something. What say you in this regard as to whatsoever they have in their possession? How important is that document to prevent Fonati Kofa from contesting in the speakership role?
I mean, I think, Stanton, it goes without saying, if they have proof that he's a citizen, and if it's against the Constitution as a speaker, then he should not be running. It's just clear cut. He's a lawyer. If he doesn't meet the criteria, he should not run. That's just plain and simple. Whether we're 2 days to inauguration or 3 days, dual citizenship does not apply to that function. And so, if he does have it, and there is proof that he has it, and Unity Party seem to be the party right now of using the law on their side, they should do that. He should not contest for that position.
And I can say to you, Stephen Johnson, please do not go. Come in, tell whoever calling now to call you. I want you to answer this question, Stephen, please. I'm getting information. I cannot disclose it right now. The kind of document Unity Party have in the possession to say that Fonati Kofa is a United States citizen. What say you, Stephen?
I think we have clear laws on the books, and the dual citizenship bill also stipulated in clear terms the kind of position Liberians can hold. The thing about politics is that your opponent is like a game of chess or poker. And your opponent will try to use whatever legal means is available to them to outsmart you. And I believe that if the Unity Party has in its possession those qualifying documents to substantiate their claims, then it will be part of their game to ensuring that Fonati is stopped from running. And we've seen this manifest in our politics. I remember in 2005, there was a fellow who had filed a case with against George Weah of the Elections Commission, that George Weah, while playing in Europe, had obtained a French citizenship. But then unfortunately the person could not provide concrete evidence about Weah being a dual citizen. The thing about it is Fonante is a lawmaker, and lawmaker are those, as the name suggests, people who make the law. And so if you sign off to a law, and many of them sign off to the bill, then it is only right that you uphold those laws. Because it makes no sense that a lawmaker will be in violation of the very law that they are passing. So I would think that if that is the case, well, that's part of the legal mean. But then I listened to Koga make an argument about the timing and all of those other issues that may lead to constitutional issues. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the technical details that could happen. But with the fact that if Fonante is stopped from running, I don't see how that will undermine the rest of the other colleagues in going to an election, electing a new speaker. But again, if that should happen and a prohibition is placed on it, that could delay the inauguration, and according to some legal scholar, could create a constitutional issues. I don't have the specific. I don't know. But in general, I think it's politics. It's fair game. You have to play all your cards. I don't see any issue. I will have issue with the Unity Party if she was using illegal means to remove Fonante. I will have serious issue with the Unity Party.
I can say to you, Stevie, and I like what you just saying, where you will have your issue if they go ahead illegally.
Yeah.
But what I'm receiving, seriously speaking, Unity Party have document to prove that Fonante Kofa is a citizen of the United States. They are saying it, and they're going to prove it in the court of law. They will not just take this giant step, Mr. Dualu, and say, let's just go to court if they do not have anything. They have something. Their reliance is on something so important. What are some of the documents that I can say, Stephen Johnson, yeah, I am. You're a United States citizen. What are some of the documents? Before Dualu come in, Stephen, what are some of the documents real quick?
So there are several documents. One of the most common one is the issue of the passport you carry. There's also the naturalization certificate if you naturalize. But the most common one that a lot of people have is the foreign passport, is the U.S. passport. Now our law, there are some stipulations in the dual citizen page which restricts a dual citizen from having setting position. I think a deputy minister or something. I don't know the specific, but yeah. But the simplest thing you can know from Center is the passport you carry.
Thank you, Dualu. Your take on this very important issue. Again, we have been told that we will be receiving that document from Unity Party after they present their challenges to the court. Dualu, this is getting serious. Where are you?
Okay. For me, my angle is going to be slightly different on this issue. The first thing is I don't agree with Liberia dual citizenship restriction. However, it is the law. I don't agree with that one bit. I don't believe any Liberian citizen should be restricted in any way, shape, or form. If the people deem it necessary, a man should have an opportunity to do whatever he wants in this country. And the second thing I want to say to some members of the audience is this. The time a man chooses to bring something to the court is not restricted unless there is a statute of limitation. If the governor Fonante Kofa was a deputy speaker and nobody brought lawsuit, it doesn't mean the case is not there. It's just because it was not brought. If it's brought at that time, so be it. But I want to be very clear, only quickly clear on this issue. The dual citizenship law, it kind of restricts Liberian citizens. Now, here is the law. The law is what it is on the books. Now, people may say this is dirty, but it is politics. As Stephen said this best. If I have an edge and the position that I'm taking, as long as it's legal and it gives me an edge, people are going to utilize it. But I'm going to say this to the court. There must be consistency in the execution of the law, irrespective of who that law falls on. The court cannot sometimes hold this and hold that. Now, if this catches Fonante Kofa, for me, unfortunately, I don't want it to in this extent. That's my position on Fonante Kofa, even though I don't want him to be speaker, but I don't want this kind of law to catch him. But if there is a law, there's nothing I can do. It was passed, and we just have to respect it. That's what I would say on this one.
Dr. Richardson, the aliens and nationality law, which came about, Fonati ran October 10. He won. What's going on? Some Unity Party had this information nonsense, or somebody just receive it and now they taking the chances?
I want to say this too. I want to be very clear that I agree with Dwalu in regards to the citizenship law. I don't think it is fair to a lot of Liberians that are living outside of the country. Some of them didn't leave the country voluntarily, and also many of Liberians are contributing to the economy of the country. So you are going to say, yes, I'm going to accept your money to build the country, but then you don't have any saying from a lawmaking perspective on how to conduct the rules of this country or the laws of this country. So I want it to be very clear that I'm not in favor of the dual citizenship law as it stands, that you can only hold certain positions and you cannot hold elected positions. I think the last time I read it says you cannot hold elected positions. On the other hand, in as much as I don't want Fonati to be Speaker of the House for multiple reasons I've said over here, I do think that the law should be abide by. Until they revisit the law, the dual citizenship law, it has to be revisited because it is certainly unfair. It is definitely unfair. And some of the things, Stanton, you're asking about, all you have to do is read a court case against Fonati. It says his citizenship, I believe, is listed in that court case, that he is an American citizen. That's one of the things.
That's a good point.
I believe I saw that listed in that case when I looked at it last. Okay. And also, if he was not an American citizen, there's a tendency for the United States government to deport people who they found guilty to their home country if you're not an American citizen. And I don't think that Fonati was deported to Liberia. I believe his stay in Liberia is volunteer. But I wanted to be very clear that I think the dual citizenship law should be revisited. It's certainly unfair to a lot of Liberians that are in the diaspora.
There you go.
When you say revisited, what clause you want to add there that you can get?
No, I think they need to remove elected.
So that you can be dual citizen and be anything like bro.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why not?
No, you can't hold dual allegiance.
We'll have the other conversation later.
No, you can't be president.
Brother, Dr. Richardson.
You can't hold any classified.
Dr. Richardson, now how we can go on the side now?
You can't hold any classified national.
Stay about, big about. Let's move on this conversation. Dr. Richardson raised a very, very strong issue, though.
Yes.
Let me come to you, Glennie, before I go to Conor Gray and Gibson. If it is true, it's part of within his legal document because it's all public record. You think that where Unity Party coming from, or they get something more to this?
Senator, I re-emphasize what I said. If it is true and he doesn't meet the criteria to become a speaker, we need to follow what the law says. It is what it is. And like Dwalu said, you can't circumvent the law. You can't also say, oh, I will do it for this person, not do it for the next. Unfortunately for him, this is late in the game that Unity Party seems to be ahead, and they're going to use it against him, and they should. It is what it is. He should not be if he doesn't meet the criteria. And that's also not fair to some of us also who cannot hold any position because we're outside of Liberia. So I think it's
no, you can hold position.
No.
I mean, asking the elected
position. They got a flag up. We have a conversation, but let's stick with what we have on hand. Yes. This is the law. This is the law. Thank you, Glennie. Gibson and Conor Gray. This is the law. Let's just put it up. It's very important. No, not this, man. We'll come back to this. This is it right here. Limitation of dual citizenship. According to Article 4 of the Amendment Law, Liberians who hold dual citizenship will be ineligible to hold any elected public office, which, of course, is representative of the speakership. And any such person interested in holding an elected public office must renounce the citizenship of the other country at least 1 year before making an application to the National Election Commission to be a candidate. In addition, a Liberian citizen who holds citizenship of another country is ineligible for the appointment as Minister of Finance and Development Planning, Minister of Defense, and Executive Director, and blah, 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 blah. So therefore, Those people that want to go to Joseph Boyka to get a job and they are citizen, that will be fire in Soweto. That will be fire in Soweto. So we pause right there now. No. Those three don't come in. Don't come in. Let's stick with Dualu now. No. Let's stick with Gibson. No, sorry. No, not Dualu that Gibson and Conor Gray are coming to. You ain't Dualu giving me a hard time, so I call your name frequently. Let's stick to Gibson. Gibson, that's the law, Gibson. That's the law. But Unity Party must have something so important. And I'm getting information that they cannot release that thing to me until they go to the court. Because they don't trust me. If they release it to me today, I will put it on the show. So thank God they are hearing themselves not to release it to me. Talk to me, Gibson.
Okay, there are three things we need to consider here. First of all, the dual citizen law bill was passed after Fanatikova was already a legislator and I think it was a deputy speaker. That means laws are not retroactive.
No, but you get one in Ottawa.
Thank you.
Let the brother finish. Yeah, go ahead.
We are all not lawyers, but I have small little knowledge. So that's what I'm saying.
Gibson, go ahead.
The Fanatikova may not suffer from this law because it will be retroactive to punish him for a law that was passed after he was already a representative. There's no law that is made that is retroactive. Any law that is made is proactive. That means all those who did not become Fanatikova situation, you cannot benefit from this law henceforth. But if you are already in,
but let's get it.
But also for that, so then you're saying that as an American citizen,
no. Let's give Gibson chance.
I said three things. Give me chance. You don't have to agree with me.
Give me chance. Agree with me.
But I talked to two lawyers about this. Okay, I'm not a lawyer, like I said. So laws are not retroactive. If I'm already a minister and the law is passed, the only way that law can affect me, if I leave my ministerial position, I cannot get back in because the law is not proactive. But while I'm still minister, I cannot be punished for a law that came after I'm something else. That is retroactive at the part of the law. It cannot happen. And lawyers will argue that. Number two, the document that the Unity Party will have will be highly contested. It cannot be an ordinary passport photocopy. It cannot be an ordinary, maybe, document that they have. It can be ordinary. If it's a passport, it has to be a certified document that is presented to the Unity Party. That means the Unity Party may have somebody in America who will file a FOIA request to the State Department. The State Department will confirm that FOIA request and respond to it and say, hey, yes, he's our citizen. This is his passport. This is his passport number, and we believe that he's our citizen. It becomes a certified document that Unity Party can use. You cannot just photocopy anybody's passport and say the man's a citizen. The man can debunk that. The man can say, no, that document is not mine. How can you prove it is mine? So then you are barricaded. The U.S. Embassy will not participate in local politics, so they will not respond to any question about a citizen in Liberia. You have to go through the State Department to be able to confirm that. The third thing is, which is an important one for me, that dual citizen law is a violation of our rights. The law states when the Supreme Court made a ruling on the citizenship, the dual citizenship case that was brought before the Supreme Court. This is what the Supreme Court said, and I just want to read it very short. This is what the Supreme Court said. It says, quote, wherefore in view of the foregoing, the petition is hereby granted, which petition? That the lawsuit against the dual citizen should be dismissed. Section 22.2 of the Alien Nationality Law, to the extent that it provides for loss of citizenship solely on account of the performance by a citizenship of an act or fulfillment of the conditions specified in Section 22.1 without institution by the government of any proceedings to nullify or cancel the citizenship. What is that ruling saying? It is not the Unity Party that can bring that law. It is the sitting government that can bring the law against a citizen of another country and say, you cannot participate in this. you are a citizen of NIMAC or Ghana, and you cannot participate in it. The law, the Supreme Court said, not other parties, not anybody, not civil, not political party, not any individual. The government should bring the case against the person who is accused of having dual citizenship. So, and besides that, the Constitution says, and I have the Constitution here, no Liberian citizen should lose his rights on account of anything. Therefore, that dual citizenship law, the bill will be challenged one day, and the Supreme Court trade also, in my view, is a violation of our law, of our rights. We cannot be called a citizen at the same time we are stopped from doing something that citizens are supposed to do.
Thank you.
It is a violation.
So thank you. So, I mean, what you just said, I think you are not a lawyer. You will be a bad one. All your client now will go to jail. Seriously. You're not a lawyer. Yeah, you'll be one of the worst lawyers. You'll be so bad. I couldn't agree. Can you come on, please?
Stop bashing the man. The man raised a very valid point. It is a very valid point. You know, from the get-go, when somebody told me, you know, brother, let's hold this dual citizenship that we have now. At least we can fight it later. I told them, don't start something you can end. We had a don't tell, don't ask, don't tell policy. As a matter of fact, Joseph Jenkins Robert and those who were born in exile, who became president and citizen of our country, will be turning in their graves today. I can guarantee you that when Gibson is talking about ex post facto law that can be retroactive, the brother has already become, even if he was reelected, it doesn't negate the fact that he was not in that capacity. Now, to come back and retroactively enact a law that would deny him the ability to continue as he was elected prior to the passing of this law is one that can be challenged. Look, not everything that is legal is right. You understand? Not everything. Laws are meant to be challenged, my brother. And this law was one that should have been challenged long ago if we had a very good legal association like the ACLU here. You cannot say a man cannot become paramount chief in their own country of birth by sanguinity, as you call it. And then at the same time, you want to pick a Ghanaian guy can come into Liberia, naturalized, and he can hold any of those positions. I don't have anything against the Ghana people, but I just want to use that as an example. And I think we all here may not want Fonati to be there, but this law is bad. This law disadvantages people who by birth, God chose Liberia as the place through which they were coming into the world. Why are you disadvantaging people? And I think this will bring some. This is something deep that you're trying to create, because you know what, town chop may not be for certain animals alone. It may catch you as well. And if we start at this level with the Unity Party, some of us may not like it. And I think Fonati deserves all right as any other Liberian citizen. Whether or not it's the law, that law is bad. Matter of fact, it speaks against the very Constitution. So go back and look at the Constitution.
We are not saying great. Let me ask you a question because we got to go to Stephen. We are not saying that the law is good or bad. That's not our argument right now. Mm-hmm. The law, we all can argue about this law tomorrow. But let's talk about what is at hand. The law right now as is, and we read, you cannot, and you shouldn't hold office. So if we see in the law as is, right? And my question to you, Conor Gray, and it's saying that you cannot and you should not hold any elected office. That is to say, Fonati got to go back, do everything the law requires for 1 year, and then come back and run. Let's agree that it didn't challenge Fonati. He ran to be a representative. But right now, he's running for another position. And they now discover that he's a citizen.
But what was the opinion of the judge?
Does that negate the fact that they shouldn't take him to court?
No, look, you can bring anybody to court, but sometimes some of these issues, when they pass into law, the interpretation of those laws are made by the Supreme Court. Go back and look at the opinion rendered on this matter. It shows that even the law has not gone through the legal test.
Guys, so can you please mute? If you're not speaking, we're getting feedback.
So therefore, even the constitutionality of the law itself is questionable. So even if you take it to court, let's say Unity Party decide to take this. That's why I like what Gibson read, that any other party cannot. Only the power that be. You understand? And I'm researching that, whether that's what the law says. But even at that, my brother, I think you can challenge it. For now, you can challenge this issue in court while he's still serving, while he's still running, because you cannot impose an injunction on him when he's already serving in a capacity that was not the law in the past. So you can argue about that. That's ex post facto law. It's retroactive. You can raise that issue up.
We are not talking about the argument. We are not talking about the dislike or like of this law. We just on the fact that whether
or not the law is constitutional. It is not.
Yeah, but he can question it. Steven, let's go back to this law, so, right?
You know, I don't want us to go into the legal nitty-gritty of the law, because we are not lawyers. So it's going to make the argument a little more difficult for us. But I just like to look at it from a 10,000 feet view, based on what you shared. First thing is, when we use the term laws are not retroactive, it's not in the case with this particular instance. So let's assume Fonati was still a representative ending in his first term when the law was passed, and then you decided to use the law against him when it was passed. No, the law was passed while he was serving. That term ended on Monday. Fonati is a representative elect. So they dissolved that session. 54th session is dissolved. Every representative, the team, everybody representative going to the 50. They're going to open the 55th session on Monday. By the Constitution, the 55th, which will be the first session they will have to induct the legislature, to put everybody into.
It's a continuation of the process.
No, it's not. It's over. It'll be 54.
It's over.
It'll be 54. I'll be going to 55. It's a continuation of 54. So
it was elected before the lawsuit.
The issue about his citizenship, if they question it, will be that he wants to be speaker now and speaker now. Not because he was deputy speaker before. That's not the issue. The issue is not that he was deputy speaker before. The issue is he wants to be speaker now.
No, the issue is he's not supposed to hold elected office.
No. The law, the court in law, they tell you the court cannot do what you cannot do for yourself. The court will not go Waterside Market and be carry sample or say who got case, bring it. Who got case, bring it. No, somebody must find the case and bring it to the court. So you could be in the position, but in that 50 year, if nobody went to the court with your case, you'll stay there.
Yeah.
Let me make this interjection.
No.
Let it come around.
The court is not in the business of going in the street. The court is not in the business of going in the street and say, I'm looking for case, bring it to me. No. The court sit down, you find case, you get your issue, you bring it to the court. On the second thing that Stanton share, the law say, and which say you will relinquish your foreign nationality and come back to your original thing. It doesn't deprive you in totality. It says you won't be president of Liberia, Dwalu, fine. Get a foreign passport, you come back to your Liberia.
What is it Dwalu for? What is it Dwalu for?
The law is not saying, listen, the law is not saying because you took U.S. citizenship, you cannot contest in Liberia at any time of your life. It said no. It said say you're natural born Liberian and because of certain condition, you went overseas, you took passport. When you want to come back in your home to run, get a put a passport, you stay Liberian, man. So we now, if you guys you have passport, you want to take it, you want to be passport Liberian, then you want to get a put a passport, then you fall that inside, then you want
I think, guys, let me say that, Dualo, before you come and beg you, allow me to say this. You know, that the Richardson raised a very important point. And someone just sent us, you know, this is public record, the court document for Fonati Kofa. And I'm trying to cut it and post it. And on the court document, newspaper ran with the story. Jonathan Fonati Kofa, a native-born Liberian, is also a naturalized United States citizen. He is a former Zebulon town manager, a town in North Carolina, who is now charged with blank, blank, blank. I want to post it. It is a public document, but that's not my argument. Oh, I beg you, not agree. Let me finish what they want to. That's not my argument. If a court document show that Fonati Kofa, through his proceeding, is a United States citizen, I really want, I beg you, Eduardo, let me go back to Gibson. Would that help the Unity Party argument here? Gibson.
Newspaper clippings.
No, videos. I said a court document, not newspaper. I said court document.
I'm trying to answer it.
No, newspaper court document, not newspaper.
Videos, audios are additional evidence to prove a case. In this case, the Unity Party will have to rely on a certified document that proves that he is a citizen of the United States. You cannot take a newspaper to the court.
I'm not saying newspaper. I said court document for America, but stop changing this thing. A court document, which is a public document. If you go online and you get a court document from that state and it show that Fonati Kofa is an American citizen, what say you from the court? That's what my question to you. Don't tell me about newspaper.
If they have tangible legal documents to prove that he's a citizen, they have one more hurdles. The one more hurdle is that Fonati Kofa can argue that the Supreme Court has told him that he cannot be told that he lost citizenship or he is not benefiting from the law because of automatic loss of citizenship. That means the government of Liberia must bring the case against him to say, we now confirm you are citizen.
Yeah, with that document,
it will not help Unity Party.
No.
It will not help Unity Party. And this is why it will not help Unity Party.
Mr. Eduardo, go ahead.
Let me give you the reason why it will not help.
No, you answered already. No reason. I'll just give you 10 seconds. We got to move on. Eduardo.
Yeah, thank you. Stanton, let reverse a little bit. Look, I'm not against the law. The law is the law. I will come back to that, but I want to say this. And Colonel Gray tried to mention something that it was very brilliant, but we glide over it. Look at the history of our country. Let me give you guys a new flash. The first 10 presidents of our country, 8 of them were born outside of Liberia. The first 10 presidents of Liberia, 8 of them, I think it's 7 or 8 of them were born outside the country. For a very long time, look, this is a law, and Stevie says something which makes sense. The law may appear as a little bit disadvantageous to people who've taken on other citizenship, even though Stevie mentioned my name. The law leaves a window. A law Liberia, somewhere come by lead passport. Let me get fair deal, equal shares, koro. So I get the law, and I understand the law. I don't want this law to hold Fonati Kofa, though. Because if you want to have a case against it, but Gibson has a point. But I would say this to Gibson, though. Even though your point is valid, in certain jurisdiction here in America, to practice as an attorney, you must be a U.S. citizen. Now, it goes from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Now, if Fonati Kofa was a registered lawyer in a jurisdiction that requires U.S. citizenship, that's an additional proof. You don't have to get a certified proof from the U.S. government because that can serve as from the U.S. government because a local jurisdiction says before Eduardo practices law in our district, he must be a United States citizen. If that falls under that, that's sufficient enough to justify the Honorable Fonati Kofa as a United States citizen. But then again, Gibson is right. He can say, you know what, wrong? All that you're talking, that's lie. I cannot be forfeited of my Liberian citizenship without certain due process, and I've not gotten those. So I know people back home will say, oh, you want to have your cupcake and eat it too? I get it. But this law, I don't know what to think of it, but I don't want anyone to tell me, say, me, Opa, the great son of a Gola chief. You tell me, say, I can't call Liberia and be president. I'm proud of that. I mean, I agree with that. I don't know.
No, they stab you. I mean, who was stab you? Nobody can stab you.
No, what I wanted to add also is I hear what Gibson is saying and talking about you gotta have a substantiate document. You have to show this and that. The Liberian government, UP people, they're in Liberia. There's an immigration system there. They can ask for his travel document. How has he been traveling? Has he been using a US passport? Has he been using a Liberian passport? What has he been using? So it's simple. The people, I'm pretty sure UP will not go and get into this hot waters right now because they're hot waters and go right now to challenge Fonati Kofa if they don't have all of the ducks in a row. It's just that simple. Whether the law affects us, and I see some people texting that all the American citizens that are on their platform right now, they fast. We're not upset, but the law is the law. Whoever it affects, that's the law. If he doesn't meet the criteria, he should not become the speaker. It's just that simple for me.
And Glennie, I don't, in my view, I don't think you can un-Liberian anybody.
True.
I don't think so. Because birthright is something given to you by God. It's to determine your country you born in, that God gave you that citizenship.
Yes. Because
the child, you as a person, you have no decision in where you born. You get no part to play. Your mind go let in Iroquois, they go in China, they living there, they born you there. You like Chinese people say you'll be citizen in China. So you get no part to play in where you learn yourself. The part you get to play is when you come here, the hustle raise, say, look, let me get my B so that I can necessarily move. That one, that one, that decision yourself can make. So when
the war brought some of us here.
Thank you. There are certain decisions
we had to run away.
What brought you here? That reference what brought you here?
I'm not saying me particularly.
What brought me here?
When the brought you here, you are above 18, right?
Yes, I was way above 18.
And you consciously when I made a decision if he did.
Yeah, she didn't consciously make a decision. The war brought her.
I didn't have a choice.
Guys, let's move on.
I just wanted to add to I'm sure I'm not a lawyer, but I'm sure the whole idea of preponderance of evidence, which means that you don't usually have to have all of the facts, but you can base your evidence on the accumulation of evidence, like clippings from the newspapers, copies of court documents and stuff like that. Preponderance of the evidence might play a role in it. I'm not a lawyer, but I just wanted to add that. Sometimes
because court documents are legal documents. Court documents are legally substantiated documents because they are given under the authority of the court. It can be used against any court anywhere in the world.
The Supreme Court has ruled. The Supreme Court has ruled.
It
is important. It is important. The Supreme Court ruled recently.
Let's get a lawyer to educate what is Supreme Court said.
Can you let me speak? Can you please?
To really explain to us.
Can you please let me speak? You spoke your mind. The Supreme Court ruled and said, if you got citizenship elsewhere and you are still a Liberian, the only way you can lose your Liberian citizenship and not benefit from Liberian process is the government must bring that case against you and prove that you are a dual citizen or you are a citizen of another country. And then you can be disrobed of that citizenship. Until then, no private institution can carry you to court and talk
Why is that ruling? Why is that ruling? Well, I beg it, Dr. Richardson. Why is that ruling?
Let me send it to you.
Yeah. So, guys, let's move on. I got to call Anthony on this issue with Buffer Chamber. I have to call Anthony Williams. We got to move on. But there you have it, folks. Thank you for joining Spoon. Whether or not it is true, the Unity Party information reaching us, as you can see on the front page newspaper, that they will be going to court to prevent Fonati Kofa from running for the position of speakership. They are not going back to say why he's a representative, though. They want to prevent him now for the speakership position. And how that will play out, we promise you. I'm begging them for the information that they have. Once they give it to me, I will share it with you. I'm saying it now, they're hearing it, so maybe they will not give it to me. They give me anything on Fonati Kofa, I will share it with you. You don't worry. I'm still begging them. Somebody will be sleeping, they will make a mistake and text it to me, and I will share it. Okay? So let's move on right now. You see my own, I can say my own, and my people can listen.
I want to ask you a question, Santa.
Yes, sir.
So,
yes, sir.
So how can you challenge him from becoming speaker, but don't challenge him for holding public office?
Good.
Or elected office. So it's a
No, but you can't determine when you want to challenge.
But you ask a question.
Thank you, Stephen.
You ask a question you want to answer, Conor Gray?
No, I'm asking a question.
You can't determine when the person wants to challenge. The person can choose anytime to challenge.
Anytime.
You ain't got no time limit to say, why you doing 1983? Then you want to do it 2024. You ain't got time now. Bam. You can do it anytime.
You want to do it now.
Decide to do something, you can do it now.
No, you didn't get my question.
So the time you want to be representative, you can challenge it.
How can you challenge him from becoming speaker, but don't challenge him from holding public office?
But you can say when they go to the case, then the court will decide, and then I want you to know.
But
no,
Stephen, you want the man to be speaker, but you want him to be representative, but you don't want him to be speaker.
No. Listen, the issue against is that let's assume you be going to court, right? And they're challenging his citizenship. The reason it came out is because he wants to be speaker.
Yes.
Not because
when the status of representative.
Yeah, no, when the court ruled now that if the court rule and say once you get dual citizenship, you can't hold elected office, then it affects his position in the house as representative.
Yes.
But they will not rule. They couldn't rule anything like that.
The court has already ruled.
Okay, so y'all wait now.
Can I ask one question?
Let me say this real quick. I know you were coming, Dr. Richardson. I'm begging you. And our brother Gibson said the court had ruled, right? I'm uploading what he sent me. Dr. Richardson, please speak. And then we always see the bar lawyer legal practice Gibson is involved in.
Just upload let it see. Let me see what I'm about, lawyer.
Gibson, I was going to ask you, said Unity Party cannot bring a case against Fonati because the law says not an institution, but a government. So on January 22nd, when JMB takes power and he brings this case up, would that be okay with you? Because JMB will have it will be a government?
Obviously, it would not that it will be okay with me, but that will be the process. Because if you read what I sent to Stanton, he put it up there. It says the government.
So wait now, Gibson.
Yeah,
but Gibson wait now.
That's what I said. So that I said January 22nd.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
So ladies and gentlemen,
okay.
That's not what the law says.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm begging you. This is what makes Montel interesting. We love our brother Gibson, but you know, Gibson acting like jack of all trades, master of none. All right. If you put a military, so Gibson say I'm a military man. You put rebel business here, Gibson say I hold gun, but my sister took it from me. You put, you know, he get party all in Yama. Now listen, folks, and this is why we like you guys. Let's see exactly Gibson on the argument here. Let's put it up.
Yeah.
Gibson, this is it, right?
Yeah, Gibson, I think that's the story. Hold on. Let me make sure.
No, Gibson, now why you send me?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, we all agree. Gibson said that's it, right?
Yes.
Supreme Court nullified laws barring dual citizenship in landmark ruling. Let's look at the date. The date is December 23rd, 2019.
Yeah. That
when this story was written by front page Lennon Dodu, right? Gibson, we agree, right? Let me ask the Liberian people. The dual citizenship law was signed by President George Manneh when?
Keeping.
When?
You tell us.
No, you tell us.
I want to pause a little bit.
You tell us.
It was signed by President George Brown. We are July 2022. President, we have signed an amendment to the Alien and Nationality Law allowing dual citizenship. So therefore, Gibson, what you are looking at 2019 is not what we're talking about 2022.
That's Supreme Court ruling. What the law falls short of Supreme Court ruling.
Gibson,
so the law can contradict the Supreme Court ruling.
The ruling was 2019. They have sucked all this thing together. The precedent signed into law July 2022. So everything you talk about 2019, you just put your client in jail. You need to stop. Don't go back on the old thing.
Don't say that.
No,
don't say that.
You are not allowed to speak.
Don't say that. Here is the reality you are missing. You are misinforming the people. Here is the reality. The Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice in our country.
Let me finish my argument, Gibson. Let me finish my argument.
Okay, finish. Then I will talk.
Yeah. The Supreme Court ruling was 2019, Gibson. We are talking about the law that is on the book today that came into being after the president signed it July 2022. We are not talking about the Supreme Court ruling. You can go back and argue that. But what is there right now? This is what that law says right now that Fonati need to be arguing. That if you are a citizen of another country, Liberia who holds dual citizenship will be ineligible to hold any elected public office. This thing came about July 2022. That should be his argument. So we have to move on because I get Anthony on the call.
Let me make a short statement before
you come back tomorrow. You'll come back tomorrow.
Make a short statement before you move on. Let me make a short statement before you move on.
Anything you say, we'll hold you in contempt. We'll hold you in contempt of court. Gibson, no, we'll hold you in contempt of court and a 1 week suspension from school.
No, but you're not presenting the issue. Let me make a short comment. The issue is not aligned.
That would be 1 week suspension on Spoon Talk. You want to take the suspension?
Oh, man, they want power. You want to suspend me one more? Say I can take the one more. But the point is, the Supreme Court is the interpreter of all laws. Correct. This statute has not been interpreted by the Supreme Court. It is a newest statute on the block. It has not been challenged. When it's challenged and the Supreme Court confirms it, then it becomes a powerful law.
Why you referencing?
But Gibson, the amendment cannot contradict.
Man, Gibson,
no, it can do it. There are several laws that contradict the Constitution. Stephen, there are laws that have contradicted.
Listen, let me say now. In previous
no, there are laws that have contradicted even the Constitution, but they obviously fall when people challenge them. Nobody has challenged this statute. If somebody challenged this statute, it will fall right before the Supreme Court.
No, but here's what I'm saying, Gibson. If the Supreme Court had previously ruled in similar matter, the new amendment cannot contradict the ruling of the
court. But as the legislator costs, they are their business. They're not the Supreme Court business. The Supreme Court interprets the law. The lawmakers can make any law they want to make. But when that law comes before the Supreme Court,
I think this
so they can make any law.
Contradicting or contravening.
I mean, it was a move. We can talk about it later, but it will work for Nadi, my man. I mean, he has lost that election. I can tell you right now.
No, guys. So let's move on. Guys, can we bring in the Anthony and Buffer Chimba story? Sure. This is a good story for our folks because tomorrow we have a wonderful show because I know I will have some document from the Supreme Court and document from Unity Party if they trust me enough to give me the document. If not, I will go into the document bank. Steven will give it to me. You know, he's a Unity Party guy.
I'll pay your trouble. You know, document.
So let's move on, guys. This is what we are talking about when it comes to. I know Gibson want to fight the other case again. This is from the Supreme Court, right? About Buffer Chimba. I believe I shared this with you guys. This is about Buffer Chimba and Anthony Williams. Please read it, take picture, and understand that this is from the Supreme Court. They are calling for something like rerun or recount, something of that nature. But there you have it. Chief Justice, you guys can see it clear. If you have it, can we just read those that signed it? My eye is Yeah, thank you very much. Somebody say you just skin guessing. Thank you very much. I like that when they say that. I know we're doing our research.
The Chief Justice Senior Yo signed, James Etta Howard Willicoli signed, Yusuf D. Kaba signed, and also Yami Kwekwe Bise signed. So we have
you got 1, 2, 3, 4, with the exception of Justice Nagbe. So the 4 justices in chamber, they signed on this document, and there you have it. Let me just show again. I want us to just run through it real quick: the affidavit, the judgment, and everything. While we do that, I'm just going to go to my brother Dualu. Can you help us understand this? 30 seconds, and I go to Ed Remigre. 30 seconds. Then I'm going to bring in Anthony.
I'm not even going to focus on the Supreme Court, because sometimes I think the Supreme Court tries to take every case. The National Elections Commission has already ruled on this case, but I want to speak directly to my people in Plebo, Maryland County. Beaufort Chamber decides to insult the people of that district. Beaufort Chamber is trying to tell you guys you cannot think for yourselves. Beaufort Chamber is doing everything to strong arm you and get votes from you. I want you to send a very powerful message to the Republic of Liberia that the people of Silicon District, Maryland County, are not to be tore away. They will not make your play tall. You have selected William as your representative. You're more sure than it bring any election where one vote when I go to Beaufort Chamber. One vote when I go to him. I don't care any kind of money he bring. In the words of Jewel Howard Taylor, the current vice president of the Republic of Liberia, it is stolen money. You're eating money and you're voting against it. That means Dwalu talking.
Okay, so Colonel Gray, you'll come in. Yes, it's in the paper. Supreme Court order rerun at 2 polling places in Maryland District 2. There you have it. It came out today. All right, we are showing you the document. If you want this document, they are on screen. Whosoever Esther Riggs is, please stop calling me. I'm on the show. You know, I don't black, but please stop calling me. Esther Riggs, please stop calling me. I'm on the show, and we'll talk later. I don't know who Esther. The name sounds familiar. Oh, that's my auntie. That's my auntie calling me on the show.
What, black or now?
No, I can't. That's my auntie. Don't get me in that trouble. I just realized I said Esther right there. I think I said, oh yeah, my auntie. All right, so auntie, don't call me. Yeah, we'll call you later. Okay. So yes, yeah, man. Yes, the document real quick, folks. Let's understand this real quick. The document here, if you want to take a picture, you ask me to put it up. I'm gonna ask Dama or Nelson to please put these documents on our Spoon Talk pages. Please, guys, help us do this. Let's share information. But yeah, at the document, as you can see, we are calling Mr. Williams now to speak to him. But Conor Gray, can we hear you on this story?
You know, it's the sheer desperation of Beaufort Chamber that is annoying in this matter. For Beaufort Chamber to be coming forward today seeking alliance with the Unity Party, and I hope they don't buy that. Beaufort Chamber was one of the most annoying parts of the Weir administration. That kind of guy should not even be condoned for one more day if you're going to let the entire gamut of the Weir administration. And I think what he's doing to his people is unfair. Look, people have given you the opportunity to serve them. You served for all those years. When they decide on somebody else because you were not championing their cause, I don't see any reason why you should be holding them hostage. Now they're going to be unrepresented until they decide that matter. Because like we say, it's not everything that goes through the law is right or wrong or prudent. In this case, you went into an election, you lost the election. Yeah, that's his right to appeal, to go after. But remember, we all have said that the Supreme Court has become like this waterside market where they say everything, just like the flea market. You go buy any kind of old item, everything goes there. And the Supreme Court was not meant to be that way. If a quasi judicial body like the Elections Commission has ruled, then you have to go back and take it to the Supreme. It's like everything that has not gone through the Supreme Court is not right. I mean, But you know, Stanton, Buffer Chamber now is going to use that same corny attitude, acting like he's on the side of the Unity Party. I hate Fonadi Kofa. How would you hate Fonadi Kofa today? You guys were gangbanger, you know, twin partners. Everything that went on in the judiciary there, in the house there, I mean the legislature there, you guys were twin partners that plundered the republic, ripped the republic, and now you're coming back to pretend as though you are the good guy. You know, I wish the people, I'll join Dwalo and appeal to our people to reject this guy. This kind of people are not good for us. It doesn't have any skill. If I have served in that capacity as former speaker, I'll move on and go do something. Maybe I can be a lobbyist in the house. You understand? Find something, but these people don't.
But they make a PhD. Remy, they make a PhD. They ain't gonna teach.
Man,
fake PhD.
I'll let it go, my brother.
Stanton, you're muted. Stephen, go ahead.
All right. No, I beg you. I was saying something about don't bring Stephen in yet. I said, I don't think you guys been fair. I know we're going to Stephen, but you guys not been fair. Stephen, can you help us call Williams, please? I think he having problem with internet. Yes. Thank you. I don't think you guys been fair, right? That's his right. If you feel that he was injured, Mr. Dwalu, you can say, Conor Gray can say it's bad. As much as you're going to, you don't like Buffer Chimber and you think that he's so bad, but you guys been so unfair. It is within the National Election Commission guidelines. It is his constitutional right. If you feel that he was cheated, only the Constitution can order finally the National Election Commission.
So can comments come?
Let me finish now. But let me finish. I beg you. Let me finish. I beg you. Conor Gray, you're a military man. Restrain patient. I beg you. Patient and restrain is good. But then interrupt me with your comments question. We here for your comments question. Interrupt me with your comments question. Now, if you get 1% and you say that you are cheated, you supposed to get 6%. Oh, give you 6%. But let me. I beg, yeah, man. So let's just agree to this. I don't know what Greg can be so mad and he acting like he supported Cummings. You said that you voted for Mr. Boaka, then you want to let you voted for Cummings. Don't do that thing, man. We saw your voting record. Don't do that, Greg. All right. So
like a person not even paying attention to your trial, you alone.
So, but here's my thing though, Gibson. Don't you think it's Buffer Chimber right to contest if you feel that he was cheated, Gibson?
I think he's 100% right. I'm surprised that Gray will go against someone who is using the law to solve a problem. Isn't that why we are talking about the rule of law? Are we not all going arguing that when you have a case, don't take it to the violent means, go to the court, let the court decide? Now the Supreme Court have become a rubber stamp. When they ruled yesterday in your favor, then it is a good case. When the Supreme Court threw the case outside against Cummings, Gray celebrated and said the Supreme Court was a great court. But because they rule now against someone else, and Buffer Chimber is having his way, now the Supreme Court is no longer important. Gray, don't speak from two sides of your mouth. Just be honest with yourself. The legal process is the best process to settle dispute.
The Supreme Court threw the Cummings case outside?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Guys, we got into Conor Gray, we got Anthony on. Let's bring Anthony, then we can argue. So this is what Anthony said. Thanks to Supreme Court, Prevost Southern District accept the rerun in all Southern polling 1 and 2. We inside who knows one day. Anthony, welcome to the show, my friend.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you so much for getting me on the show to talk to you tonight. I'm open for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. You are quite welcome again. Thanks for joining us. The Supreme Court ruling, man. We got a document. You guys going to be going back for rerun, as I said. What say you? I mean, where are you with this decision from the Supreme Court?
CEO, you know, the Supreme Court, just by the name themselves, it tells you that anything that comes from out of the Supreme Court, there's no way you can challenge it at another level. You just have to go by their instruction. So today, the Supreme Court ruled in the case between Buffer Chima versus the Election Commission and Anthony. They ruled today that we should go back to Maryland County and do a rerun in Polling Place 1 and Polling Place 2 in Old Sorokin. But if you look at their ruling today, that it is, you will feel very, very much discouraged, and then you will think about the safety of Liberia tomorrow, because if such a decision is coming up, who knows, tomorrow it will be in another county, it will be another place that will bring a serious confusion. Even today, there was a confusion in Playbo. I will call on the radio to tell people to leave the street, to leave what was happening. The Supreme Court today ruled, based that ruling on, I already called issues. There were so many issues, but the Chief Justice says that one she took, which is the country devil. She said country devil came out and then make the people afraid, so they were unable to vote. On the basis of that, the Constitution said the people should be free when they are voted. Nobody should harass them. So the country devil asked the people, they did not vote in Old Sorokin, which of course that was not the case. That's a misrepresentation of the fact. The fact of the matter here is Mr. Zanzan Kawa, when the country devil came out, Mr. Zanzan Kawa immediately launched an investigation into Old Sorokin, at which time they were still counting the votes. So Mr. Zanzan Kawa launched an investigation, called the Traditional Council here in Maryland County, and they went there, they did a fact-finding, and they brought out a report that was given to everybody to know there was no country devil there. But now, to my utmost surprise, the Chief Justice said she was basing her argument on devil came out. So that was a kind of ruling that shocked everybody. Even the EU that called the report, the other EU lady were calling me today, were asking me, "What am I hearing?" I said, "Yes, that's what the Supreme Court is saying." You understand it? So this is where we find ourselves. And you know, another thing I want the world to understand is that the Supreme Court, we agree that they are the Supreme Court, but I'm not sure that they are aware of what is happening, because you just take, for example, Senayo, take, for example, all these justices, they don't even move on the feet to understand the intricacies that involved when it comes to election matter. They're not aware. So they only at the Supreme Court, when cases come, they just take decision on the basis of what people tell them or what happened. In Old Sorokin, for example, the President of the Republic of Liberia, Ambassador George Banneret Weah, because he said president on the 22nd. The president won with the highest vote in Old Sorokin. His title sheet was signed by the same CDC Paul Wash for Chimas. The senator of CDC, Mr. Bleville Brown, including Dr. Wole Itopo. The same people that voted for President Weah voted for the senator and also voted for Chimas and also voted for me, some of them. But the Supreme Court is also telling us that it looks very ridiculous that the college they were threatening the people so they were unable to vote. So how can Ambassador Weah got that amount of votes from the same people that you say they were threatening? How the senator got that same vote? So are you telling me that the college that was investigating the people on the line say, look, who you voting for? They say, oh, we have voted for President Weah. They say, okay, well, if you didn't vote for Weah, if you didn't vote for the senator, more on the line, not for Chima. Is that what you're telling us? Because if you are telling us that calling them intimidating the people, it means that the entire place nobody's supposed to get votes. But the president won there, the senator won there, and at the end of the day, the vote was counted. On the 11 in the night, the vote was counted. People signed. The CDC Paul Washer signed. The they call Joseph Horst signed. Only one city did not sign the other polling center. And all those votes were put together, and all the guys were put together and taken to happen. The police came there, they even called the ERU commander to come and testify. Chima brought the ERU commander. The ERU commander told them, say, look, when I got to Old Sorokin, it was on the 11 in the morning, between 7 to 8. At which time the guys are feeling checking, they were only waiting for police to escort them, and I took them and I escorted them. So I don't know where the Chief Justice is coming from, she or her entire crew, to come and just hang on, country devil, and I don't understand. But be as it may, I just want to let the people know. I, Anthony F. Well, those guys who are seated on your platform know the kind of man I am. When it comes to fighting politically, I fought Chima with my bare hands. I was amputated financially, and I engaged the process fearlessly, and I was able to beat Chima hands down. Today, the Supreme Court has chosen to take the decision they took. Well, it left with them. But I can assure them, and I want to assure my people right now, Chimos is in serious trouble right now. We are going back to that process in Osoroke. Back, as a matter of fact, I will have a few times here. I will be going back to the county, and you will see me again coming on. Chima, I beat Chima 643 votes. In the town, he got 95. I'm going back. You don't be just watch it. If you don't see around 800 plus of guys now in the town, I will beat Chima hands down again. Because right now, almost the entire town, the people in the city, it is Chimas versus the people. It is Chimas versus the people right now. So I just want to show everybody.
So let understand something, Anthony. Let understand this, brother. You guys gonna have another election?
Yes.
Okay.
I want the Supreme Court.
Exactly. I just want you to be clear. You're going to have another election, and in that time, can you tell us again? What are the registered voters in that time, in that district?
In the town, the entire district is around 21,000 plus. From the town, they got 2 police centers, that's 962.
Okay, so the 1 and 2, you say you beat Buford Chima by how many votes?
Polling place number 1, I beat Buford Chima 323 to 35. Polling place number 2, I beat Buford Chima 320 to 56.
Oh, wow.
So if you put the 2 police centers together, I gave him 643, and then he got 95 from the 2 police centers. And then when they sending us back.
So how can Buford Chima come back if you beat him so massively?
That is some people decision going back through their own wisdom. There's a Supreme Court that did it. That's why I say they go to the Supreme Court, but the technical know-how that surround all of the intricacies that involve the election process, the Supreme Court does not have that ability to adequately analyze what took place in Osoroke or in the.
My last question to you and the rest of the guys can come on. Yeah, my last question because we got 28 minutes to go. We got 28 minutes to go. We got to get out of here by 7. My last question to you, sir. Do you think, on a very serious note, do you think that, first of all, the speakership, who are you supporting, Kun or Fonati? It will set my question up.
Right now, I've been disenfranchised. Participate in the speaker elections. I've been disenfranchised. By the fact that the Supreme Court has ruled that we should go for elections in previous organizations.
But who you are supporting first? Because you got your certificate, you are okay, you were dancing around. We saw the people putting you on the shoulder, dancing with you. Who are you supporting?
No, I see. Oh, I have not. They have not given me certificate. All the time you saw on Facebook when you were jubilating, it was a different levels at which Chima were being defeated. Chima was defeated at the mindset level in Hapo.
But thank you. So as I said right now, who you think fit to be the next speaker? Richard Kun or Fonati Kufa?
I have not done my due diligence yet. I was in this process caught between the system. I was caught between the system, between the situation between Chimas and Asha. I was not actually doing the critical analysis of these people in terms of their character, in terms of their passion.
Remember, stop doing that thing for us, man. You have done all of this thing, you know, man. Who you think the people should support, man? I mean, you're a smart guy. You did all this thing, but we know about.
People know me very well. When I say I supported this person, I will come out very clear. The way the guys are doing the speakership election now, they are doing it incommunicado. They don't want to be clear. If I was supporting, like for example, Mr. Kofa or Richard Kun, I will be clear and will debate to the doors of the other comrades to make sure that Mr. Kofa or Mr. Kun should be the speaker. But right now, I am amputated. Anything I say, it will just be I'm not a voter. So right now, I cannot say anything, and I'm focused right now on the election because that election I'm going for, it is financially cost intensive. CEO, just know that at 40 months,
it's true.
Out of 57 police centers, I'm going back again. Right now, I've been disenfranchised financially. I'm finding it very difficult now to go because Chima operating on $2 million budget. $2 million. You as we speak right now, he sent people. He carefully is in the district buying voter registration card from people in Plibo, doing all sorts of things, $300 UF, so they can't get it no more. From the same number that I got it, they don't want me to get that number again. You know what I'm saying? So right now, I'm now critically analyzing where I can generate resources from to see how best to be able to engage him face on, because I got to bring back all these people, because 4 months now, CEO, since the election, 4 months. After 4 months, to bring back these people, even run up election, the same turnout in the first round cannot be the turnout for the second round. Then what more about when it is after 4 months? After 4 months, and then they just cancel the entire result. They say you should go back and redo.
Yeah,
in that process,
it's a lot of money.
Resources.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. Resources. Yeah. Can you imagine all the time in 4 months? You know the legal process in the country. All the have been helping me from October to today. You and I are talking. It is not a pro bono. It is not free.
No, it's not. You're right. You're right, Anthony. You're better cap. You're better cap. Let me bring in Eduardo and Steven to ask the question.
My question is just simple. My brother, the first round, what was the difference between you and Representative Chambers? The difference in total vote?
For the entire district?
Yeah, for the entire district. Yeah.
Yeah, the entire district had 8,105 and he had 8,024.
So you won him by what? 101, 102 votes?
81 vote.
Oh, 81 votes. This is very serious. Okay. Now, my next question is, because we know Honorable Speaker has a lot of money. Actually, it's more of a recommendation. I know it's going to be very, very costly for you because Honorable Speaker will spend so much money in that district. You have to recall some of these payments to people. They're entirely illegal because for some reason, if he subdues the vote, you have to go back to court. That's what I'm going to say to you. And the other guys can come in.
Come again?
Honorable Speaker will spend a lot of money in that district buying voting cards that you just mentioned. He will do everything he can to subdue the vote. Go ahead.
In second place now, as we speak, his guy, he concubines, they are there. They are working overnight. I think she posted on Facebook that she's already in the county. They're working out everything, making sure that all he's doing right now, he don't want the number to put to appear in the district, taking that card, and even appear to not get that number. But I can assure him, Eduardo, or the person who asking the question, I can assure you, whatsoever Chimo I try to put into place, all I need is that I need to just be a little bit strengthened. Once I am strengthened, I can assure you, I will come back in most of our kind of a flying color. All I need is to put into place little resources and get myself back together. After the 4 months and go back there, I just try to get him back next week or before next week. I want to get, because I don't know when the National Election Commission will come up with the rerun schedule. So I'm just trying now to see what I can lay my hands on and get back into the butchers there. I know how to move around in that place. Chima can go all of the money he's spending right now. I know. I don't have money equal to Chima. $2 million US every year times 6 years is not ordinary money. To first such a man, you must be somebody with strategy. You must be somebody with some strong financial support. But right now, financially, I am amputated because I have spent all the money for these past 6 years. After the 6 years, then 4 months consistently in court. At the end of the day, I'm almost surprised Supreme Court did what they do what they're not supposed to do. But for as it is, we leave everything we go, but we get a
Thank you.
We're going back to show our supporters and show the Marylanders across the world that they should not worry. All they do is they have anything that they think they can do in their own will, in their own weak will, to have us strengthened as we get back into the district. Let them do that. Whatsoever way they can do it, let them people do. But we're going back into the country and we're going to show them Chima will be history after the rerun in Cleveland Southern District.
Thank you, brother. Mr. Gibson or Stephen, I don't know which one of you guys coming.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Williams, I wanted to know, have you read a Supreme Court decision at all? Have you read it?
I got it. Yeah, I read out 3 pages. I read the 3 pages documents. They got it narrative, but the actual ruling is three. They got all of that sign on. I got it right with me. And
thank you. In that ruling, the Supreme Court said. In that ruling, the Supreme Court said there were evidence of violence in polling places 1 and 2, Old Salican Towns Precinct, so and the other town. But you said the Supreme Court ruled because Debo came outside. Don't you think you lied to your constituents?
No, it's not lie. They said that after they using it as they said violence was there, but they're not the violence they're using to come for a rerun.
No, what are they using? They said, let me read it. Let me read it for you. It said that in instances where election violence is proven, and in order to ensure that the people are given the opportunity to exercise their constitutional political franchise, a rerun and a recount as the case permits is necessary. Hence, listen to this. Hence, the evidence having established that election violence occurred in polling places 1 and 2. You just told your people that the Supreme Court ruled on because the devil came outside. That is a little bit of lie, right?
No, they said if they say violence, right? They said violence. What the violence are talking about in their complaint, they said when the devil came. If you read the whole long thing they got there, they said when the devil came, the guy who said they call him Maga Segwe. He said the person wayao. So at the time he was running. He was running for the president. You were entering in.
Can you read that part to us? Can you read that part to us?
The drawing out the
Can you read that? You say you got it before you. Can you read that part to us?
The came and said, "Call the devil key outside." It was not violent among themselves. They said, "Call the devil key outside." Why you wanted the violent? Yes,
Mr. Williams. You say you have the ruling right before you. Can you read out 1 or 2 sentences that said that because the devil came outside? Can you read that part?
I said, I got it here. They got it, the 3 pages here. They got it all one that almost, let me see how many pages here. The other one is a whole problem, like the whole history here. The 3 pages they just did it to give it as a summary, but they got a whole one here. That all about, I don't know how many pages here. Let me see the last number on this here.
You should be able to highlight the place that are very important to you.
Pages, they raised the argument for that what she read and she was able to come up with it. But I am saying to you, the violence that they're talking about, they say it came out because of the country devil. That's what they said.
Can you read that part for us? Can you read that part for us? Can you read that part for us?
Where they said,
please read that part for us, for the audience.
Where they said, hold on, Gibson. Where they said the country devil, can you screenshot it and send it to me, please?
We are coming. Let me check for the whole.
Just where they mention the country devil. While we pause on Gibson, let me bring in Stephen. Stephen, my brother.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Stephen, we can hear you.
So I think what the confusion there is, there are 2 sets of documents here. Gibson, the one we have is the summary of the case. Then there's the entire.
You are not Williams. You are not Williams.
No, but
if you get it, just read it.
Well, you gotta let
Stevie, before you do that,
no, but that's what he chooses to do.
If I start attacking my fellow panelists,
I'm not attacking you. I'm not saying.
No, you're attacking me. You are not Mr. Williams. If you have that particular part, just read it for us. I know the part I'm reading that the judgment.
No, the document you get is
read it.
You got a 3-page document. Like all of us.
So read the part now. Read the part that you know that devil. They say devil.
There's a whole booklet. You know the Supreme Court. I'm going to rule on one.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a summary. The point I would like to make is, and this is why I want to see the almost 40-page document he talks about. To know in the wisdom of the court what was the decision based on to call for a rerun in terms of the impact of the quote unquote violence that happened. If a polling place has a total of 550 registered voters how did, for example, the case where he said he had 300 and some more votes, Buffer Chima had this, and then you add all the other candidates. I want to know what are the total votes in each of those polling places that the Supreme Court felt that people were disenfranchised because of the violence. I want to understand something else. Can you help me?
Williams, you got a question?
Okay. Now, the total vote in all Sullivan is about like 960. Let me say it should not be about 960.
The total registered voter, right?
Yeah, 960, and I took 643.
No, I want to know listen to me, Williams. All the votes, your vote, Chimba vote, all the other persons that contested with against your, how much would that total vote come up to?
Then check the tally sheet, then do the calculation.
Yeah, because I want to know, then I will be able to see the extent to which people were disenfranchised. Because if 5% didn't show up, how can the court, or 20% or 30 or 50, how can the court then rule that it was because of the violence, when we know primarily that there will be cases where people will not turn out to vote? I really want to see that ruling and be able to assess the gravity of the impact of the violence in the 10 about it. Then I will
yeah, but still, before
my second suggestion, I'll make a quick suggestion. I think maybe one day we should find a day and try to see how we can, raise some money for him, because I know there will be a very difficult journey going against Chimba. And
that would not be fair to Buffer Chimba, though.
Who cares? Buffer Chimba got $2 million budget.
Buffer Chimba get plenty of money. He got plenty of money.
Buffer Chimba go against the man who
Stevie will do our show and raise money for him.
Never allow fundraiser for anybody.
Stevie will do our show and raise money for him. I said no to Buffer Chimba.
Glenny, hold on. You and Stevie will not do this. We are independent radio station. We are not allowed to do that.
We'll take it from here.
Glenny, hold on. But we got to be very right. As much as we can be in sympathy with Anthony, it would not be fair to the system, to the process, for us to raise money for any one of those candidates. They are in dispute. We'll wish them well. Now, my issue here is that let me ask Stephen a question. Stephen, it is concerning. I received 2 text messages today. The overall vote. And Anthony is trying to send us those documents. So it's very, he sells the 14, something different that Gibson is arguing about. But the overall vote, Stevie, is less than 90. If
81, imagine 81 votes.
Yeah, 81. Thank you. That's why I said less than 90. If for any reason, right, Stevie, this issue that Buffer Chimba now is campaigning heavily or doing what he's doing in that district, that's trouble for Anthony, because those districts that gave Anthony an edge, and for any reason that people cannot come back to vote for Anthony.
Let me say something.
Go ahead, Stephen. Then we'll go to Conor Gray.
I think part of what we do on this show here is to be advocates for the right people to go into a position of authority, not necessarily because we're against anybody. But we think that in order for our public bureaucracy to
somebody said, then why you raise money for JMB? We raise money for JMB.
That's the point. That is the point exactly. Thank you.
Case closed. The reason why we need to empower people like Tony, these guys are people who are fighting against the bad system.
18 years and he still wants to go back.
You don't even know William, whether he's a good person or a bad person.
We know him.
Because you want
but one at a time, Glenny Lee gets you alone.
I know him personally. William was president of ASU. He was president of the University of Liberia Student Union. He's somebody with the ideological clarity.
Yeah, Buffer Chimba get ideological.
No, why you know? Buffer Chimba
they make a fake master, fake PhD.
They make a fake clarity.
Yeah, you're doing this thing by your style, man.
But here's the thing, Stephen, let me borrow 1 minute of your time. You know the reason why I'm on the country devil? You know the reason why I'm on the country devil? If the Supreme Court rules in that manner on the country devil, it is a law that country devil cannot come out on the election day. So for somebody to claim that the Supreme Court ruling was based on that, it means it is a law in our country that when election is taking place in our country, country devil can never come outside. That's why I'm sticking on it. And
so
it's
why if
wrong
the
for us
country
to-
devil coming outside led to the violence?
The Supreme Court cannot rule
the
that
country
country
devil
devil
cannot
came
vote.
outside, and so
Country devil
because of
voting
that,
too,
there should
man.
be re-election.
No, I'm
They can't do
saying,
that.
yeah, thank
Yeah,
God,
your EDC going again, man. Your
anytime you
EDC
lie,
going
your
again,
car
man.
can go.
Yeah, man. Your EDC go.
Anytime you
Anthony, are
lie,
you there?
anything will call a wire.
Anthony, are you there?
Yeah. I'm trying.
You're trying to send me the document. Anthony, we'll have you.
Anytime you
We
see
can
lie,
bring you
like
back.
that,
Send the document. We're going to see what we can do as a network, but it's not something we do, and frequently to support. And these guys have to have the conversation in the back. And as a network, Madam Titi got to give his okay, and I don't know what she's saying on this, but it's good having you, Anthony. And as you go through this process, we're going to bring you back again. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
And I send you one page. I found another one. You there?
Yes, I'm here. Send all to me, and we can discuss it more. Yeah, we got only 10 more minutes to be here.
I will try to screenshot the entire documents to send it, but let me just send you the page. They're not on the other area again. The thing that small document here, the document is plenty. That just I said I want just be and just came out with. You see the content there with the high, the content there. Yeah. Okay, I see you. Thank you very much for the time. I will do everything possible. Like I do for me, I will do as much as possible to do what is good for our people. I know the people in Plibo, Chimos have not done anything. They will do what they know is right. So he can do anything he wants to do right now, spend all of the money, but I can assure him at the end of the day, Chima will beat his face. He will come right back to this same Mosebaro County at the end of the day and he will cry again. Maybe he may come with different things that which I don't know. But I can assure you, everything I will do, it was fair in that place. Chima's issue that he raised about country devil coming in the place, taking the ballot box. It is the entire case here. It was a case. They took the summary out before she read it today because that's where they took the guy who they say he got wounded because the devil was coming. He started beating people, all sort of things. But be as a man, thank you for the time, and I look to you. I will try as much as possible to screenshot all the documents to see how best to pass the order so that you can read from count 1 to count 14, and you see everything inside. And part of the one again. When I gave you the entire file, the first one at Chimo file, that first complete Chimo file that got the 9 count inside, so country they were there, and I seen violent the people talking about there.
Thank you very much, Anthony. We look forward to talking to you again. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But yes, just saying the first page, then I will try as much as possible to screenshot the entire thing. I mean, take the picture, everything one by one tomorrow.
Just do a better one because what you sent me is not clear. It's very, very not clear. So take your time tomorrow and we can talk about it.
Yeah, I will find good camera or something to the camera and send it to you because I know it's not clear.
Thank you very much, my friend. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Guys, there you have it. We got 7 more minutes to go. A beautiful show today. Again, that's the big thing when you talk about the country devil getting involved, Dr. Richardson. That's big. I don't know who brought the country devil outside. Let me leave that one out before I get rising behind my ear.
But the question I wanted to ask the man, but he didn't allow me to ask him.
When he get back on the grade tomorrow.
Yeah, another thing too is
do they have country devil in Maryland? I thought Maryland that's also got country devil.
Yeah, I can't.
But Stanton, y'all can hear me?
I let Dr. Richardson talk before she filed protest. I'm begging you.
No, y'all can hear me. I don't want to know somebody.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, you good.
So I'm going to just do my closing because I know we don't have a lot of time today. We started this conversation talking about the deputy speaker the person who intends to run for Deputy Speaker Cogar. And, I wish he would have sold himself better. I mean, I asked a primary question, what qualifies him to be Deputy Speaker of the House, looking at his running mates? And I don't think he answered that question fairly, but I hope that would give him, the opportunity to go and do more research and to be able to sell himself. That's actually why I was asking that question. And to the Liberian people, so the Liberian people can be more informed. And then, of course, we went on to the situation for Fanatic Kofa. I mean, it's established from my point of view that he is an American citizen. And I think I agree with Stephen, that the law does not go around, the court does not go around looking for law to bring to the bench, it doesn't matter when you bring the issue come to the bench, but if it is against the law, it is against the law. However, I do believe that the dual citizenship law should be revisited. I don't think it is fair for people that are in the diaspora who came here. Many of them came here involuntarily because of the war, to say that you can only hold a certain position when these diaspora Liberians go back home and are contributing to this economy, to the society. They're paying taxes, they're paying money. So I don't think that it should be regulated. I mean, even though it says that you have to denounce your citizenship of another country 1 year, so not permanently buying them, I think that should be removed. And I think they should be given the opportunity to hold positions in different areas. Yes, I do know that in America, is natural. If you're a naturalized citizen, you can't be president or you can't be vice president. But Liberia is not America, and not everything America does means that we have to do it as well. And of course, I know the reason why, there's security implications, but again, that's another subject for another day. Lastly, Anthony Williams, I don't know him, but I'm going to do my research on him as I always do. But I think Anthony Williams is anything better than Buffer Chimmer. Buffer Chimmer served for 18 years. He served for 18 years, okay? If you ask the people in Plebo District, Sanoke and Plebo District in Maryland County, what did he do for clean water, for healthcare, for education, for, better schools? I don't think I can point, or he can point to anything. It was the same Buffer Chimmer we saw on this platform here giving money to the people. I don't know why that didn't come up in court. He was actually issuing money to the people to vote for him, which I think is against election laws. It is against election laws. So I would take, Anthony Williams, I prefer that you, because I want to know more about you. I will definitely support anything but Buffer Chimmer, who supported the CDC platform to put Liberia where it is right now. So having said that, Anthony Williams, I will join Jenny in championing your cause. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You would join Granny?
Yes.
Okay, I see you.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's your business. Granny, you coming? Look at that guy wiping his skin. He in darkness. He's sweating. Yeah, look at that other lawyer. He in darkness. He wiping his skin.
I think it's been a great show. And all of the topics, all of the people that I don't want to serve anymore came up. So I'm very excited. I say no continuously to Fanatic Kofa. No to Fanatic Kofa. And if that is the law, I'm excited that Unity Party decided to pursue it. And if it's against the law, he should not be made speaker for the House of Representatives Liberia. I will be talking to Stephen immediately following here. We're going to take up the cause of Anthony. I am going to canvass. I'm going to do all I can along with Dr. Richardson. We're going to raise funding for him against Buffer Chambers, because as he said, rightly said, Buffer Chambers has money. So he may not be able to even contest strictly against him, because he will not have the financial backing. So if we say we don't want Buffer Chambers to come back, we have to put our mouth, put our money to where our mouth is. There are a lot of people already texting me and asking what can we do to help. We will take it straight, and it's simple. No to Buffer Chambers is the campaign. If you don't want him, raise money for Anthony.
Glenn, that's something we can discuss in the back. We cannot come on the show and establish a practice right now.
No, that's for now. This is not. Let me just say it has nothing to do with Spoon, please.
Yeah,
absolutely nothing to do with Spoon
taking
TV.
Those sides. The only reason why we did it through the approval of Madam TT is because it was the presidential election. I just don't want Anthony. I know Anthony family. I know Anthony, but we have some limitations as an independent network. And again, let's speak in the back.
I agree. I take it back. Not because I'm on spoon, I take it back, but I would hope that Buffer Chambers does not get an opportunity to go back to the House of Representatives after 18 years, after not doing anything for his people. And what is even more despicable is to even see him the other day say he's volunteering for a cleanup campaign. Like seriously, after 18 years, you coming down to clean the city of Monrovia. I really hope that he doesn't go back, and I hope that Anthony can beat him again. That will be my closing.
But who put this thing up with a dog? It gives you look fearful in the dark. Man, y'all tell the team. Y'all tell the team for them. You was saying in student children bar. Y'all don't get him like bro, right? He could come visit you and get your lady. I remember saying gives you look fearful in the dark.
Guess when you coming back?
I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back soon. I'm here for something else. But look, for my closing, let me do my closing. Look, Anthony, for me personally, I like pragmatic, progressive minds, people who are willing to be change agents.
Yeah, about to open a radio station and a clinic. Gives him talks on expired medicine for a year. Tylenol, aspirin, he took it, girl.
Never. I will never be expired medicine.
A lot of he went to the dollar store and bought a lot of the flea market in Columbus. He took a lot of the expired medicine the Spanish people put together, $20 for a whole piece of them. They're all expired. This is medicine. I'm not gonna say against you. Let's move ahead. I'm not gonna say.
But to be honest, I like the fight of Mr. Williams. I like people who want to challenge the status quo. I think let me be honest, Buffer Chambers has outlived his usefulness in the House. I don't think there's nothing more he can prove by being in the House. I don't think so. So I will sympathize with Williams's his quest to replace Buffer Chambers, to see a new idealist coming out of Maryland County. But at the same time, I want Mr. Williams to dismiss the idea that the Supreme Court ruled on the basis of country devil. Because what that means to us is every time we are having our election, and once country devil came out, it becomes a violation of the process. So the Supreme Court cannot rule because devil came outside. It is something that I need to see that the body of the opinion. That's all I'm against. But William, you are fighting a good fight. Whether you lose it or you win it, I believe you are fighting a good fight and you can go for it. I'm not going to contribute to you though. But I will encourage anybody to contribute to you because I don't want to start something I can't continue.
You gotta say it, just be wrong.
What did he not start? You continue. That you say.
I know, right?
It's your fault on Lelu. Go to all people, man. Y'all think you plenty. The show is always nice. We come to our people. Everybody who let a hair call, y'all think you too. Y'all think you there. I call my head. They say like bro hot, so I am preparing for that, bro. But by the same token, man, to everybody, it was a great show as always. Liberia first, man. Always. Oh, that's what we do. Stay tuned. I feel
Thank you. Econo Great.
This issue with Fonadi Kofa, and as much as some of us don't want him to be speaker, but anytime you disadvantage natural-born Liberians, it's like I become uncomfortable like an older woman. Who when you talk about
what does that have to do with anything, older woman?
Glendy, if you give me a chance, I will lend you my power.
Why are you being sexy? Why you putting why older woman really?
We have cliches, we have sayings that go back to our culture. So, but I will abandon it since you don't want me to continue that way. But let me say this. Let me say this, and the thing about
get uncomfortable as well as older men get uncomfortable too, right?
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, the issue about men versus womanhood.
No, it's not about issue about men. It's just all men get uncomfortable, right?
Wait, guys. Let's try to put this up. Sorry to interrupt you, Conor Gray. It is in the news. It is in the news. The Liberia Public Radio, they are running with this story. Does Deputy Speaker Fonati Kofa hold U.S. passport as he seek speakership? And they get the passport information here for Fonati Kofa. So this is now in the news. And I told you guys that at some point, one way or the other, something was going to come up. So we have this information. I just want us to pause a little bit and we can go through it and discuss it. If you guys, discuss it in the sense that not to discuss the whole thing, but just discussing it because now it is out there. It is out there. Go ahead, Conor Gray, while I put this up for people to see. The Liberia Public Radio running with this information, and we have to talk about it, that these are some of the reason why Unity Party is going to the court. Go ahead.
So I was going to say that the issue about disadvantaging people who are natural born is the fact that no country, especially third world country that has transitioned, including Israel, the state of Israel, no country has come from that dungeon of poverty to make it by itself without the assistance of their diaspora citizens. When you disadvantage people at that level, you run the risk of running Liberia, perpetually to that state of the 1300s. Go back and look at Rwanda. They had to ask all the citizens abroad with education to come back home. You understand? Regardless of their citizenship. I think us Liberians continue to look at issues that will bring our country backward. And we're one of the least nations in the world. Without our remittances to that country, Liberia will even be, a destitute nation further. Now, to begin to find ways to disadvantage, and I'm really disappointed at this point with the Unity Party if they pursue this level, regardless, because it just shows what your future will look like. If they start going after people because they believe that those individuals have citizenship elsewhere, that's the wrong start. It's a false start, in my opinion. Because look, whether or not you want Fonati Kofa there, this issue is not only about Fonati Kofa. I still hold a green card. Don't get me wrong. And if I will get a U.S. citizenship, I'll go for it. But the idea is not about my citizenship. It's about disadvantaging somebody who was born by birth in a country. And that's why it hurts me so much about this issue. And now you can go after Fonati Kofa. You don't want him to be speaker. There are other ways you can pursue that speakership. I think we're making the case. But to go now and say you want to hook someone because they hold citizenship elsewhere, that's something I don't go I don't support. It just shows that you're setting a precedent that will come back to bite you. That's why people did not pursue the issue with George Weah too far, because they knew the like of Madam Solly, for other folks who probably get some residences somewhere else could come into play. Let's not start something that we can't end. And regarding the Alex Williams situation, I think Alex should continue to fight, even though the margin was
Anthony Williams, right?
Anthony
Williams.
Anthony Williams, not Alex Williams.
Yeah. Sorry, great. You're making good points so far. Good.
Thank you so much, Doc. Anthony Williams should continue to fight. It's just that when you start setting precedent, to say it's good to challenge this because of this, then it should be across the board. Whether or not somebody gets 6%, 1%, 0%, as long as they were in an election, they felt cheated at some point, You're telling us that they have the right to challenge. Don't cherry pick, not because it's not the presidential race. George Weah could have come out and say, "Hey, I challenge the result." You understand? Because the margin is so small. Well, where would that have left us as a nation? If you grant the opportunity to Anthony, you should grant the opportunity to all. Or to Buffer Chamber, but Buffer should go, man. Some of this guy, let him go do something else. He was not forced to just be in a house. Has been voted out. Respect the people's opinion. They don't want you. Go. When they say they don't want the Weah administration, you think they were cherry picking? They can't vote you now and then let Weah go. People love Weah more than you. They let Weah go. Why can't you go? Leave the folks alone so they can make progress in a destitute community. Come on, man. I think we always support Anthony where we can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conor Gray. Thank you very much. I want to bring to your attention because folks been quoting me, and I'm surprised that this is up. I know that your time, Steven, you will take us home. Beg you, Steven. Yeah, this is from the Liberia Public Radio. Liberia Public Radio. It was put out today. Does deputies
with that bad English there?
What?
The English there is bad.
But we're not concerned about English now. But let me do this thing. We come to Google.
English.
But yeah, please. I don't do the English to my man. So, does Deputy Speaker Kufuor hold U.S. passport?
Yeah, but a hairline stand on that hairline.
No, but that means creative too. I just bring you up story. That means do this one, man. I begging you. And you say we must get listen, my guy. Yeah, and you say we must get some story because
that's the message.
Yeah, that's the message. We're trying to figure out how. What Unity Party have, right? What they got in a possession.
You can put those things up.
Yeah, so there you go. They said, does Deputy Speaker Kufuor holds U.S. passport as he seeks speakership? Now, this is the link. It's there. We went on it. They are running with this story. This is Fonati Kufuor. The information here, but this is his passport. This is concerning the signature. If you zoom in, they got Fonati, all his information. So I'm kind of concerned, guys. Since I'm left with Steven, this is concerning. This is deep.
Look, Senator, I think politics is a very interesting game. I'll put it. It reminds me about a soccer game for those of us who play football at a certain level. When you're in injury time, that's when people measure the extent they measure the quality, the coaching prowess, because it is that crucial stage in the game where a substitution can either tilt the game in your favor or against you, or a tactical change can result to you either winning or losing. So we are in injury time. The reason I describe it as an injury time, we have but less than 48 hours to deciding who becomes the Speaker of the 54th legislature. The Unity Party is attempting to put all of our injury time strategy into play. Maybe she's changing her system from 4-4-3 to 4-2-4 to provide more attack.
Zizu.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Let's move on. Nothing I just talk. Let's move on.
He got me jealous now. I
get jealous, man. I'm not going to play for my
But this is I look at a football game. So let's see. And kind of great to your point about the bill. I think one of the things we as Liberians, and all of us guilty of this, is that we don't challenge laws. All of us guilty. We don't challenge issues. It was not until Tish Jallow had to challenge the laws when the Supreme Court ruled that ruling. What's his name? Gibson was talking about. Because T. Jallo, challenge it. How many of us willing to go to the court and say, you know, I mean, this thing is bad, let's challenge it? There's a maxim in law is that the court cannot do for you what you cannot do for yourself. Unless you bring your matter before the court will not come looking for it. It will not come to you and say, my man, what issue you got with it? Do I say the TJ bill? You're bringing that look. I know. Identify your issue, find a lawyer, go to the court and challenge it. But none of us willing to do that. None of us have even said we will challenge it before the court. If we mobilize ourselves and go to the court, get a lawyer, you can challenge it. There are avenues for you to challenge. If you feel that the law discriminates, let's challenge it. You know, but for us to come and say, okay, buy without even challenging it, we will not go nowhere. We'll just be running around in circles. Let's find lawyers. Let's go to the court. Let's challenge the law. On the issue of Williams, I've been knowing Williams for many years. We're at the University of Liberia together. He's somebody who has picked himself up by the bootstrap. He's a fighter. He's been a fighter all the time. I know him for the last almost 25, 30 years. He's been a fighter. He's been somebody who is moved by his conviction. He's been an advocate fighting for the Liberian people, whether as student leader of the university on the larger scene. He's been this man who's championed the cause of the ordinary people. And so I was not surprised when he defeated Buffer, because William has been working in Plibo-Soroke for quite a number of years now. And so I think that case, I want him to win, but it's going to be a difficult runoff. It's going to be a very, very, very difficult runoff. And he will have to rely on a number of things, including the overwhelming support of his people in the district in terms of turning out to vote, in terms of not selling their voting card to anybody, and believing that this is the moment for change and that Buffer Chumba has outlived his uselessness. You know, this is the moment. This is the moment. And so it's been a great show, Stanton, as always. Looking forward to tomorrow. And I hope we can all have a wonderful rest of the evening. And God bless you all. God bless you all, the Liberian people. And see you all tomorrow.
Let me say this. It's very important because this passport thing is huge. You know, I disagree with that law, but I think this case will allow Liberians to understand that Fonati will challenge the law. Mm-hmm. He signed onto it. So he's the best person to fight against it. Yep. This will pave the way for other Liberians to be blessed. You know, some way, somehow, he did. He signed onto it. He was one of those that put this into law. Mm-hmm. And so Liberians should understand he's not a stranger to this law. But if he is an American citizen, then therefore he should help every American citizen, Liberian American citizen here, have a free pass. If he wins this case, take it from me. If Fonati wins this case, Stephen, a lot of people will walk in our country and they will run for president, vice president, on the ruling of Fonati judgment from the Supreme Court.
Yes.
So it is good. We want to see this fight. If he doesn't, then a lot of people again going to stand up and reference Fonati case. If even the Unity Party right now as it stands say we will not pursue this case, somebody will bring this argument up tomorrow.
Bring it up. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's a good thing for all Liberians. Sorry that he found himself in this position. The passport, as I zoom into the passport, I see all of Fonati information, his date of birth, his full name, everything, his passport number, everything. You can verify that. And somebody sent me the court order again from Atlanta. Okay, they sent me the court order. Let me say this real quick. Is the court order? I don't want to go there because somebody will say, yes, Stanton, is something versus something 2, 3, 4.
North Carolina.
North Carolina is right there on November, 8, 2002. I'm not going there, okay? But it's something about this court order that folks need to go back and look at. We're not hearing you, Stevie.
I thought, are you sure you got me started?
No, I'm not starting a new show. I just want to help. We'll continue on more.
Because,
but I'm doing my
somebody they give me
thing.
laugh in the comment section because he say, how old is Steven guy? Before he say, you know, everybody 15 to 20 years.
So, but the best thing we can do.
You know that you've been around for a while too.
I left high school, you know. I left high school almost 25, 26 years ago.
Interrupting me, folks. So I give myself another 2 minutes.
No, but let me ask you this.
Great interrupting me again.
Let me ask you, man. You're taking a long time to explain your case. They may not be on the floor for that election, so he will have to be present in court to challenge the issue. So I can almost certainly say he's not going to be the speaker.
I don't like the fact that. Let me say this, O'Connor Gray. I like the fact that this is coming up now.
Yes. The
argument from Dr. Richard saying, Glendy, and you can agree. Everybody argument, so this is a nonsense law. I do agree. You know, once a Liberian, always a Liberian. Don't come, strangulate us about your law because you have some jealous folks in there saying, well, these guys from America would come and take our job, would come and take our something. So it's wrong. But let's go back now. It helped pave the way for a good testing of the Supreme Court and the legal system, as Stephen Johnson was saying. Let Fonati challenge it. Any result coming from there on Fonati will help Liberians home and abroad. That's all my thing in this. I don't know why the Unity Party wasted time like now. I think they have a good case. I do believe they have a good case. Now, we should understand.
The last step.
I won't finish right quick because we got to go. Now, we'll understand here and there, though. The 15th is Monday. Yeah, the 15th is Monday, right? So you think they're going to push their election further, Stephen, or they will just remove Fonati, keep it in court, and continue with this thing? Or can CDC say we all are not supporting Fonati, we're going to walk out? Stephen, my last question to you.
If they walk out, they will have to walk out in the number that can disrupt a quorum.
What's the number to disrupt the quorum?
So I think the quorum is 38. I think 38 is a quorum. I think 38 is the magic number there. So it's 73 divided by 2 is how much?
Say that?
73 divided by 2.
That 36 and a half.
37.
So 38 is the
36 and a half.
36.5.
Yeah, that was a 36 and a half. Look at Glenny said 37. Glenny don't even know her math.
Not 36.5, not 37.
No, 36 and a half, not 37.
That's 35. You run into the next.
No, don't add a puppet key. No running up. No, don't do that.
Okay, I'll leave you.
So in that instance, 38 becomes the magic number. So if they can walk out in the drove to the point where they will impact the assembly in terms of it not meeting a quorum, then they will have a legitimate. Then they could disrupt the process. 2, in terms of it not will the Supreme Court file a prohibition, or will the Fonati team maybe file a prohibition to say let's put a stay order on the election while my candidate is in court? You know, so those are the other legal implications that could come. You don't know all of the cross-cutting issue that could interplay between now and Monday. But we got a short window. I don't know whether we have time to file a case with the court tomorrow or tomorrow Saturday.
You can call one justice in chamber and file that case. You can. You don't need a full bench.
I don't know the operation of the court.
No, you don't need a full bench because when I asked, you just need one justice in chamber to file the case. But here's the issue very quick, though. And you said it right, Stephen. If you got 37 saying no, we stay on the side of Fonati. It means that Fonati won the speaker share. It means that those are 37 members, right? Am I right yet? Yeah. If you got 37 of them, so we're still with Fonati.
Because one person died.
No, but that's why we're making it 37 now. So it'll be 73. We get other things out there. But if you get 37 of them, guys, to say we still with Fonati, we're going to walk all of this. Those are the 37 that will make Fonati speaker. But if you get 37 to say we will remain here, it means that Richard Kuhn is speaker. So this is big. And I hope we can continue it tomorrow because, again, folks, I love this fight. And I hope. Yeah, Mama.
We'll have to get Fonati new passport because it won't already expire.
Yes, it expired.
2022.
But what you asking me? That me get a passport?
No, I'm just telling you.
No, I'm begging you. Don't bring a thing to me. I'm begging you. Yeah, don't bring a thing to me. They put it in the newspaper. We outside there. Now you asking me? Yeah, but expire. But again, that's a lot of that.
Anybody, the way Remy Gray looking like a priest.
I know that true.
The way he got a chuck neck, I just say like a Cali priest.
Remy Gray would be one of the Cali priests that they would take the tattoo from quick.
Yes.
They would take the tattoo from him.
We need to explore that citizenship law more.
No, but it's a good fight. It is a good fight.
That challenge. If you get issue with challenge it, let people, let challenge it. Get loyal. Let them
denounce your citizenship, American citizenship for 1 year before you hold any elected position. Can I denounce my tax paying for 1 year when I move to Liberia?
So that already I was in a conversation. We've been having conversations, right?
Mm-hmm.
They for example, if you're a U.S. citizen and you work overseas, and you make above certain threshold in terms of income,
yes,
you pay taxes to the U.S.
Yes, you do.
Now, if the government could say, look, for you to benefit from the full, because if you're a Liberian citizen, there has to be a regime in place to them that will collect income tax from Liberia who working in America, who making above certain threshold. So let's say you that are registered, you're working in America, but you're a Liberian, but at the same time you're American, Liberian government could say, yeah, say you make 50,000 above, you pay taxes in Liberia. Will Liberians in America be willing to pay? Because the law will have, because that's the law. The law says if you're a Liberian, you work in China, you so pay taxes to your country.
Well,
income tax.
Stephen, I have to look at that law because I don't think it's all American citizens that are outside of the country that.
No, if you make certain income.
Okay,
the American is the income. So if you're in Liberia and you fall in a threshold, but so long you fall within certain threshold, I think it's 90,000 a year.
Okay, so the Liberians in the United States.
So because I want we can Liberia, how many? I think 5 or 6% of the population will make that money. The majority of people making less than 10,000.
Well, and then
so the government say all the Liberian people that in America that get Liberian passport, when your income is above 10,000, you pay 5% to your country.
Then we pay and they allow us to vote.
Yes, other thing. It comes from you go vote to your embassy. So
that's right. That's exactly what I was going to say. They have not even put in a mechanism for us to vote, even though
it will be the easiest thing. It's the easiest thing to vote in the diaspora. It's very easy because you can regulate the vote. You get computer here. You get everything. It's not like where you gotta go do voter registration. You just tell people go to the embassy with your passport and vote.
Well, I still have to look at that, Stephen. I mean,
mail in your ballot. You can do mail-in ballot here.
I agree with you, Stephen, but I would have to.
So we say we don't vote right now, or you mean vote?
But I said that
that's Stephen Johnson.
That is Susie there.
These are giving us some strategy for.
That's Susie there.
But let's say no man without playing for my head. You know what I'm for.
That's Stevie there for real.
That's Stevie.
But he's that already see.
Huh?
But this is almost 30 years ago, man.
Looking tall though.
But I'm tall. I'm 6'2".
Oh, but you get a little short.
Very tall. Stephen is tall.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't realize.
What's the name of the team? What's the team name?
Superstar.
But what's the other picture?
I don't know how to dress it. Yeah,
they want our LU practice. We want to play Bannersville.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you name the guys in this photo?
The guy next to me is Alexander Slavion. The other guy, Giretto. The other guy is Ruben Saka and Charles Allen. The bright guy there is Henry Luke. The other guy next to him is Mohamed Kewu. Next to him is Swen Nepe. I know the other picking in the one right in front of
Are they all live, Stephen?
Yes, everybody on that picture is live.
God, yeah.
So when we
So
hear
some
about
of
football,
them
they
that are ambassadors, some of them that are ambassadors,
got a football party there with
almost
insurrections.
Yeah.
I bet you
I gotta re-up that.
football picture. But every day you talk about especially where your picture.
Wait.
I do some work there.
See where your pictorial evidence for your footballing days. 11 in a war.
I can put it up.
And I'll send you some actual photo, yeah, so you can put it up.
But let me say this: the steering. That Glenny sent me all these pictures.
I'll believe it.
That Glenny sent me all the pictures.
I'll send you some actual picture.
No, but guys, so starting tomorrow, since Damo I explained, I will be displaying all my videos. I just don't do pictures, videos, what I used to play. Yeah, please remind me. I will be displaying my video. Listen.
That place you can put a picture to authenticate that it wasn't doctor. So we can be putting every video, every picture.
I mean, I can put any picture up to tell you the truth. Let me put one up real quick before we leave. When I went to Ghana and they called me to go play soccer, I was in Ghana. No, on a serious note, let me play. When I arrived in Ghana,
I'll collect you and verify that picture. Don't worry.
You can verify when I arrived in Ghana to go play soccer. Seriously, it's no joke. Just 1 minute, I about to put it up because I don't know. That you came purposely to challenge me, right? When I was in Ghana, yes, a picture. Oh, still, where are you going? I want to show you. You're running away.
Well, the picture man.
Yeah, the picture coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up. If I can find it, I'll find it tomorrow.
You want Ghana?
Yeah, our team went to Ghana. And we played. Huh? During the war, we went to Ghana the first ceasefire just after Octopus. Just after Octopus, we went to Ghana.
We go. So you can find it. We'll go on.
Yeah.
No, I would do it. It's unfair for you to go. That you brought it up. I mean, y'all want to see picture?
I get a peer shot.
Yes, on the show.
No, it's very
well. I bring the camera closer to me.
Let announce real quick. Our brother Fagon.
I'm 6'2".
Oh, yeah. Now I saw it.
Yeah. Announce real quick that our brother Fagon is not well. He was in the hospital for a night. A lot of stuff is happening. Yeah, let's reach out to him. He was admitted. Yeah, he was admitted, and we pray that God can listen, guys. Let me say this. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
No hospital picture to center. All your things do not send no picture for the hospital.
The man refused to call me because he's scared I'm going to put a picture up.
Yeah, I would never call you at your hospital. I will forget.
Well, what? I mean, we are friends, though.
Yeah, I'll tell you on the phone. I'll put video up.
Okay. So
you still looking for that picture?
I'm still looking for
that picture. Loving the wall. That picture loving nothing that the wall.
The man put Fadiga in trouble. Go post the man, past as his present life. That thing put that boy in trouble.
Who?
Fadiga. Remember that picture he posted with somebody that
I remember we're playing with that story. You better get what kind of military man are you? You can bring all the story.
Because you want post people picture. You went down that story. You posted the man picture and you get out trouble for him.
I mean, but you're feeling with that one now, right? So folks, I will show you the picture tomorrow because I cannot lay my hand on the picture. It's a wonderful picture. I must say this to you.
The CEO, they stole Stanton album 1990. So the picture 11, sir.
Yeah, they did, but we're able to recover some of my playing on Tusafi. We're able to recover some of my playing on Tusafi. Here you go. All right, folks.
Okay, guys, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, let me make it happen. Let me make it happen. Steven, thank you. Glendy, thank you. Connor, great, thanks. Dr. Richardson, as always, thank you very much. Oh.
Where's Gibson?
Gibson gone. Nelson, Odamo, you stay here? I want to say thank you.
About a transition. Nelson is
about
here,
a transition, yeah, but
oh,
we want to take some calls while we're hanging around, so you can transition to Nelson, but we want to take some calls. I'm gonna hang with Conor Gray left. Folks, yeah, he left. But bring Nelson on now. Just bring it on.
Nelson, get it ready. Yeah, but you're looking for the picture, Jana. It reminded me of a scene from Cape Mount.
I know you're gonna go there.
You already know.
I know you're gonna go there. Young man, Barney Sherman.
Kept looking for the text. You couldn't find it. Change the first one and then change the second one.
What you were looking for? But those seriously, Diamond, I'm concerned about the Funati Kofa situation, though.
Yeah, I've been following the trend, and that one of the I listen to people, I read comments people saying the passport is expired. The question is, has he relinquished his American citizenship?
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether he expired or not. It doesn't matter.
What's the procedure in relinquishing your American citizenship? And as per the law, you must publicly, announce all of that. Did he do all of those things? The passport is from 2022. It will expire 2022. That's a fact. But that establishes that he is an American citizen. Has he,
That's
relinquished?
All. Once they establish that he's an American citizen, now he should show when he, say, no, I don't want to be a citizen of America anymore. And he should follow the step now because they created that law. They signed that thing, So this is huge. And whether the Supreme Court going to deny it, then everybody that have passport now will come and say, well, Supreme Court denied for that Kofa, so you got no bearing on me. If the Supreme Court goes, listen, this is very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
This is huge. This is huge. And the right place, the right time for that Kofa. I'm concerned about him in this one. I hope
we see these things playing out. We saw similar legal maneuvering play out with the Musa Dean and that of Samura Wolo Koli by extension.
Yep.
And his representative certificate will also come on a question depending on the ruling from the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court rules that because you are an American citizen, you cannot hold a speakership position, then by extension, you shouldn't have been elected in the first place.
Those that ran against him, that would be their argument. That would be their argument. So he shouldn't be a representative.
Yes.
Those that ran against him. So, but if they uphold and say he's eligible to run, Liberians home and abroad, Liberians that have U.S. citizenship will walk into Liberia and they will start this ruling from the Supreme Court that upholding for Nancy Kofa and say, then I'm eligible to run for president. Then your law that was signed in July 22nd, 2022 is a messed up law. Then we cannot. So this is huge. I don't know on what ground they're going to have this argument. They will not cherry pick this one. This is very big, folks. This is huge. This is big. Tomorrow we have some lawyers to come and explain to us. But I think Funati Kofa now is in a bad place. Yeah, I do, Diamond. I think Funati Kofa is in a very, very bad place. And I hope Liberians, listen, you can call this one a witch hunt, though, can you?
Well, witch hunt to some extent, if you want to take it specifically to Funati Kofa, because this is going after him directly. It's not a class action, it's going after him. And it's because he refused, not running for deputy speaker. He decided that he was bent on running for speaker. So if you say witch hunt, because it's going directly after him, so it's a witch hunt in a legal manner. They didn't go after him because he's Funati Kofa. They did not know that he was an American citizen when he won the election in 2017. They knew. They did not know that he was an American citizen when he won a deputy speaker position. Yes, they were in the know. But now that it affects them, so they're going after him to say, okay, since we put you on the negotiation table and you didn't take option A, we have no other option.
Imagine, this is our president call you. You're right. The public call you said no. We put you this place, you said no. We put you that place, you said no. But you're a United States citizen. Look at the Liberia Public Radio. They're running with the story. They put the man's passport out there. Now it's a public document. Okay? They put a passport out there. how can Fonati come now to defend this thing? I really want to, and and I reached out to some members of Fonati camp, and I asked them, and they all said no, they are not speaking to it. Why you think so? Like before, they will be running coming, they will say they want to speak to it, but now they all said no, they are not speaking to it. Why you think so?
Because you have many of them with their hands in the cookie jar, and they do not want to, be the next subject of that. And as you said, this is a precedent case. We've been seeing a lot of precedent cases. This is not just politics, but this is the dirty part of politics, that if we know your secret and we want to use it against you, because that's the only way we can get to where we want to get. It's almost a similar situation with the alleged, claim coming from this outgoing speaker, Buffer Chambers, that he made against Fonati Kofa, the deputy speaker, when he said Mr. Honorable Kofa, did sponsor Anthony Williams against him. That was because allegedly Honorable Kofa wanted to get Buffer Chambers out of the way for a clearer path to the speakership. So it's like everybody plays dirty politics when the time comes, because you have to remove whoever you have to remove to get your way to where you want to be. So at the end of the day, we're looking at how this is going to play out, and what would be the ruling from the Supreme Court.
So while Nelson get ready, can we take a few calls? Let's hear from Liberians. I know Nelson show comes on at 8 o'clock. Just give me 5 or 10 more minutes and we out of here. Let's hear from Liberians though.
Let's hear from Liberians. I just wanted to bring a classic case.
Go ahead.
I worked at an institution that was closed down by the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government in 2015, 2016, thereabout. It was owned by Mr. Ure. The government knew that institution had a frequency that they had changed the name of the parent company. And by law, you cannot just transfer a frequency like that. It's the LTA that's got all right frequency changing and all of that, So they held on to it until it was the time that they wanted to shut that station down, and they used that excuse, that particular default, that look, we knew this station to be the owner of this frequency, and this station is operating it, so you shouldn't be operational, and they close it down. They're quite recently.
But why are you going too far? Joe Manaway government knew that Wilma Smith had nothing. They been all sweet. Immediately we start talking against Joe Manaway. They brought it with Wilma Smith case and say, go to the court, submit to a sponsor A, and for 6 weeks, they shut us down. Right? You were part of it. You are. 6 weeks. The only way they had nothing on the network, but they shut the network down. So there's people hold this thing to the chest and say, okay, if you mess with me, I get my Trump card, I will come after you.
I'll use it.
Who knows what our Unity Party had this thing to the chest for a very long time. Now they're going to court. Now everybody's
that was the last straw. That was the last
straw. Yes.
When he had a meeting with the president-elect and trying to negotiate and all of that, and said, well, since he didn't agree, we have no other option but to take our Trump card off our sleeves, and use it against him. So it's interesting times in our politics.
If they do not go against Fonati, right? And so one of those guys that were in the race for Fonati, they can pick up this thing and go against Fonati and challenge him. Oh, my brother Eugene is coming on.
Yeah, you talk about it, man.
Yeah, my brother Eugene is coming on. Eugene, how you doing?
I'm good. It's always a pleasure to watch you guys.
He coming like a witchcraft. He started a soft note today.
Yeah, I'm happy to join the conversation because I'm just watching you guys and it's interesting. And I said, okay, they're talking about citizenship and this. I think you need to join the conversation because I know you're going to bed. You Damona sleepy. They got a small room. They have 2 mattresses in the small room, and they have 1 mattress.
What we get to?
Because Nelson raised an issue. That, okay, if we're going to have the room, and then sometimes things don't materialize, one person can later inside. So let's just put 2 mattresses there. If things don't materialize, everybody can bond. And I had to put 2 mattresses in the room. The person are always having an issue right now that Yekezi. Because Yegesi wants to be diplomatic.
Yegesi, he doesn't sleep at the station. He's in the morning.
That's why I'm saying Yegesi comes in sometimes in the early hours of the morning under the pretext that he tells his significant others that we have a lot of breaking news going on. He goes there and he bunk. And then in the morning,
Let me say
he
this.
show.
Damon,
yes,
somebody say you two nice suit, and Dwadu is bringing them.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
like how they managed to know his size.
Like he doesn't know. He said thank you.
You know, one thing I noticed about you, you will run Cheche Police, sometimes you don't know how to run it. You really want the people to know who sent their suit for Damon. And that's what Damon was. Damon was smart enough to tell you, oh, thank you.
No, I didn't say that. I said nothing about who sent the suit.
I just somebody sent Damon.
I said someone.
Nice
Correct.
How they managed to know Damon's size?
But didn't we raise money on a show to buy suits?
But I don't mind saying you were announcing $220 for your suit. So you get money.
Because you want to double cross.
So why suit family is used now?
Damon, you don't know. Sometimes you get in a Maria saying now. He wants to double cross. It's my English. And I will not say anything more than that. He wants to double cross. Do you know who's saying the suit?
But we're not going there. But I can't talk about the passport thing. Damon got to go.
Switched.
Where are you? Fagon, where are you with this? This passport thing is big to me. I like it because it was set a record to dismiss
and that is why I decided I just watching you enjoying everything today. But there's one part said, Eugene, Diamond gotta go to bed, Stanton about to run away. But this topic is interesting. Just log in.
I'm not running away. I call up from church today.
I will not hold Diamond long.
I call up from church today.
Stanton, let me say this to you. The Unity Party will be good. And His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Newman Baka will be good if they stay clear and face the battle with Funati Kofa and win it as they are leading. Any attempt to go to citizenship will see their own loss. Here is why I say so. It's because it's simple. We now have dual citizenship in the country, but the dual citizenship has a but. I call it a but clause. Other people say they have the exceptional clause, which is the appropriate language to use. But I say it got a but clause that, oh, you are a Liberian, but if you this, you can't be this. Then at the same time, we are saying once a Liberian is always a Liberian. According to Article 4, you put it up, of the amendment law, Liberians who hold dual citizenship would be ineligible to hold any elected public office. And any such person interested in holding an elected public office must renounce the citizenship of the other country at least 1 year before making an application to the National Election Commission to be a candidate. In addition, a Liberian citizen who holds citizenship of another country is ineligible for the appointment as Minister of Finance, Development Planning, Minister of Defense, Executive Director, blah, blah, blah. But the first part that said who holds a dual citizenship will be ineligible to hold any elected office. Any. That law or that particular statement, let me ask you, when you go to court, do we operate on the basis of our opinion in the courtroom, or we operate on the basis of fact? If we operate on the basis of fact, it means that fact must be proven beyond all reasonable doubt. You cannot enter the courtroom and say, Stanton is an American citizen. His chairman is an American citizen. That's your mouth. Open your big mouth and say, Stanton is an American citizen. Can you prove it? Because under the American laws, they are under no obligation to inform you who their citizens are. I repeat. And when we went after George Weah on the basis that he was French citizen, American citizen, Floco. We went after Madame Salif, just give me a chance, Floco. We went after Robert Salif then, former Salif then, Floco. Because the Americans consistently told us we are under no obligation to tell you who our citizens are. Now, You will go, you will present the passport. Justice in chamber, Supreme Court say, I see an American passport, but only the Americans can tell us whether this passport is legit and this is their citizen. And under their policy, they will not tell you. You have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Fonati Kofa is a Liberian, born Liberian, and our law says once a Liberian is always a Liberian. So the reason why I joined this conversation is from just two angles. One, my man, I can't hear you. You muted.
You're muted.
No, let me ask you some questions before you proceed.
Can I just let quickly
you have said a lot. You have said a lot.
Yeah.
But you have said a lot. I won't hold you line by line.
Two mattresses in the room.
I won't hold you line by line. I won't hold you line by line, precinct by precinct. Don't make me forget about it.
Okay, I just wanted to end on something quickly. I will end on this by telling you this. If once a Liberian is a Liberian, point one. And secondly, the Americans are under no obligation to tell you who their citizens are. What yardstick will you use to say that Fonati is an American or Joseph Boakai is an American, therefore the law must take its course? What yardstick will you use when the Americans have a policy that says we are under no obligation to tell you who our citizens are? What will you use now to convict a person who is just looking at you and holding his Liberian passport since the law has been passed? I don't want the UP to follow that path because it's useless and it's a fruitless venture and they have no way of winning that part. You can ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me ask a very simple question. Yes, the document on the Liberian Public Radio. That's the document. They are saying that's Fonati passport. Fonati get his picture there, his name and everything. If you zoom on this document, let me go to the document real quick because now it's online. So if you zoom on this document, my brother Fagon, there we go. So you zoom on the document, right? It got Fonati, Jonathan Fonati Kofa, United States of America, 18 September 1963, place of birth Liberia, date issue text in February 2012, date expire 12 February 2022, see page 37, Department, United States Department, the passport number, everything is there. This is United States passport. Let's just agree. Those that going to make the case to the Supreme Court say, you know what, this is Fonati passport. And I'm receiving information that they have one of the legal documents from the court, right? From the court. It is there. The only reason Fonati they couldn't deport Fonati is because he was a United States citizen at the time. So it's part of his legal public record. They ask you, are you the United States citizen? You say yes, it's there. It's a public document. So they have these two information, I am told. With this two information, Fagon, you're saying that two things. I'm taking all of this. One, I am happy that somebody going to challenge the Supreme Court with this dual citizen law. Not because it's Fonati Kofa, not because it's a speakership position, but it will clear the argument we have on the street. That is this the right law for the Liberian? So if the Supreme Court say we see all your documents, the American passport, the court record, but here's our position. Fonati is eligible to go ahead and run for the speakership. That means that a lot of Liberians are clear to do what they want to do if they want to go into politics in Liberia. If the Supreme Court said no, then it means that they are upholding this July 2022 law. We state very clearly, as much as we want to clear it up, according to Article 4 of the amendment law, Liberia who hold dual citizenship will be ineligible to hold any elected public office. Very clear. So those are my two. Well, remember way again.
We may come back.
But those are my two arguments here. A very clear argument. Quietly, we can have the discussion. Those are my two arguments. We are doing it for Liberia now, not for Fonati. It's just a bad time and bad place for Fonati for himself. but this will answer most Liberian home and the broad questions and concern. I rest, Honorable Fagbon.
What they call him? Nelson? Did you see me interrupt this brother?
Not at
I
all.
did not interrupt him one time, correct?
Right. So I mute myself because I don't want to interrupt you.
The first thing here I have to say to you is this. You said this law of July 2022, LAW, this law of July 2022, the first thing you gave was that the passport expired in 2022. Then I mean say, if you want to stand to be corrected, then correct yourself before we proceed. That passport.
I can proceed. You want me to correct myself now?
Yeah, you said it expired.
Before you proceed, it expired 2022, February.
Thank you. We are in 2024. That law says must renounce his citizenship. I'm just going strictly by what you said. That's 2 years after that passport expired. But that's not my point. The second thing you said, this is Fonati's passport.
Now, 5 months after the passport expired, it came into law, not 2 years. It's 5 months after the passport expired when the law came into play.
Okay, you're even making it sweet and juicy.
Thank you.
That the passport expired before the law came.
Exactly.
Laws are not retroactive. And I'm sure Colette would never
and I will hold you there again. We all know the laws are not retroactive. But
so,
in this instance, let me hold you right there where you make your good point.
See the man,
and allow me to interrupt you.
Finish. I will deal with you according to the law of the 6 seats.
And I will deal with you according to the law of the 6 seats too. Let me say this to you. It is important for us to understand. For that he now have to show reason. If it is true that he's a United States citizen, do not shake your head, my brother. It will not help you. If it is true that he's a United States citizen, he should not show reason when he renounced his citizenship according to the law. So I rest my case.
You finished now?
Go ahead, brother.
Nelson, you see here again. Fonati will have to show proof. The burden of proof rests with the accuser, not the defendant.
That in this case.
Wow.
The burden.
The exchange reminds me of the courtroom.
Hold on.
The defense and prosecution.
Hold on. Let me do it again. That's why you see the guy ran away from the full bench. He ran away from the full bench and he came to quasi-judicial system.
Why they can't give me chance? Why you can't give me chance? Why you can't give me chance? So the first thing I squashed for you was the fact that the passport expired 2022. We are in 2024. The passport expired 6 months before even the law. The laws are not retroactive. 20 now. The third thing I want to tell you, just because you said that passport is Fonati's passport, does not mean it's Fonati's passport. It is an allegation, not a judicial fact.
But we're on the same place with the passport issue.
No, we're not on the same place. I'll leave you 3-0. Give me
no.
This
guy is the ref and he's a player at the same time.
The ball was tried.
Who judging who leading who? Who asked the people after the conversation?
Okay.
And we'll put the course and ask them. So make your point.
Finish.
Yeah, make your point.
Finish. So that 3-0 right there.
And that 3-0.
I'm marking the score for the next bit. There's a reason. You see, Kola, there's a reason why I don't want my people to pursue this venture, because it is not healthy. And at the end of the day, you will only anger people all around the world if you pursue this venture. Take him on the fact that he was there for as deputy speaker for 6 years. You cannot take the Liberian. Wait. NCR.
No, Your Honor. Your Honor,
Your Honor, yeah, 4-0.
No, you can't say 4-0.
Okay, let me
you
finish
gotta
on
remain consistent. Remain consistent. Our argument is not on the job performance of Fonati as the speaker.
Okay,
Let's come back on the passport issue and the citizenship issue. Don't move it. Come back on the citizenship.
Yeah, Mune Gopo. Because right now you
come back on the citizenship issue.
So, but why you can't let me finish on the citizenship now? Why are you interrupting me? So let me finish.
Because you're moving to the Met 7 as deputy speakership.
No. It's the same citizenship.
Angie is Rev Pagon. This one is out for you tonight. I
then
swear.
The people now tell you,
Okay.
say the men are American citizens, but the people certifying. So just sit down there.
So go ahead. We're feeling the one. Go ahead.
So let me, the other one you are putting the agenda in way from there. Quick. Because
argument are based on the law. What Fagon argument is based on sentiments.
It's not sentiments.
You got listen, man. Go to the phone line and people will tell us who right.
But why you can't give me chance? That's why all the women are crying about. Why you can't get a man chance?
Finish.
Why you can't get a man chance? I just said to you, point number 1, you said that the passport expired in 2022. So you got no grounds to say now he's an American citizen because we are in 2024, 2 years after his passport expired. The second thing
if your passport expired doesn't mean that you're not an American citizen. You can just go and renew. It's just renewal, bro.
I swear behind you, why you can't give me chance?
No, because you jumping up and down.
That's my own time. Just let me use my time.
There is no expiration date on your citizenship.
No,
if your
let me just use my time.
You stay a citizen.
Let me just use my time. When I use my time,
then you win. How many minutes you want? Let's set this time limit.
It's not how many we need.
No, let's set the time limit. Let's set the time limit. How many minutes do you want?
Did you have time limit when you were
That's
speaking?
why I agree. I can give you any time. Okay. How many minutes you want?
The only time I want, let me make my points. That
you will make a point for what? 2 minutes. Okay. Can we agree on 2 minutes?
This debate, we're not agreeing. This debate
can we agree on 2 minutes?
Citizenship.
Can we agree on 2 minutes, Fagon? Can we agree on 2 minutes?
This man is
you can never blame
that. He's a U.S. citizen. So I want to counter your point. So give me a chance. Let me counter your point. And to counter your point, I have put forward in front of His Honor Nelson Kohler and the rest of the Liberian people that you cannot say because you see an expired passport of this brother that he's a U.S. citizen. That's number 1. Number 2, you cannot say an expired passport is a legitimate document. 2-0. Number 3, you cannot say that laws are retroactive. Number 4, you cannot deliberately, as you said, that Fonati is a U.S. citizen. If asked to prove it, you cannot prove it because you cannot bring an expired passport to make a determination that a person is now a legitimate U.S. citizen after an expired passport of 2 years. Why? Because the U.S. government policy states clearly that they cannot tell you who their citizens are. So how will you make that determination when the witness, which is supposed to be the U.S. citizen, the U.S. government, to testify that true, this man is a U.S. citizen, say they are no obligation to tell you. So who will tell you? Will it be a World Trade Center that to tell you? No, the court will not accept that. And I'm trying to tell you over the years, we try, but that's how we got defeated. Number 5, to make it 5-0. Under Article 2, here is my reference. Under Article 2, the second paragraph says, and you were talking about the law of 2022. The last time I checked, under Article 2 of the Liberian Constitution, it states, any laws, LAWS, like what you are quoting, any laws, LAWS, treaties, and statutes, decrees, customs, and regulations found to be inconsistent with it, meaning the Constitution, shall to the extent of the inconsistency be void of any legal effect. The Supreme Court, pursuant to its judicial review, is empowered to declare any inconsistent laws unconstitutional. I conclude by saying to you, if we are a country of laws, if we are a country of a constitution, then of course, your argument you put forward tonight about fanatical citizenship, having been led 5-0, tells you that the law you are breaking, when the law says once a Liberian is always a Liberian, then of course you cannot take away the right of a Liberian citizen by virtue of a law that came into effect in 2022, because the Constitution says any law that is inconsistent with this Constitution shall be declared unconstitutional. And the only witness in this case, I conclude now, Nelson, 10 seconds. The only witness in this case, the only person that can testify that Fonati is a U.S. citizen is the U.S. government. And the U.S. government said their policy does not allow them to tell you that this person is a U.S. citizen. The policy is defined. It's carved in stone. Therefore, at the end of the day, will they use Damo or Yekesi to testify that this man is a U.S. citizen? In which court of competent jurisdiction? I call on my Unity Party people and the alliance. Let's judge the man on the merits of what he produced over the last 6 years, other than his citizenship. That argument is defeated. And what that argument will seek to do is to put the Unity Party at loggerheads with all the Liberians around the world. That, oh, we are supported and also will get different citizenship. You will treat us different. No, Joseph Boakai will not treat any Liberian citizen different because they have a different country passport. He will not do that. And I said Joseph Boakai will not even argue with anybody for having a foreign passport. His policy is clear. Think Liberia, love Liberia, build Liberia. I respectfully submit. It holds no water.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Eugene Lamin Fagon. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the phone line, we want to say, you know, there's a reason why Fagon chose to come only one eye alone on, and he ran from the rest of the group. Why? Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me, please. I was very quiet, and folks, you can see I bought the trash Fagon. You can see
the rest of the group,
and he's here saying he's saying interrupting me. I mean,
the rest of the group,
folks. He's saying interrupting me. Help me! Somebody help me! Somebody help me! Nelson Colette, the man make you to be the judge in court. Help me!
Your friend Yeke
Koluba. We are not talking about Yeke Koluba.
Your friend Kev Hassan, the one who birthday yesterday.
We're not talking about Kev Hassan birthday was the 10th, not yesterday. We are not talking about Kev Hassan. But hold on now. Hold on. We're not talking about Ben Senvi. You will hold on. But hold on. I will tell you. Fagon.
Tomalin Josh.
We are not talking about Tomalin Josh either.
Dr. Peabody who wanted to carry your bestie off for lunch.
We are not talking about Dr. Peabody either.
But then you
Let's
say
get back to the conversation. Let's get back to the conversation. You see, the man throwing all the monkey wrench here and there just to mess me up. I want to be focused. Political for that Fagon friend, a very dear friend to Fagon.
For me, I am not saying. Now you are not saying. Now you are not saying. Say, oh, the man are my best friend. That's tenable.
Any man I name all my best friend. That's it. That's it. That's it. Any man I name all my best friends. I just say one thing. They go. Fagon, give me a chance. Let me talk. I beg you. The people are crying that you must give me a chance. The people say, give me a chance. They are crying. You spoke for 7 minutes. I have not said a word.
Look at it. That one else said, find you guilty.
You name all my best friends. Who your best friend in conversation today? It's Jay Fonati Kofa.
Oh, he told you I told you today.
That's your best friend. But I will say this to my fellow Liberians home and abroad. This is not about Fonati Kofa. It will never be about Fonati Kofa. This is the law and the interpretation of the law that is going before the Supreme Court. This is to make you to have a unique argument. If you choose to return to Liberia as a United States citizen, but yet still a born Liberian, if the Supreme Court take on this case and uphold the right for Fonati Kofa to run as Speaker for the 55th, Liberians home and abroad that have dual citizenship will be set free. And they will hold on, mute this guy, man, mute him. I don't need no pages flipping. Let me speak to my fellow Liberian. Liberian home and abroad We use the argument of Fonati Kofa in the Supreme Court and say I can run to become a president, vice president, speaker, and I can hold any position in the ministries or entity. Because the Supreme Court will be upholding this law and Fonati will run to be a speaker. If the Supreme Court deny Fonati the right, then Liberian will know the law that was signed July 2022 remain the law of the land. And we can have another argument. That's my argument. It's not about Fonati. It's about the interpretation of the law that Chief Justice, we have to sign on. Justice Gbese, Justice Wolokoti, and all of them, they will have to sign on. That's why we have the Supreme Court. That's why we have 5 members given the constitutional power to interpret the law and the final interpreters of the law. So this is not about Fonati Kofa, not because I'm a Fagon friend. And secondly, I will speak to this. Beginning taking score, I get 6 points now. Secondly, I will speak to this.
The man I said, hold dossier, don't give me
like you.
Lead that dossier thing.
No.
Lead that dossier thing.
I get a big date. You know why I let him join inside? So when I finish tension today, he can never survive.
Eva. You're here interrupting me. Oh.
And I'm listening to you.
Wait. The thing you gotta do a show, we gotta go. Don't interrupt me. And I finished speaking at you cannot bring him back. You cannot bring him back. That we can gotta do a show.
Let me toss you.
Secondly, I will say this to each and every one here. I do believe if the Unity Party complain and take their complaint to the Supreme Court, they are in a position to do that which is right. Because we are talking about the speakership position. We are not talking about minister, director that's working at the will and pleasure of the president. No, we are not. That's the third line to the presidency. We are talking about the speakership position.
Well, I'm laughing because it's so cute. I'm coming gay. Could I say I want to see it?
But you interrupted me, man. You interrupted me, man.
We need order in court. Order in court.
You gotta hold the man in contempt. Hold the man in contempt. Hold in contempt.
My fan heavy, Mr. Fagon.
Yeah, hold the man in contempt.
In the court, yeah, that's small fun.
So, guys,
you looking for money for the coming weekend, George wants me.
Guys, we are going to open the phone line and hear from our fellow Liberians.
No, before you open the phone line.
No, remember, start back.
No.
Start back.
You can't talk. I thought he talk. He said, I can't talk. No,
but you talk. Your own feeling and my own saying.
You are the one that talk.
No.
You.
Everybody that came on the show, you had your time to talk.
I said no.
No, but you had your time to talk.
No. You talk. I said, Kola, talk. Kola said no.
You had your time to talk, Fagon. You had your time to talk.
There must be a counter. At least.
So I mean I'm gonna counter you again. So at what point
if you want to, after I make the second point, if you say after you close, then you will go, then a different thing. But you can't talk at all. Then you talk again wrong. No.
You spoke and let me speak.
No, you spoke before me. Everybody heard me saying, but why are you interrupting me?
So after you speak, then you give me a chance to close.
Yes, you were close.
So, should we then when I close, that's it?
Yes. I don't get that.
All right, let me make my final point. I do believe the Unity Party, hold on now, you always want to come with a problem. The Unity Party, right? They are in the right position to take off the last bazooka, the weapon, to go against Fonati Kofa. And this thing is shaking the nation. It's shaking the nation so hard. Liberians appreciating the fact that Unity Party is standing up to take this thing to the court, and the court will make that decision. And then the Liberian people, I'm happy. I am so happy that this will be resolved and the interpretation will come from the Supreme Court. And we, Liberians home and abroad, we understand the decision of the court. And the United States citizen of Eugene Fagon will not go back to Liberia and run and say, yes, I want to be a president no more for the EFFL. Because you understand the Supreme Court will have given the final ruling. I rest, folks. I rest my case. Thank you. May it please your honor, I submit.
Nelson, nobody disturb the man.
Nelson, you are not allowed to show anything. I didn't show anything. You are not allowed to show anything. Yeah, you better get out. We didn't talk about bring it through.
We don't allow photographs in the school.
No, we do not. We want substantiated evidence.
Nelson, our lady now said they play the man and go in. Not healthy for our man. The man will be enemy. Let him go chase that man on his record, not on his citizenship.
My man,
once a Liberian will always be a Liberian. But in order for me to just lay down here, I must come with constitutional fact.
Man, I think constitution thing always misinterpreting the law.
See,
man, I thank you, man. All day you running away with that constitution.
That's why the grandpa can say, when we see.
But let's go to the phone line. Let the point decide our fate.
Wait now, ain't my time to talk.
No, you finish talking. I thought I'd go to the phone line. No time to talk. No, I'm about to go.
And you know how you lose already?
No, let's go. Let's go to the phone line.
And you know how you lose already?
I'm not losing. What do you mean I lose? What do you mean I lose?
You and Nelson will be here because I'm trying to talk.
Yeah, no, go. Let's go to the phone line.
Nelson, I suspect that Senator to Stanton.
No, I said it.
You said it, you did lie.
No, but how you be in a court? You trust a judge.
No,
you gotta trust a judge.
As soon as you see Stanton say, Nelson, you're not allowed to show the team. No. Don't if I let go to the phone line. That means Stanton has seen something when I catch you.
No, let go to the phone line. Let it go decide.
But Stanton, you are trying to help Liberians understand that forget about Funati. And that's why you say, forget about Funati.
Yeah.
We who keep coming from this side, you're thinking about yourself. That's the line you're trying to push. Forget about Funati. You're thinking about yourself and you're thinking what are they law.
This is not about Funati. This is about interpreting that law. And it's important.
Yes, that's the point I'm coming to. And that's what I want to do. I want to forget about Funati because I know nobody will win Funati on this. Because many persons including you, including Stanton Jr., including BCA, including everybody. BCA, Zima, Joy.
I think they will wait for that thing.
So, here is what I wanted to bring to your attention. Now, I just took, I sent to, if we want to help the Liberian people, let's forget about Funati. The first thing here, I read Article 2. So, we're going to forget about Funati, Nelson. We'll then forget about Funati. I read Article 2 that says any law. And this is the Constitution. It is not just a law. It is the Constitution. And the Constitution in Article 27, A.
But you came to court prepared.
You know, I don't go anywhere without being prepared. You see, the thing not even made room. The thing say all Liberians who own the coming into force of this Constitution, which is 1986, right? Where lawfully citizens of Liberia shall continue to be Liberian citizens, the popular to it. This man was born 1963. This Constitution is what? 1986. Allah, did you see any other thing other than that period to it? Period. They say once you are a Liberian citizen before 1986 and the coming into being of the Constitution, you shall continue to be what? Liberian citizen. It doesn't matter whether you take Belgium, Dutch. They say you will continue to be. That's the Constitution. Then the part about this Constitution, which has to do with the citizenship. Here is the last sentence of Article 28, the last sentence.
Papa is behaving like Gibson Jeru.
Yeah.
The
last sentence, my man, let me finish. I beg
you. No, that's not right. You can do this.
We're not doing anything for
Where were you? Fagon, where were you? Where were you when they passed the law about the dual citizenship? Where were you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
What you mean? Well, I was living.
Where were you, man?
Where was I?
Yeah.
I don't know. I believe I was sitting near my pound gallon on the farm.
You were in Liberia or you were in America?
I was in America.
Okay. What was your argument to those lawmakers for that didn't sign this thing? What was your argument to Funati when they were signing this document?
It was not about my argument. It was for what
The
my
argument
knowledge.
you making now.
You just want to take me off your sword. Wait, let me just finish.
No, the argument you're making now. The argument you're making now.
That's why I'm saying. Okay. Give me just 30 seconds with us interrupting me. 30 seconds. After
No, I'm not eating, man. I just cleaned my butt. Don't say I eat it.
Let me tell you what Dillon then did. When Dillon then opposed the whole referendum, I was preaching for this referendum, and it was Dillon then who refused this whole referendum. Okay, you said, where was he? I knew. My knowledge told me that they did not go nowhere. Your play, your play. What did Joe? We are not sound. They sound all kind of things. But they'll say, oh, every time people go to court on Joe,
you're making my argument. Then who have the final power to review this thing and overturn it? Who?
It is this. But wait now, we're doing knowledge thing here. You should allow me to read the last sentence.
Don't read that, man. Don't read that, man. You're wasting my time.
Why would I read it?
No, you're wasting my time. I'm asking you, who have the constitutional power to now interpret this whole thing? You blaming the law. You blaming the president. You blaming the Fonati that signed this thing. Who has the constitutional power to do it now? Who?
Pursuant to judicial review, the Supreme Court.
Exactly, and that's why they're going. So what's your argument? Why are you crying wolf?
Why are you jumping inside? You are having
why
your time to talk. Nobody interrupt you.
That's your argument, and you're not agreeing with me because I know how to circumvent your brain. You're not agreeing with me. As a Supreme Court we're going to. Let me go eat some masala again. I'll be back for you. I will deal with you today.
Okay, no problem. So now,
no, they give enough fair. They give enough fair.
Yeah, the man right here with Article 28, the last
one person
sentence.
recharging.
Yeah, Article 28. Liberians, listen. The last sentence of Article 28 says, and I quote, no citizen of the Republic shall be deprived of citizenship or nationality, except as provided by law, and no person shall be denied the right to change. If somebody want to change, they can change. But nobody, Article 28, would be denied their citizenship or their nationality, except as provided by law. Is there a law that says you cannot be a Liberian? I said that you can be speaker. I said you can be chief justice. I said, is there a law that says that if you are a Liberian, you can be a Liberian if this happens? If I go. Is there a law that there's a law that says you can be speaker, you can be president, but is there a law that says that you cannot be a Liberian if you do this? So I quoted the law to you. This constitution is 1986. That man was born 1963. And this constitution said, so long as man is a Liberian.
Sorry that you are sorry for your own confusion you are creating. Yourself.
My name is Eugene Lami.
May it please your honor, Nelson Colette. May it please your honor. We are here to substantiate the fact. The fact remains. If I go and have agreed with me, that the Supreme Court is the only body right now to interpret the law that George Manneh has signed. That document that he signed into law, the Supreme Court must interpret to either uphold Fonati Kofa argument or deny Fonati Kofa the right to run for speaker. Do not interrupt me. I said the dual citizenship law.
They uphold the Constitution.
But hold on. I said the dual hold on.
Show your food. Show your food.
Yo, I'm not feeling that salad.
That what it? Look, eating carrot, rabbit food. You can't say that.
Yeah, no problem. I'm good health. Super good health. I don't go see the doctor. You fall off yesterday. You get sick. They had to rush you to the hospital. You in hotel room. You want to argue with me? When last did I go to the hospital?
Yeah, what you say? You think if I gonna fall off?
I exercise.
I told the Liberian people, I say you got to dribble Stanton in order to survive. Anytime you tell Stanton say you're doing something, the man will spare you. So anytime you know you go into the market to buy full of bread, when Stanton asks you where you going, say I go down and go to Google.
The man fell. I drink water. I don't drink. The man got lie to me. You go buy Guinness. 6 pack Guinness. I said, you can drink Guinness. He said that diabetes Guinness. I know only thing I couldn't find no sugar. He said the sugar content so low. I couldn't find nothing. That man drinking Guinness 6-pack. Look at that. Look at that. Lot of you know why eating that? That's also hard processed food though. The sodium in that thing is very high. I guarantee you, it's very high in sodium. I guarantee you, show me the sodium, show sodium really, because those are processed food. Very high in sodium. But folks, let's get back to some serious thing. Tomorrow, we'll be having more evidence as to why the Unity Party think that Fonati Kofa is a citizen. And we'll discuss it. But we want to hear from you, Liberians, home and abroad. We'll open the phone line because my brother Fagon get nowhere to go. He's in a hotel room, as you can see. Look at that bed. Look at that bed behind him. He's in.
They wish that they went to all the different hotel there. The man said the hotel door you open, they make it call the exact hotel. So you open hotel to do make it say that Hampton.
The man in a hotel room. You see that nice stand behind him? The man in a hotel room. The man, I know where he is right now. He's in Maryland in a hotel room. Don't worry about sure the real liquor you drinking. But let's go ahead real quick, folks.
Look at that.
Let's take a first call. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Yes, hello.
Yep.
Diamond?
No, this is Stanton. How you doing?
Oh, yes, Stanton. This is Bennett. How are you?
Bennett, Fagon or Stanton, who do you agree with and make your point?
No, I agree with Fagon in a way because we're trying to make the perfect the enemy of the good. Look, there are several ways that GMB can make this thing to work for him. Even if
no. We are not talking about the proceeding. We are talking about the citizenship argument that we are making.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, even if Fonati became senator, right? I mean, became pro tem, right? As a speaker, then GMB can work out this thing here, you know, because they just put.
But man, you confused us by. Let's take the next call.
Hello? He run away from the man. We're not
talking about JMB decision. We are talking about the passport issue here. Yeah, hello?
1-0.
Yeah, Fagon and Stanton argument in your point, sir.
I 100% agree with Stanton.
Why?
Fonati is in trouble. Stanton, it is the law of the country signed by the president in 2022. The law is the law. The Supreme Court will uphold the law. And an expired passport does not dismiss one citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
When you take the oath of the United States to become a citizen, you denounce your citizenship and become an American citizen and pledge loyalty to the United States.
Thank you. So let me move on to the next call.
So, I believe Fonati is in a big trouble.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next call. Again, I gotta bring back Bennett. Bennett, go ahead, finish your point.
My point is,
Bennett, you gotta lower your receiver you're listening to, man, and finish your point. Though you're on Fagon's side, but finish your point.
No, I'm on your side too. What I'm saying is, the point that I'm making is, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
No, I'm on your side too. But what I'm saying is, we have to look at this thing long term because it has to be strategic, and there's a diplomatic approach to this. Even if GMB were to lose this thing here to Fonati Kofa, that's in the short term. In the long term, he can work it in his favor. Because if Fonati Kofa were to be say he became corrupt, right? The GMB can use that against him.
Thank you.
Just like we've done with the previous guys.
Thank you. So let's go. We appreciate you, Bennett. Let's take the next call. Hello, your name, where you calling from? The argument from Fagon or the argument for Stanton, what's your position, sir?
Stanton, this is Lee. I'm calling from Fargo in North Dakota. You can hear me?
You got to lower your receiver. You listen to something, lower it and talking to the phone, please.
Yeah, I'm lowering it right now. Oh, fast. Yeah, hello?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Stanton, I want for us to be real. Yeah, again, I'm Lee. I'm calling from Fargo, North Dakota. But you are 100% right. Because if this law was passed in 2022, and then Jay Fonati was representative, Deputy Speaker, that law did not hold him because it was passed at which time he was already seated as a representative. But now, in this 2024, and Fonati and our law he had to sign into MBO, and Fonati have won as a representative. The law is going to hold. We as Liberians that in the diaspora can join Fagon and plead so that there might be a clause there. But other than that, but the law owing 100%.
Thank you very much, my friend. We appreciate you.
Thank you too, Fagon. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, let's take this one. Your name and where you calling from? Yeah, can you hear us? Hello? Can you hear me? Man, can you please lower your set? Hello? Your name and where you calling from? Hello? Okay. Hello? Your name and where you calling from?
Hey, my name is James. I'm calling you from Ashwater Park in New Jersey.
James, the same question to you, Fagon Stanton argument. Where do you stand, sir?
Well, I would say that I think the Honorable Deputy Speaker is in trouble. This is what greediness does. It exposes people. And if the UP is going to proceed with this case, I'm afraid that Flappy Kofa is in trouble.
Thank you very much.
What the law says is what we will abide by. The Supreme Court has no other option but to abide by the law, which of course is of 2022 and not any other year later than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
Good morning. Good morning from my end. See you sitting with us.
Good morning, sir. Talk to us.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Talk to us. Fagon Stanton, what's your take?
Hello?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Talk to us.
Hello?
All right. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Hello? Your name and where you calling from? Hello?
I don't know. I'm not in there for you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hello? Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Bani Bafa. I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
So talk to us, brother. Fagon argument and Stanton argument. Your take.
Stanton, you got it right. Fagon then made this law so that during the CDC regime, nobody will see this.
Moya more for me. I was not in the country. Moya more for me. I was not in the country 2022. Yeah, Moya more for me. I'm not in 2021. Fagon they made a law. Yeah, who made Fagon? I was in the no, I was in the legislature. You can't talk nonsense on people, and people who don't know take it for fun.
Let me talk about stopping.
No, it's not.
Wait, hold on, but the man wasn't in the country. Fagon wasn't in the country when the law came out.
I'm not even lawmaker.
Yeah, but you make your point. Make your point. Yeah, make your point. Fagon wasn't in government at the time, but make your point.
I'm not there, so I just shooting in the same way he's shooting me.
Who go back for his elected position. Now the law has said against them. He's procrastinating. He go all around. If this is a law that the president signed, Supreme Court uphold this law so that it will set a deterrent for anybody that holding United States citizenship or any other country. You will not vote for better post. So I don't see nothing wrong with this law. Nothing wrong with it.
Thank you.
Let it go to the Supreme Court.
Thank you.
I order you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
You must watch your mouth because if you rather were older than me, you're going to think like an older man.
Yeah. Hello.
Nonsense.
Your Fagor or Stanton, where are you standing with this argument tonight?
Okay, so my name is Momo Tule and I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia. So with Fagon's argument, so I want to say to the Fagon, right? The fact that someone's passport is expired doesn't, negate the fact that he got his citizenship through the citizenship and naturalization process. So that certificate he has still valid today. So that by his passport being expired doesn't mean that he can be exempted from that. But still, you are making the right point here, because regardless of where this argument goes, the Supreme Court, whatever decision the Supreme Court makes come or whatever if they take on this case will be a landmark case, depending on where the case falls.
Yeah.
If it falls on the side of people from the diaspora, then we become the winner. If it go the other way, then people from the diaspora will complain. So yeah, it's going to be a landmark case. So let's just listen and see what comes up.
Thank you very much. Fago, you want to speak? There are a lot of folks agreeing with me, unlike you, that people.
I want to speak. I want to speak.
Go ahead. Before we go to the second round of call, let me give you the chance.
Yeah, thank you. I have never, ever been wrong because I studied a lot, Stanton. Stanton, when you made your case, I went against your case, not for Nati's case. You made reference to the passport. I said the passport expired. I was debating you. The second thing, just because someone's passport expired does not mean they're not a U.S. citizen. No. But when you go to a court of competent jurisdiction, you will have to prove that the person is. Not your opinion. And the U.S. policy is clearly defined. But I said to back my statement, everybody say, oh, once it's a law, it's a law. They forgot that I quoted Article 2, second sentence, that says any laws, like in the laws 2022, that is inconsistent with this constitution, shall to the extent of the inconsistency be void. So then I prove to you that any law that is inconsistent with this constitution shall be deemed unnecessary. Was that a law of 2022? Yes, it was a law. But what is the inconsistency with this constitution? The inconsistency is Article 27. Hey, you read it and the board gave it to you. It says, all persons who, on the coming into force of this constitution, which was 1986, were lawfully citizens of Liberia, which in the case of Funati Kofa, shall continue to be Liberian citizens, period. Is that law that they made 2022, is it inconsistent now with this constitution? Yes, it is. Now, the last part of Article 28, and the last sentence says, no citizen of the Republic shall be deprived of citizenship. Are you going to now tell him that this man who was born 1963 will be deprived of the citizenship? No. It says no citizen of the Republic shall be deprived of the citizenship or nationality except as provided for by law. And is it provided for by law that you can deprive him of his Liberian citizenship? Is there a provision? No. The last point I want to make, please put the thing back up that you put up the law. I just want to point to everybody who say, I don't talk for Funati, I don't talk for human being, I talk for my country. I'm a nationalist. Yeah, it is. They say, according to Article 4 of the amended law, Liberians who hold dual citizenship will be ineligible to hold any elected public office. If you are saying Funati is holding dual citizenship, and I want Nelson, you're the generation that I push for. I don't push for Stanton and a friend argument. I push for y'all. It says any Liberians who hold dual citizenship will be ineligible to hold any elected office, meaning any office that they have to run for election for, any elected of public office. And any such person interested in holding an elected public office must renounce their citizenship. This is the law. So here is what I ask everybody. With this law of Article 27 that I just quoted and read, and I sent to you, this constitution is 1986. People who are born 1962, 63, 69, what do you do? They don't have to, the constitution clear. Last but not the least, 1 minute, please. At the end of the day, he was elected? He was satisfied? Do you know how many people holding American passports, German passport, whatever passport that are elected? But this law that Stanton just put up, what did they say? They cannot hold it. So it's not about the speakership. If it is established that he or dual citizenship, what becomes of him? He has to forfeit that position of representative for Grand Coup. And any other person with any other passport, German, Canadian, even Guinean passport, you can be.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Again, it will not hold.
Hold on 1 minute, Badet. I'll bring you on. Hold on 1 minute.
Because of Article 27.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fagon have just concurred with my argument, so the case is closed.
Well,
you just concur with my argument.
Who concur with you?
Remember, you finish talking, I cannot talk back. I never interrupt you. No, not talk about lies. Yeah, please. You finish.
Looking at a scholar from Masa Kanka Musa.
Come down. Oh boy, come down.
Be calling your friend there. I'm giving you reference. You talking Tabata.
You have so many Liberians. Rufus, hold on 1 minute. Rufus, hold on 1 minute.
Okay.
Fagon just said, you have so many Liberians in government with an American passport, German passport.
No, elected.
Eba.
No, the law you put us say elected. We must not say in government.
You will correct me when you finish. I interrupt you. No, you will not force him my more. You will correct me when I finish.
That's what the law said.
No, allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
I said
I will just concur with my argument on the show tonight, so I can go home. No, I'm home already. Right? I can go watch my Netflix in peace because he has just concurred my argument. That's the reason why we are asking the Unity Party to go to court. That the Supreme Court of the land will either uphold or they will say no to Fonati Kofa and say you are ineligible to run for the speakership. Now, the other thing I don't say on the backdrop, with that now, somebody would come in and say, oh, excuse me, I ran against Fonati Kofa. But when he was running, he lied, he falsified. He was an American citizen, but he lied on the document, so therefore, he cannot hold that position. We are asking for a rerun. Those are arguments that need to be had. And anybody, speaker, representative, senator, judges, minister, wherever the category find themselves, and somebody have document to prove that they have dual citizenship, and they shouldn't be in a position, they should take it to the law. We should test the system. We should test our legal system. Rufus, talk to us.
Okay, good evening to everybody. So, Mr. Fagon, I think I suspect you that you're getting all yourself because you want to go wrong, turn it to the knife for Dummy County. But don't worry, we'll get to that. Slow down.
Look at it.
I'm feeding your pig.
You feeding your pig.
So you see, you let me bring. You say I just bring that hold up, or you know, I already know your thing.
I always win, yo. They will win again.
You see, when I think they was making their law, they forgot to know that the same rope that hang the monkey.
Yeah. They had a passport in the packet that were making the law. Hey, man.
And then they see that anything happened with road go to America. So they have been the hiding bush, and the hiding bush now have become the dying bush.
Like, you don't make it tonight. Hey, God.
Just about this. And secondly, Mr. Spoon, I sent you a flyer for the JMB type thing.
My man, when I hear to talk about a flyer about
living, they came to go advertise. That's why they agree with you. Your advertisement fall flat. You want advertise, you don't want to pay money, so you can't agree and say 2029. You not advertising nothing. Muna me for that.
Man, go. Hello.
Go to the business of go pay money.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Make your point.
Yeah, my point is that while my name is Kesedi Wall in the first in the beginning, the problem here is that this situation is not just Fonati.
Thank you.
Across the world, it's not just Fonati. What I'm saying here is that just like they have a rerun, the person that ran against Fonati could also come out and say, let's have a rerun.
That's what we say. That's what we say.
He's not a citizen. of Liberia. He's not legitimately entitled to run. We talk about elected position, not a citizenship.
Thank you.
We're not disputing that. Again, this is Cassidy Waller from Philadelphia. I check out from the train. I'm so sorry, my voice.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Okay, folks.
And that's why I wanted you to limit it to the elected position.
We're gonna start. Fagon, what's your argument, man? Don't gonna buy into people's argument.
I said to you.
So what's your argument, Fagon? Stop that nonsense.
Argument is citizenship.
So what's your argument, Fagon? You are arguing
by the Constitution. You go up and come down.
And
you can never win this one. Never. Because like, your opinion, I'm giving you facts from the book.
So you always misinterpreting the Constitution.
Okay.
So we just want to say this to you.
I'm misinterpreting. You will say I'm
Nelson, may it please your honor as we beg to leave. Because I want this thing. No, you go first. I'll go last. All right. No, you go first.
I will go first.
Okay. 1 minute. No, look at the time. The message 1 minute.
Look at the time. That's your business, folks. When I come here to debate issue, I don't debate issue on the basis of somebody's name or who they call Funati. This man put a law up. It says that if you got D-U-A-L, if you can spell, dual citizenship is not limited to America. It can be Canada, it can be Germany, it can be Japan. This new law says if you got dual citizenship, you cannot vie for an elected position. It got nothing to do with Funati Kofa. This law was made 2022. But then the Constitution in Article 2 say any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution, to the extent of the inconsistency, shall be void. But when I look in this Constitution, they got a special chapter there for citizenship. In Article 27, it says that all persons who were citizens before 1986 shall remain citizens, period. They don't want no argument. They don't want you to tell them where they get a citizen. They say they will remain citizen, period. Then, in Article 28, the last sentence says that no citizen of the Republic shall be deprived. That means you can't take a citizenship from them. We are talking Constitution here. We went to school, not your school fee. So they say you will never, nobody can take your citizenship from you or your nationality, except as provided for by law. That means the law.
All right, your time is up. Let me have my 1 minute.
So you will take elected position, but you can't take for national citizenship. And if you cannot take a citizenship, you will have right as citizen. And if you have right as citizenship, he will have the right to contest.
Guys, this time is up.
Because, no, wait, let me learn now. Just because there is a law does not make it right. That's why the Constitution says if you make any law that they both not agree with, they say you will not make it. They say, but if you make it, it will be void. And that is one law that would be V-O-I-D. Void. Y'all go come, I can't do your advertisement yet. If I don't win you on this one, let me turn to dust.
Thank you.
Oh, which are the dust?
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard. Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard.
From Constitution, you can't debate on the
basis of gentlemen, you just heard from Fagon.
For sentiment.
I have to do my closing argument in this process. I beg to differ with my brother. My father, a brilliant lawyer, served as magistrate, minister at assistant to deputy minister at the Ministry of Justice. I used to go into that court hall and hear, oral arguments. I used to follow him. And one thing you also got to understand, you also got to be simple-minded person. Don't just come and take the Constitution and read forbidden and say that's it. So shall it be. There's a reason why we have the Supreme Court. There's a reason why every country have Supreme Court. There's a reason. I respect my brother Eugene Fagon. I respect some of his argument. But today, I vehemently disagree with my brother Eugene Fagon.
The boy Isala.
I vehemently disagree. I want you guys called and you guys said I won the case. Not that I won, I'm going to celebrate. I'm not going to celebrate.
Let people hear, man.
He's interrupting me. He's interrupting me, folks.
All the people that call you,
You should hold him in contempt. He is acting like Serena Seaford.
My fan heavy.
He's behaving like Serena Seaford. You should hold him in contempt. I am not challenging.
I get my flyer again.
I said no way. I am not challenging Fonati Kofa citizenship. No, I am not. I will do no such thing to challenge the citizenship of another Liberian. But this is the Fonati Kofa that signed onto that document that President George Banners we are passing to law. And I will say this tomorrow. Must I remind you? Where were Fonati and the rest of them that hold the dual citizenship? If it is true, Fonati hold dual citizenship. I'm not challenging Fonati Kofa. It is the very Fonati Kofa that brought this thing into law, that fought for this thing. So the law should be the law, and it should be applied evenly to Fonati Kofa and the rest of them. I care less if you're a citizen of Germany, citizen of Liberia, citizen of Africa, citizen of the 7 continents, or like our brother Joseph could you say 17 continents. I care less. But what I want is the clean interpretation of that law that was created and that was signed by the president in July 2022. And who best to interpret it? The Supreme Court. So on to the Supreme Court we go. And Liberians, home and abroad, should sit and enjoy it. This had nothing to do with Unity Party. It got nothing to do with anyone. The opportunity came, and Unity Party took advantage of the opportunity. Can Richard Combs be Fonati Kofa? Hell yeah. Can Fonati Kofa be Richard Combs? Probably. But if Fonati Kofa get the men and women to say we will walk out of this process, to delay this thing because the Supreme Court said Fonati Kofa should step aside, then they should do it. But let's test our law. Let's test the system. And this Unity Party, what they are doing, I appreciate it because a lot of people are crying. If I go over and say I blame DeLong, I told DeLong this law was bad. If we cannot test it right now, if I go with blame DeLong forever and ever and ever and ever, so help us, oh God. If we cannot test this law, now once a Liberian, always a Liberian, then where are we? And who best to test the law in front of the Supreme Court? The former Deputy Speaker of the Republic of Liberia. If it was Fagon or me or Delson Cole, who cares less? They were throwing in the garbage. But let Fonati Kofa walk in that court with his lawyers and say, yes, I am a United States citizen, and as a born Liberian, I have the right to run for this position. And argue. He's a legal expert. And he argue it. And
time out. Time finish.
No. I yield myself 10 seconds, please. Watch your time, please. And let's save this argument from the Liberian people.
If I let me turn to dust.
To all my fellow Liberians, it's about time that we take those bold steps, regardless of friendship, regardless of relationship, regardless of who you know or who know you. Let's think Liberia. Let's love Liberia. And let's build Liberia. Your Honor, and to members of the jury sitting out there somewhere in this world, I respectfully submit.
Stanton, can I ask you a question before you?
No, the case closed. You cannot ask questions.
I'm not speaking. I said, I'm asking you a question and you said case closed.
No, but
I just knocked the table.
Argument.
No, you are asking just a simple question. Article 2. Is there a reason?
Remember, you gave a closing argument, but we're not going to ask you
my question. You must answer this question by force or by fire. Is there a reason why the framers of the Constitution said that any law, like that law, what it be, any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution shall be void? Did they know that people are going to make law?
Answer the right question. Don't answer it now.
Is that a reason why they made say any law?
And because I do not have the Constitution, you're just saying it. So let me go back to what you are saying. Maybe you're not saying it correctly, but I will give you that benefit.
Okay, I can read it.
No. Let me answer for the simple man out there.
They say if you made any law,
they say any law
consistent with a book. Is there a reason?
Thank you. I want you to pause. And this is my farewell message tonight. They say any law inconsistent, but wait now. Any law inconsistent with the 1986 Constitution. Any law. Right up. The last time I checked, I was in Burlington County College doing criminal justice. I was in Rutgers, Camden, New Jersey, doing criminal justice. I was in Jersey College School of Nursing in UN Center, where I got my associate in nursing. I was in school that doing something not law. So I will answer for going in my layman term. The best people that can interpret that part of the Constitution with what we are saying today, that we should stand by George Bernard Weah at the Supreme Court. So to my dear brother Fagon, you are not a lawyer. Don't profess to be one. Your understanding of the law and your interpretation of the law should be limited. We are marching. We are marching to the Supreme Court. Beautiful Supreme Court.
The reason why people say any law you make is because they were aware that people were going to make crazy law like this.
That's the reason why the Constitution also hold that 5 Liberians, well-learned legal Liberians, 5 of them will come together and they will be the one to interpret this Constitution with any law. That's why we got 5 of them. That's it. We got 5 of them. We all agree. The Constitution agree. The president will elect. The president will nominate. Okay? And by the Constitution, we got 5 of them. One of them not too well, Justice Joseph Nangwe. We understand. So the 4 will remain.
They better when they see one preaching say, Uncle Rizal.
Chief Justice CNN Yo. Chief Justice CNN Yo. Chief Justice Hector Howard Wolokoli.
The man want to see them. What say?
You confuse me, man. You confuse me. Justice Wolokoli. Justice Kaba. Justice Brese.
Yeah, they got them with you. They eat your money.
Okay. I enjoy the fact that I beat Fagon. CEO 4, Fagon 0. Y'all put it up. Y'all put it up. I enjoy the fact that I beat Fagon. Y'all put all the numbers up.
You can never
you that watch it. Y'all put the number up. Y'all put it up.
Every time I beat you on it, I will beat you on this one.
Y'all put the numbers up. What's the score?
If I'm not beating you on that one, let me tend to dust.
And I will say this. Chief Justice, my own Oma, Senayo, all right? Justice Wolokoli, Justice Kaba, and Justice Grisby. These people will have to sit down in the black row and they have to call the court in order. And they will have to listen to oral argument. And they will have to define
go sleep, man.
The 1986 Constitution.
The people you're talking about are so smart people.
Okay? They will not behave like Fagon. If you go in that court, there will be no Fagon there with a yellow book. Okay?
Yellow book.
So you're who won?
Let's put a joke aside. You know what I'm happy for this particular case? There's a reason that gives me joy. And the joy that you see in me, you think it's for Funatikofa. It's not for Funatikofa. There is a joy in me knowing that this Constitution says that if anybody makes stupid law, the Supreme Court will say that stupid law and will chunk it up.
Yeah.
The second part that gives me joy is that Article 27 says all persons who own the coming into force of this Constitution were lawfully citizens of Liberia shall continue to be Liberian citizens. Now, here is where the debate is for me, which is not a debate. There is no way that you say you will continue to be Liberian citizen. Then somebody say, you're not citizen no more. Now, your mouth. For a person not to be citizen is Article 28, the last sentence. You got to do something for them to take it from you. And if they don't take it from you, you enjoy all the rights and privileges. I don't disagree that there doesn't exist a law. But Article 2 say any law you made a stupid law, they will take it away. And so I'm happy because I know I win on this one.
No, that's not what we're saying. You win only on you. You say you win. Alpha Williams, happy birthday to CK.
Argument is the Supreme
Alpha
Court is
Williams,
the interpreter.
we want to say happy birthday to you, the manager.
Who is the interpreter? I told you that from day one. I will beat you on the one like market.
Alpha Williams, they call you the D manager. We say happy birthday to you, wherever you find yourself. Happy birthday. And don't forget James Kude's birthday. James Kude's birthday is coming up.
Put it there. Put them what it say, Honorable Fagon.
Yeah, they put them Bao Fagon. They say Fagon. They say CEO Lee Fagon. Don't tell Fagon that he is doing selective reading of the Constitution. Selective reading.
I'll be on the one. Ain't got nothing to do with Fanatic Kofa. That's why I tell Unity Party, lead our story. Hold this man on his record. Because you go for that other, he
got to do a show by it's 9 o'clock already. He got a guest tonight. That's who your guest tonight.
Yeka when became a permanent resident in Dubai. The first person he called to get a news story was his cousin Stanton. I'm on the phone out there. I listening to them. Stanton, guess what? Stanton said, "What? A permanent resident in Dubai. A permanent resident. I told my owner 30,000. I buy my place in Dubai. I'm a permanent resident in Dubai. You permanent resident in Dubai. You work on a resident in District 10. They ain't talking about your cousin.
We are talking about Fanatico for today. We are not talking
about I want to talk about your cousin. Say you the one. And you know, happy people believing it now that his cousin say he gave Joe Baca 10 million.
That you saying it now? And are you saying it?
That your cousin.
You said 10 million.
When a cousin come here, a cousin say, Stanton is my brother-in-law. I don't care what anybody say. They can never pass between me and Stanton. Then when you move for here, you hungry, you sit down, you buy, you say, Stanton a criminal, UG Fago corrupt. And a cousin, when you call a cousin say, your league, I will never dignify him.
Yeah, but your league, but what will we have a Yeke conversation, my man?
No, because you are your cousin.
That's something that happened during the war, right?
Other bed in the room for my man Fadiga. Fadiga coming.
Today we can announce that, how you call Fatima? She's leaving today. She should be in Labrador tomorrow. I think she left already. Let's call Fatima and see what she is.
Yeah, who?
Maybe she left already. Maybe she in the place she can answer. I believe she's leaving today. Fatima, you are live. You are live on Spoon Talk. Fago is here with me and Nelson. Fatima, are you leaving for Labrador tonight?
I'm leaving. I'm traveling.
You in the plane right now?
Yes.
Oh wow. Which airport you leaving from?
North Air.
Oh, you check.
They're planning to kidnap you. Be careful how you give information.
You checking already?
Yes.
Who picking you up from the airport?
Huh?
Who picking you up from the airport?
Which airport now? Like Nelson?
Rawa International Airport at Nelson?
Nelson.
Now, AB?
Ain't ready yet.
All right, bye. So,
but Nelson, you going high, oh? Now you pick out AB command woman?
That different thing you want to bring that my pieces there.
Because if there's an attack on the radio station, you will not have somebody to come to your rescue. I see you. Any attack on our radio station.
Any man buying the radio station.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I beg you that other discussion is highly risky. It's a risky discussion there. So
no, but the lady just said it. She said Nelson picking me up from the airport. She didn't say where you will go. She just said you will pick her up from the airport. And me can call my man ABI and tell him, say, I move my hand for inside. I don't want no problem. I'll see you.
Thank you very much, Fago. We'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. That's it. Thank you, man. Have a great show. Oh, we got to call Pastor Rima, right? Is he still up?
Maybe.
Yeah, I know you got to have your show. You get your guests with it. I'm sorry, man. I forgot messes up. Pastor Rima, are you still there? Are you still up, Pastor Rima? Pastor Rima, are you still up? Two more ring. Pastor Rima is not answering. All right. So, folks, may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. Oh, he answered. Pastor Roman, can we have the benediction, my brother? How you doing? How's the family?
My family is well. How's your family?
All this well, we give God the glory.
All right, to Liberian people, all of you, stand up with us, like your family, Nelson, everybody, all the panelists. May the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord look upon you with peace. The peace that surpasses all understanding, give you favor. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen, amen, amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Raymond. My regard to the family, and have a good evening.
You too, brother.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Nelson. Have a good night. Bye-bye, folks. See you tomorrow by God's grace. Same station, same place, same time. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Okay. So, again, folks, we want to say thank you for being here with us tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. We will be back tomorrow with another edition of the program. They will come your way again. Have a good night. We're coming up with a late night show shortly. Our guest is the director of the Liberian National Fire Service. We'll be talking about some very important issues. He has some sensitive information to give out with respect to public safety, the whole thing about fire disaster in the country, and a lot more we're going to be talking about here tonight. So the invitation is yours to join us on the late night show that's coming up shortly, right here on this very FM dial. My name is Nelson Colette. Have a good night for now as we get ready to transition to the late night show right here on Spoon 107.5. Of course, we've been live on Fabric 101.1 and Super 95.5, Punch FM 106.7, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County, and a host of other radio stations across the country. Until then, have a good night. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon and your boy.